by a river of teenage blood. Now, as Tak explains, everybody knows what time it is. If we don't end the killing now and unite as black men, we never will. Although Imam Aziz and the Nation of Islam have provided the formal auspices for peacemaking, the real hands that have tied the red and blue rags together into a black thing are in Simi Valley. Within a few hours of the first attack on white motorists, which started in 8 Tray, 83rd Street, Gangster Crib 231. Territory near Florence and Normandy, the insatiable war between the Crips and Bloods, fueled by 1,000 neighborhood vendettas and dead homeboys, was put on hold throughout Los Angeles and the adjacent black suburbs of Compton and Inglewood. Unlike the 1965 rebellion, which broke out south of Watts and remained primarily focused on the poorer east side of the ghetto, the 1992 riot reached its maximum temperature along Crenshaw Boulevard, the very heart of black Los Angeles's more affluent west side. Despite the illusion of full immersion actual ITY provided by the Minicam and the helicopter, television's coverage of the riot's angry edge was even more twisted than the melted steel of Crenshaw's devastated shopping centers. Most reporters image looters, as they are now being called in South Central, merely lip-sync suburban clichés as they tramped through the ruins of lives they had no desire to understand. A violent kaleidoscope of bewildering complexity was flattened into a single categorical scenario. Legitimate black anger over the King decision hijacked by hardcore street criminals and transformed into a maddened assault on their own community. Local television thus unwittingly mimed the McCone Commission's summary judgment that the August 1965 Watts riot was primarily the act of a hoodlum fringe. In that case, a subsequent UCLA study revealed that the riot of the riffraff was in fact a popular uprising involving at least 50,000 working-class adults and their teenage children. When the arrest records of this latest uprising are finally analyzed, they will probably also vindicate the judgment of many residents that all segments of black youth, gang, and non-gang, impi as well as underclass, took part in the disorder. Although in Los Angeles, as elsewhere, the new black middle class has socially and spatially pulled farther apart from the deindustrialized black working class, the LAPD's Operation Hammer and other anti-gang dragnets that arrested kids at random, entering their names and addresses into an electronic gang roster that is now proving useful in house-to-house searches for riot ringleaders, have fended to criminalize black youth without class distinction. Between 1987 and 1990, the combined sweeps of the LAPD and the County Sheriff's Department ensnared 50,000 suspects. Even the children of doctors and lawyers from View Park and 232. Windsor Hills have had to kiss the pavement and occasionally endure some of the humiliations that the homeboys in the flats face everyday, experiences that reinforce the reputation of the gangs, and their poets laureate, the gangster rappers like Ice Cube and NWA, as the heroes of an outlaw generation. Yet if the riot had a broad social base, it was the participation of the gangs, or, rather, their cooperation, that gave it constant momentum and direction. If the 1965 rebellion was a hurricane, leveling 100 blocks of Central Avenue from Vernon to Imperial Highway, the 1992 riot was a tornado, no less destructive but snaking a zigzag course through the commercial areas of the ghetto and beyond. Most of the media saw no pattern in its path, just blind, nihilistic destruction. In fact, the arson was ruthlessly systematic. By Friday morning, 90% of the myriad Korean-owned liquor stores, markets, and swap meets in South Central LA had been wiped out. Deserted by the LAPD, which made no attempt to defend small businesses, the Koreans suffered damage or destruction to almost 2,000 stores from Compton to the heart of Koreatown itself. One of the first to be attacked, although, ironically, it survived, was the grocery store where 15-year-old Latasha Harlins was shot in the back of the head last year by Korean grocer Sun Ja-do in a dispute over a $1.79 bottle of orange juice. The girl died with the money for her purchase in her hand. Latasha Harlins, a name that was scarcely mentioned on television, was the key to the catastrophic collapse of relations between LA's Black and Korean communities. Ever since white Judge Joyce Carlin let Sunja do off with a $500 fine and some community service, a sentence which declared that the taking of a black child's life was scarcely more serious than drunk driving, some ethnic explosion has been virtually inevitable. The several near riots at the Compton courthouse this winter were early warning signals of the black community's unassuaged grief over the murder of Latasha Harlins. On the streets of South Central Wednesday and Thursday, I was repeatedly told, "This is for our baby sister. This is for Latasha." The balance of grievances in the community is complex. Rodney King is the symbol that links unleashed police racism in Los Angeles to the crisis of black life everywhere, from Las Vegas to Toronto. Indeed, it is becoming clear that the King Learning all illusions 233 case may be almost as much of a watershed in American history as Dred Scott, a test of the very meaning of the citizenship for which African Americans have struggled for 400 years. But on the grassroots level, especially among gang youth, Rodney King may not have quite the same profound resonance. As one of the Inglewood Bloods told me, "Rodney King? Shit, my homies be beat like dogs by the police every day. This riot is about all the homeboys murdered by the police, about the little sister killed by the Koreans. Rodney King just the trigger / at the same time, those who predicted that the next LA riot would be a literal Armageddon have been proved wrong. Despite 1,000-day glow exhortations on the walls of South Central to kill the police, the gangs have refrained from the deadly guerrilla warfare that they are so formidably equipped to conduct. As in 1965, there has not been a single LAPD fatality, and indeed few serious police injuries of any kind. In this round, at least, the brunt of gang power was directed toward the looting and destruction of the Korean stores. If Latasha Harlins is the impassioned pretext, there may be other agendas as well. I saw graffiti in South Central that advocated Day 1, burn them out. Day 2, we rebuild. The only national leader whom most Crips and Bloods seem to take seriously is Louis Farrakhan, and his goal of black economic self-determination is broadly embraced. Farrakhan, it should be emphasized, has never advocated violence as a means to this end. At the Inglewood Gang Summit, which took place on May 5, there were repeated references to a renaissance of black capitalism out of the ashes of Korean businesses. After all, an ex-Crip told me later, we didn't burn our community, just their stores. In the meantime, the police and military occupiers of Los Angeles give no denke to any peaceful, let alone entrepreneurial, transformation of LA's black gang cultures. The ecumenical movement of the Crips and Bloods is their worst imagining, gang violence no longer random but politicized into a black intifada. The LAPD remembers only too well that a generation ago the Watts Rebellion produced a gang piece out of which grew the Los Angeles branch of the Black Panther Party. As if to prove their suspicions, the police have circulated a copy of 234. An anonymous and possibly spurious leaflet calling for gang unity and an eye for an eye. If LAPD hurt a black, we'll kill too. For its part, the Bush administration has federalized the repression in LA with an eye to the spectacle of the president marching in triumph, like a Roman emperor, with captured Crips and Bloods in chains. Thus, the Justice Department has dispatched to LA the same elite task force of federal marshals who captured Manuel Noriega in Panama as reinforcements for LAPD and FBI efforts to track down the supposed gang instigators of the riots. But as a veteran of the 1965 riot said while watching SWAT teams arrest some of the hundreds of rival gang members trying to meet peacefully at Jordan Downs in Watts, that ole fool Bush think we as dumb as Saddam. Send the Marines into Compton and get hisself re-elected. But this ain't Iraq. This is Vietnam, Jack. The Great Fear. A core grievance fueling the Watts Rebellion and the subsequent urban insurrections of 1967–68 was rising black unemployment in the midst of a boom economy. What contemporary journalists fearfully described as the beginning of the Second Civil War was as much a protest against black America's exclusion from the military Keynesian expansion of the 1960s as it was an uprising against police racism and de facto segregation in schools and housing. The 1992 riot and its post-civil progenies must likewise be understood as insurrections against an intolerable political-economic order. As even the Los Angeles Times, main cheerleader for World City L.A., now editorially acknowledges, the globalization of Los Angeles has produced devastating poverty for those weak in skills and resources. Although the $1 billion worth of liquor stores and mini-malls destroyed in LA may seem like chump change next to the $2.6 trillion recently annihilated on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, the burning of ounce probably fits into the same Hegelian niche with the bursting of the bubble economy, not the end of history at the seacoast of Malibu but the beginning of an ominous dialectic on the rim of the Pacific. It was a hallucination in the first place to imagine that the wheel of the world economy could be turned indefinitely by a Himalaya of U.S. trade deficits and a fictitious yen. 235. This structural crisis of the Japan-California CO prosperity sphere threatens, however, to translate class contradictions into inter-ethnic conflict on the national and local level. Culturally distinct middleman groups, ethnic entrepreneurs and the like risk being seen as the personal representatives of the invisible hand that has looted local communities of economic autonomy. In the case of Los Angeles, it was tragically the neighborhood Korean liquor store, not the skyscraper corporate fortress downtown, that became the symbol of a despised New World Order. On their side, the 500,000 Korean Americans in LA have been psychologically lacerated by the failure of the state to protect them against black rage. Indeed, several young Koreans told me that they were especially bitter that the South Central shopping malls controlled by Alexander Hagen, a wealthy contributor to local politics, were quickly defended by police and National Guard, while their stores were leisurely ransacked and burned to the ground. "Maybe this is what we get," a UCLA student said, for uncritically buying into the white middle class's attitude toward blacks and its faith in the police. The prospects for a multicultural reconciliation in Los Angeles depend much less on white knight Peter Uberroth's Committee of Corporate Rebuilders than on a general economic recovery in Southern California. As the Los Angeles Business Journal complained, after noting that LA had lost 100,000 manufacturing jobs over the past 3 years, the riots are like poison administered to a sick patient. Forecasts still under wraps at the Southern California Association of Governments paint a dark future for the land of sunshine, as job growth, slowed by the decline of aerospace as well as manufacturing shifts to Mexico, lags far behind population increase. Unemployment rates, not counting the estimated 40,000 jobs lost from the riot and the uprising's impact on the business climate, are predicted to remain at 8 to 10%, and 40 to 50% for minority youth, for the next generation, while the housing crisis, already the most acute in the nation, will spill over into new waves of homelessness. Thus, the widening divide of income inequality in Los Angeles County, described in a landmark 1988 study by UCLA professor Paul Ong, will become an unbridgeable chasm. Southern. 236. California's endless summer is finally over. Affluent Angelenos instinctively sensed this as they patrolled their Hancock Park estates with shotguns or bolted in their BMWs for white sanctuaries in Orange and Ventura counties. From Palm Springs poolsides they anxiously awaited news of the burning of Beverly Hills by the Crips and Bloods, and fretted over the extra set of house keys they had foolishly entrusted to the Latina maid. Was she now an incendiarist? Although their fears were hysterically magnified, tentacles of disorder did penetrate such sanctums of white life as the Beverly Center and Westwood Village, as well as the Melrose and Fairfax neighborhoods. Most alarmingly, the LAPD's thin blue line, which had protected them in 1965, was now little more than a defunct metaphor, the last of Chief Gates's bad jokes. 1992. Postscript. The embers of April/May 1992 still smolder. Despite delirious declarations that LA is back, there was significantly greater poverty in Los Angeles County in 1999 at the very height of new economy prosperity than in 1992. Since then, unemployment in flatland immigrant neighborhoods has soared while local government, especially the overwhelmed county health system, 40% of the population has no medical coverage, faces the worst fiscal crunch in a generation. Even more ominously, the gang truce movement that preceded the uprising and brought about the social miracle of unity between the Crips and Bloods is dying, just as its organizers long ago predicted, from official hostility and the lack of employment resources. Teenage funerals are once again an almost daily ritual in the neighborhoods that the dot-com boom forgot. City Hall, meanwhile, has heroically ignored the lessons of 1992. During the 8 years of Mayor Richard Riordan's reign, a veritable LA renaissance according to his supporters. Municipal politics was downsized to the two issues. 237. Of paramount concern to the Anglo middle class in the beaches and hills, enlarging the police force and restoring business confidence. More recently, the political agenda has been hijacked by the secessionists in the San Fernando Valley, a motley alliance of exclusionary homeowner associations, Republican businessmen, and some opportunist Latino Democrats. The Valley Confederates are led by the right-wing Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association, the same group that over the years has spearheaded the Jarvis Gan tax rebellion, the original White Riot, organized opposition to school busing, and most recently championed anti-immigrant state Proposition 187. Valley secession is a direct aftershock of the 1992 uprising, a racist attempt to redraw the color line against the new majority. Although Anglos even in the Valley are now only 40% of the population, they remain more than 3/4 of its electorate. Splitting up Los Angeles would allow white homeowners and business interests in the Valley to sustain their political domination for another decade, postponing the inevitable arrival of a majority Latino vote. Secession is white power on artificial life support. It is also a symptom of how little has been conceded to social justice in the last decade. An inequality, as we all know, is Southern California's most famous fire ecology. 2002. Popular sentiment, 1992. 13. Who killed L.A.? A political autopsy. It was the most extraordinary conjuring feat in modern American political history. The spring presidential primary season had barely opened when a volcano of black rage and Latino alienation erupted in the streets of Los Angeles. Elite Marine and Army units fresh from the Gulf War had to be landed to restore order to the bungalows of Compton and Watts. While the world press editorialized apocalyptically about the decline of America, a grim-faced procession of inner-city leaders from Oakland to Bedford-Stuyvesant warned that their neglected neighborhoods too were tinderboxes awaiting a spark. They recalled the 164 major riots, the Second Civil War, some warned at the time, that spread through urban ghettos like wildfire for 3 summers after the original Watts Rebellion in 1965. The presidential candidates, meanwhile, jostled each other for the photo opportunity of squaring their jaws amid the smoking ruins of New Jack City. President Bush found meetings with residents very emotional, very moving, and vowed that government had an absolute responsibility to solve inner-city problems. As the campaign promises flowed like honey, political columnist William Schneider reassured local leaders that hundreds of millions of dollars will be funneled into L.A. The Los Angeles Times, meanwhile, applauded President 240 Bush and the House Democrats for joining together to take swift action to bring relief to the nation's cities too. The city vanishes yet within weeks, and before a single scorched mini-mall had actually been rebuilt, the second Los Angeles riot, as well as the national urban racial crisis that it symbolized, had been virtually erased from political memory banks. The Bush administration's new fervor for urban reform quickly recoiled into glacial indifference. When the U.S. Conference of Mayors, for example, brought 200,000 marchers to the Capitol on May 16 under the banner "Save Our Cities, Save Our Children," White House Press Secretary Martin Fitzwater simply shrugged his shoulders and complained, "I don't know anything about it. We have marches every weekend." The major palliative that Bush offered distressed cities in his stump speeches was an authoritarian weed and seed plan to place job training and community development funds under the jurisdiction of the Justice Department's war on gangs. Vice President Quayle, meanwhile, haughtily advised Mayor Bradley that if he really wanted to rebuild Los Angeles, he should raise money by selling off the city's international airport. Among the Democrats, only Jerry Brown remained an outspoken, if late in the day, advocate of the big city mayors and their constituencies. His defeat in the June California primary ended, for all intents and purposes, further debate on urban poverty or the future of the cities. In the sharpest break yet with New Deal ideology, the 1992 Democratic platform, drafted by Clinton supporters under new rules that eliminated formal amendment and vote-taking, scrapped traditional rhetoric about urban needs in favor of Republican-sounding emphases on capital formation and tax breaks for entrepreneurs. Clinton himself carefully tiptoed around the issues of urban problems and race. Every direct question about the Los Angeles uprising or the city's fiscal crisis was met with neutered technobabble about micro-enterprise zones and infrastructure. Listening to the fall presidential debates, it was almost impossible to avoid the suspicion that all three camps, including Parrot Redux, were acting in cynical concert to exclude a subject that had become mutually embarrassing. The word 241. City, now color-coded and worrisome to the candidate's common suburban heartland, was expunged from the exchanges. Thus the 1,000-pound gorilla of the urban was simply and consensually conjured out of sight. Indeed, if the verdict of the 1992 election is taken seriously, the big cities, once the very fulcrum of the Rooseveltian political universe, have been demoted to the status of a scorned and impotent electoral periphery. For the weary populations of Detroit or Buffalo this may be old news. But in Los Angeles, which until recently had been preoccupied with fantasies of becoming the Byzantium of the Pacific Rim, it was a brutal shock. To the incredulity of local observers, the spring riots proved to be almost non-negotiable political currency outside Southern California. If the white backlash turned out to be more subdued than predicted, there was, symmetrically, very little national sympathy with Los Angeles's problems or its quest for state and federal aid. Its own affluent suburbs helped sabotage a bipartisan urban rescue bill in Congress, while the governor and legislature in Sacramento figuratively burned down the city a second time with billions of dollars of school and public sector cutbacks. Unexpectedly left to their own devices in the thick of the worst economic crisis since 1938, Los Angeles's elites have invested inflated hopes in Rebuild LA, RLA, the corporate coalition headed by Peter Uberroth, the czar of the 1984 Olympics, who was given a virtually messianic mandate by Mayor Tom Bradley to save Los Angeles. When it became clear that the city would not receive any significant aid from either Sacramento or Washington, Uberroth dramatically announced that RLA's corporate sponsors had already pledged more than $1 billion in new investment for Los Angeles's inner-city neighborhoods. RLA was immediately embraced by everyone from Jimmy Carter to The Economist as the paradigm for a new corporate voluntarism that would save declining American and British cities. Quick-witted reporters, however, immediately interviewed Uberroth's corporate Good Samaritans, half of whom emphatically denied making any such commitment. In the eyes of many, RLA was thereby exposed as the philanthropic equivalent of the classic Ponzi scheme, mendaciously pyramiding false promises into purely fictitious community rebuilding. This relentless melting of illusions in the context of the national non-debate. 242. About the urban crisis has left a refractory residue consisting of only the most base elements. In City Hall, for example, substantive discussion of community-level reform has been supplanted by monomaniac anxiety over police preparedness to deal with the new riot that virtually everyone now concedes is probable. Similarly, the current, spring 1993, mayoral race, arguably the most important in the city's history, has been largely reduced to a tawdry auction between competing schemes to lay off public employees in order to afford more cops. Even more depressingly, an embittering competition over shrinking resources, which RLA has only enflamed, has brought the Black and Latino communities to the brink of open street warfare. Local pundits now talk ominously about the city's Yugoslav disease as it balkanizes into intercommunal strife. In sum, the national and local responses to the 1992 Los Angeles uprising have revealed a doom-ridden inertia and shortage of reform resources at every level of the American political system. It is certainly different from 1965, when the Johnson administration steamrolled its huge Model Cities bill through Congress soon after the first Los Angeles riot. From an offshore perspective, moreover, the current situation must seem inscrutable if not incredible. What other affluent nation, much less planetary superpower, would tolerate such high levels of disorder in its second largest city? Is it conceivable that a suburban political majority is actually prepared to write off the future of Los Angeles, and possibly New York? Won't the new Clinton administration have to ride to the rescue? Analysis of the political responses to the uprising reveals the formidable obstacles in the path of any resumption of urban reformism in the 1990s, as revealed by the debacle of riot relief legislation in Washington and Sacramento, where fiscal crisis has been the forcing house of a new anti-urban federalism. On Capitol Hill, Gramm-Rudman, Parrott, and the international bond markets have tied a Gordian knot around urban policy that Clinton probably dare not cut. At the same time, a new version of the old congressional conservative coalition has emerged that unites suburban and rural representatives in both parties against any federal reinvestment in the minority-dominated big cities. Meanwhile, a less visible, but equally consequential, counter-revolution has been taking place on the state level since 1989. Key industrial states, including California, Ohio, Michigan, 243, and Illinois, have radically reduced traditional welfare and educational entitlements with devastating results for their major urban cores. For example, Los Angeles's formerly vaunted school system now compares unfavorably to Mississippi's, while community health standards have fallen to third-world levels. Although nativists have tried to blame last year's disturbances on the impact of promiscuous immigration, it is the accelerated decay of the public sector that best explains the rising tensions between different ethnic communities in Los Angeles and elsewhere. The Republican wilderness. Flying home from Houston on Air Force One the day after his defeat, George Bush had the perverse consolation of vetoing the urban aid bill that he had helped launch 6 months before. Originally designed as a streamlined rescue package for riot-damaged Los Angeles and flood-stricken Chicago that combined federal emergency finance with enterprise zone tax exemptions, the bill had become so grotesquely ornamented with expensive amendments that, according to Bush, it was now just a Christmas tree. He bitterly blamed the Democrats for abandoning Los Angeles to a blizzard of special interest pleadings. 5. In fact, Bush himself had decorated the tree. The White House was directly responsible for attaching most of the ornaments, including amendments to help the urban poor by repealing luxury taxes on boats, planes, furs, and jewelry, as well as new tax breaks for real estate investors. What actually upset Bush most about the final form of the bill was a Democratic rider that proposed ending tax deductions for club dues, an unfair burden on the rich that might be interpreted as a stealth tax increase. Historians may someday debate why the Republicans' callous refusal to help Los Angeles did not provoke a national scandal or at least give the Democrats valuable campaign ammunition. The Clintonians deliberately declined the gift. In its major features, the Bush administration's response to the second Los Angeles riot was an inverted mirror image of the Johnson administration's response to the first. In 1965, the LAPD's Chief Parker, assisted by the National Guard, retained total control over law enforcement while the federal government Pro. 244 provided massive financial aid through its new urban programs. This time around, however, repression was immediately and dramatically federalized, while the rebuilding was left to shoestring local efforts and corporate charity. There is, of course, an eerie indistinguishability in all the military interventions, humanitarian or exterminist, of the Reagan-Bush era. The fuzzy video images of the Marines or 82nd Airborne in the streets of Panama City, Miami, Los Angeles, Grenada, or Mogadishu all look alike, and the prone figures on the ground are always black. But the rapid deployment of federal combat troops to south-central LA was only one leg of the tripod of policies an iron-fisted Bush doctrine for troubled U.S. cities unveiled last May. Wielded into action with equally impressive speed, for example, was an unprecedented task force of federal law enforcement agencies mandated to track down and prosecute riot felonies. The large FBI and INS components of the task force were later reorganized as permanent anti-gang units in line with Attorney General Barr's dictum that the Crips and Bloods, together with criminal illegal aliens, have replaced communism as the major domestic subversive threat. This is also the official legitimation for the third leg of the tripod, the Weed and Seed program that ties neighborhood-level federal spending, the seeds, to active collaboration with the war against the gangs, the weeds. If, in tendency, Weed and Seed prefigures the ultimate absorption of the welfare state by the police state, the parsimony of federal seed money has ensured that the actual results are less dramatic. Non-law enforcement aid to Los Angeles has amounted to scarcely more than smoke and mirrors. A month after the riot, for example, HUD Secretary and presumed 1996 Republican presidential frontrunner, Jack Kemp showed up with a fat press entourage at Nickerson Gardens housing project in Watts to announce that his department was giving Los Angeles $137 million in housing assistance. The national press recorded the local elation at this unexpected windfall, but generally neglected to report the subsequent rage when Kemp's gift turned out to be nothing more than funds already in the pipeline. 6. Likewise, the White House, which had previously blamed the riot on the legacy of the Great Society, established an awesomely named Presidential Task Force on Los Angeles Recovery, headed by obscure Deputy 245 Secretaries of Housing and Education, whose sole function was the repackaging of existing programs as dynamic Bush initiatives. These sleights of hand allowed Republican campaign publicists to portray huge fictitious sums of assistance to Los Angeles when, in fact, the administration was blocking small business loans and food stamps to tens of thousands of needy residents in riot-impacted neighborhoods. According to city officials, fully 60% of eligible riot victims were denied disaster assistance, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency even balked at reimbursing $1 million to the state for establishing disaster application centers. 7. In contrast, affluent Florida suburbs damaged by Hurricane Andrew and seen as crucial to a November Bush victory received massive, fast-tracked relief aid in the end. The White House's only decisive response to Los Angeles's pleas for federal help, apart from Marines and FBI agents, was an audacious scheme to loot the city's major public assets. Behind Dan Quayle's seemingly off-handed remark about selling lax was a concerted effort by advocates of radical privatization to force an urban fire sale. These latter-day privateers were led by Robert Poole Jr., founder of Los Angeles's right-wing Reason Institute, John Girardeau, former counsel to President Reagan's Privatization Commission, and C. Boyden Gray, the chief counsel to President Bush. With Quayle riding roughshod over budget chief Richard Darman's scruples, Bush issued an executive order that paved the way for hard-pressed cities to sell off $220 billion worth of federally financed public works, ranging from sewage treatment plants to turnpikes and airports. An exultant Poole hailed the order as little short of a Magna Carta for privatization. 9. It was also another striking instance of how closely Washington's policy toward the cities has come to resemble the international politics of debt. In the Reagan-Bush era, the big cities have become the domestic equivalent of an insolvent, criminalized third world country whose only road to redemption is a combination of militarization and privatization. Otherwise, the Republicans have been absolutely adamant over the last 12 years in embargoing aid to the cities. Indeed, this de facto war against the cities has been one of the strategic pillars of modern conservative politics, embodying profound electoral and economic objectives. 10. 246. On the one hand, from the moment of victory in 1980, Republican ideologues were urging a Thatcherite offensive against core Democratic constituencies. The American Enterprise Institute, in particular, promoted the win-win logic of blowing up the political infrastructure of the Urban Democratic Party by killing programs like the Urban Development Action Grants, UDAGs, that buy power for people who walk around with a capital D. And by savagely cutting back urban aid, they hope to bury the remains of the Great Society and deepen the schism between black inner-city and white suburban Democratic constituencies. 12. On the other hand, federal disinvestment in the big cities was also supposed to liberate the animal spirits of urban capitalism. As Barnikoff Boyle and Rich point out, this canonical Reagan-era precept, like so many others, was actually incubated in the second half of the Carter administration. It was Carter's Commission for a National Agenda for the 80s that rejected centrally administered national urban policy as inconsistent with the revitalization of the larger national economy. According to the Commission, Washington had to reconcile itself to the decline of older industrial cities and not interfere with the rise of a new post-industrial economy by directly aiding distressed communities. 13. Within the Reagan administration, this resurgent social Darwinism was given an even more implacable edge by Emmanuel Savas, the Assistant Secretary of HUD in charge of policy development. In various articles and official reports, Savas argued that federal urban policy had been a complete failure and that cities had to be weaned, however brutally, from their artificial dependence upon Washington. Casually admitting that not all cities will benefit equally, and some may not benefit at all, Savas, supported by Budget Director David Stockman, advocated a competitive acceptance of the new discipline of the world economy and a thoroughgoing privatization of local government services. It was time for cities to stop being welfare cases and learn to become lean, mean entrepreneurs. Thus the 1982 National Urban Policy Report drafted by Savas envisioned an inter-urban war of all against all, as cities are advised to form partnerships with their private sectors and plan strategically to enhance their comparative advantages relative to other jurisdictions. 14. 247. Returning the cities to the Darwinian or Hobbesian wilderness, however, required massive Democratic complicity. The Republicans shrewdly calculated that Southern and suburban Democrats, given a suitable pretext, were ready to help put the knife in the backs of their big city brethren. Carter, after all, had already frozen urban spending in 1978. This is exactly what happened in 1985–86 when the congressional Democratic leadership allowed general revenue sharing to be killed in committee and exposed urban grants to across-the-board cuts under the Gramm-Rudman deficit reduction process. 15. The stiletto was given another vicious twist in 1988 when 3/4 of Southern Democratic representatives voted to eliminate UDAG in order to finance a major funding increase for NASA's space station. 2 years later, while cutbacks in federal aid were driving cities into their worst financial crisis since the Depression, the House Democratic leadership negotiated a budget compromise with the White House that precluded an urban bailout in the foreseeable future. Although Washington had twice invented fiscal emergencies to sidestep Gramm-Rudman and finance the Gulf War and the S&L bailout, it simply yawned in face of the U.S. Conference of Mayors' urgent plea for a domestic Marshall Plan. 16. Indeed, in passing the Budget Enforcement Act of 1990, with its moratorium on social spending, the Democratic majority abdicated any remaining pretense of committed opposition to the city-killing policies of the Bush administration. It was the last nail in the coffin of the New Deal. The body count. Abandoned by the National Democratic Party to the ill winds of post-industrialism, the big cities have faced massive federal disinvestments at the very moment that deindustrialization and the epidemics of the 1980s, AIDS, crack, homelessness, were imposing immense new financial burdens. In an important study, Demetrius Curley estimates that the 64% cutback in federal aid since 1980 had cost cities $26 billion per year, in constant 1990 dollars. For cities with more than 300,000 inhabitants, the average federal share of the municipal income stream has plummeted from 22% in 1980 to a mere 6% in 1989. 17. 248. Since state aid, nationally averaged, has remained constant at 16%, cities have had to make up the shortfall with local resources, usually very regressive sales taxes and user fees. Table 1 shows the scale of the federal retreat from 10 of the biggest cities. If Los Angeles has endured the steepest decline in budget share, the Republican war on the cities has probably inflicted the greatest absolute damage on Philadelphia and New York. Despite being placed under a virtual receivership by the state legislature, Philadelphia has lurched from one giant deficit to another since 1990. From Harlem to Flatbush, meanwhile, the missing federal aid has spelled the difference between the preservation of New York's Law Guardian legacy and Mayor Dinkins's current doomsday budget with its 20,000 layoffs. Forced to abandon redistributive programs and too broke to pave streets or modernize sewer systems, America's pariah big cities struggle simply to pay their financial creditors and keep a thin blue line of cops in uniform. As Esther Fuchs somberly notes, the coincidence of protracted recession and federal disinvestment ensures that the prospects for urban America in the 1990s are in many ways worse than they were during the Depression era. 18. The figures in Table 1, moreover, may substantially understate the real social impact of the Reagan Revolution on urban finance. As James Fawcett pointed out in a 1984 Brookings Institution study, federal grants and revenue sharing in the 1970s provided a much larger share of cities' operating expenditures than they did of their total budgets inclusive of capital outlays. By this alternative measure, federal aid to Los Angeles, 42% of the operating budget in the peak year of 1978, may have been twice as significant as Table 1 suggests. Even more importantly, federal funds constituted the predominant public resource for many, if not most, poor inner-city neighborhoods. Fawcett estimated, for example, that 91% of federal grants to Los Angeles benefited poor and moderate-income groups. 20. Needless to say, these grants also greased the wheels of community politics. As we shall see later, the Republican dynamiting of the federal aqueduct to the inner cities has forced an important political realignment. Deprived of the funds and patronage that formerly flowed from Washington, many local politicos and organizers drifted back during the 1980s just as they. 249. Reagan ideologues intended to Booker T. Washington-like dependencies on corporate paternalism. Similarly, most community organizations have had to entrepreneurialize themselves and their programs to survive the long drought of federal aid. In sectoral terms, meanwhile, the national urban programs that have feared the most pitiless retrenchment since 1980 have been subsidized housing, -82%, economic development assistance, -78%, and job training, -63%. 21. Again, as ideologically designed, federal aid has been cut off from cities precisely as they have confronted the most wrenching restructuring since the Industrial Revolution. Like the Irish tenantry during the potato famine of the 1840s, the contemporary American urban poor have been doomed by the state's fanatical adherence to laissez-faire dogma. The decline in housing subsidies, for example, has helped put more urban Americans out in the cold than the Great Depression, while the evaporation of job training funds and the termination of the Comprehensive Employment Training Act, CETA, have consigned myriads more to the underground drug economy. The United States is the only major industrial nation to respond to the international competitive regime of the 1980s by ruthlessly eliminating structural adjustment assistance to workers and cities. Federal policy has also pummeled city labor forces in other ways. Since the first 250 wave of urban deindustrialization in the early 1970s, the local public sector and the U.S. military have provided the most important compensatory employment opportunities for Black and Latino workers who, unlike their white counterparts, have been unable to move laterally into new suburban job slots or rise upward into the financial center professional managerial strata. From the mid-1980s, however, the reduction of federal aid has accelerated the wage and workforce downsizing of local government that began tendentially during the tax revolt of 1978–79. The security of city and county employment has been undermined by the massive privatization of everything from sanitation to jails and schools. Take-backs, contracting out, and wage deflation are now as common in the local public sector as they were in the private sector during the 1980s. More recently, the end of Cold War shrinkage of the conventional military has closed the single most important employment option for ghetto and barrio youth. Since 1986, the percentage of young blacks entering the armed forces has plummeted from 20% to 10%, while the overall non-white proportion of the military has fallen from 1/3 in 1979 to just 1/4 today. 22 minorities have also suffered disproportionately from the closure of domestic military bases, like San Bernardino's Norton Air Force Base, the largest employer of blacks in Southern California's Inland Empire. But Washington's culpability in the current urban crisis extends far beyond the mere cut-off of financial aid. The Republicans have also blown up city budgets by deliberately shifting the costs of many national problems onto Democrat-dominated localities. They have imposed mandates to provide new services without providing additional funding. New York and Los Angeles, for example, are the principal ports of entry for the greatest immigration wave since the early 1900s, but the Bush administration has refused to pay them, or their state governments, the compensatory funds promised under the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1988, IRCA. Although several Southern California-based studies have shown that immigrants, undocumented as well as legal, contribute more in taxes than they consume, the federal government siphons off the net surplus via payroll taxes, leaving cities and counties with substantial deficits for services provided. Not surprisingly, this federal refusal to reimburse local government for its 251 role in national immigration policy only exacerbates anti-immigrant prejudice at a local level, which is then politically harvested by nativists and conservatives. The war on drugs, of course, is the other Reagan-Bush initiative that has imposed crushing costs upon cities. Editorially endorsing the findings of a recent Rand Corporation report that examined the Los Angeles riots in the context of national policy, the Los Angeles Times conceded that the war on drugs had devastated minority communities without significantly impairing narcotics distribution. 23. The Rand researchers had shown that the exponential increase in drug offenders arrested, over 1 million every year, and imprisoned was simply money and lives wasted. Despite federal subsidies to local law enforcement, the criminalization of drug use is accumulating huge long-term social costs that will fall primarily on insolvent city and county governments. 24. Finally, as Table 2 demonstrates, the Reagan-Bush era's various anti-urban policies, combined with huge tax subsidies to suburban retail and office development, have opened a new chasm of inequality between core cities and their suburban rings. Over the last decade, traditional urban areas have lost a staggering 30% of their job base, while suburbs have seen employment soar by 25% or 25% in some cases. Like Washington, D.C., the outer suburbs have accumulated 15 times more per capita tax capacity than their dying cores. 26. A new, often startling, economic geometry has emerged as corporate headquarters and business services, following factories and shopping malls, have relocated to the high-rise nodes strung like pearls on outer freeway rings, 20 to 75 miles from the old urban centers. The new spatial apartheid. Much of what Joel Garreau and other authors have celebrated as the rise of the edge city, the biggest change in 100 years in how we build cities. 28 is the artifact of the vastly different federal policies toward metropolitan centers and peripheries. While Reaganism was exiling core cities into the wilderness, it was smothering suburban commercial developers and renegade industrialists with tax breaks and subsidies. Most of the capital gains windfall of the 1980s that was supposed to technologically rearm corporate America for competition in the world market was actually siphoned into a vast overbuilding of office and retail space along the circumferential beltways and intercity corridors. Or, put another way, the spatial trickle-down from national economic growth that Savas and Stockman promised would eventually return to the chastened, entrepreneurial city has actually been centrifuged off to Edgeland. In effect, these policies have also subsidized white flight and metropolitan resegregation. In the ideal world of neoclassical economics, the best option for workers in decaying, uncompetitive center cities is simply to follow the migration of jobs to the new edge cities. This is, of course, exactly what millions of white urbanites have done since the ghetto uprisings of the late 1960s. Table 3, AC, summarizes the ethnic recomposition of the 14 cities, 24 million people, that constitute the cores of the 10 largest U.S. metropolitan regions, 76 million people. At slightly greater magnification, it is possible to make important further distinction between the urban itineraries of whites, blacks, Latinos, and other groups. To take Los Angeles as an example, almost the entire white working class of the older Southeast Industrial Belt, some 250,000 people, moved to the job-rich suburban fringe during the 1970s and early 1980s. 30 they were replaced by 328,000 Mexican immigrants, primarily employed in non-union manufacturing and service jobs. Indeed, in Los Angeles the counterpoint to the Latinization of manual labor has been the virtual disappearance of traditional Anglo blue-collar strata from the urban core. A cartoon of the city's resident workforce would depict a white professional managerial elite, a black public sector workforce, an 253 Asian petty bourgeoisie, and an immigrant Latino proletariat. Table 4 shows the distribution of political power that has accompanied that shift in urban ethnic composition. Although second and third generation Mexican Americans do not move as freely within the Southern California Metro C as working class or middle class Anglos, their mobility rate is surprisingly high. One of the major ethnic political shifts of the last decade, for instance, has been the explosion of Chicano political power in the suburban San Gabriel Valley east of Los Angeles. African Americans, by contrast, have been trapped in place in Los Angeles, as elsewhere in urban America. Dramatic figures that purport to show the suburbanization of Black Los Angeles primarily represent the territorial expansion of the traditional South Central ghetto into adjacent, but separately incorporated cities, for example, Linwood on the east, Inglewood and Hawthorne on the west, and Carson on the south. When this quotient of ghetto shift is deducted from 1990 census figures, what remains of black suburbanization in Southern California is a mono-trend movement to blue-collar suburbs, principally Fontana, Rialto, and Moreno Valley, in the Inland Empire of western San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Certainly this is a significant phenomenon, and there are indications that the black exodus to the Inland Empire may have accelerated since last spring's rebellion. But it must be emphasized that black flight has been restricted to a handful of outer suburbs with dramatic deficits in their jobs-to-housing ratios. Compared not only to blue-collar whites, but especially to Chicanos, there has been, at best, only a desultory diffusion of blacks within Southern California's wider housing and job markets. The color bar, in other words, remains alive and well in Southern California's growth pole exurbs like Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, Temecula, Irvine, Laguna Hills, and Rancho Bernardo. Between 1972 and 1989, Los Angeles's suburban rim gained more than 2 million new jobs while its black population languished at less than 2%. Blacks are 1% of Los Angeles County's population as a whole. 31 Whatever the precise combination of class and racial discrimination involved, African Americans have been systematically excluded from the edge city job boom. Conversely, they have become as a result more dependent than ever on center city public employment, the cornerstone of the black communal economy. 255. With minimal nuance or exception, this pattern of spatial apartheid, often, mistakenly, called spatial mismatch, has been recapitulated in every metropolitan area in the United States during the 1980s. In the Bay Area, for instance, San Francisco's financial industry has ignored black-governed Oakland's desperate efforts to attract white-collar employment, preferring instead to export tens of thousands of back-office jobs over the Berkeley Hills to the white edge cities of Contra Costa County. Greater Atlanta and Detroit, meanwhile, vie with each other for the distinction of being the most perfect urban donut, black in the deindustrialized center, lily white on the job-rich rim. The suburban majority. The age of the edge city, then, is the culmination of a racial sorting out process. This has had two epical political consequences. First, the semantic identity of race and urbanity within U.S. political discourse is now virtually complete. Just as during the ethno-religious Kulturkampf of the early 20th century when big city was a euphemism for the teeming papist masses, so today it equates with a black Latino underclass. Contemporary debates about the city as about drugs. 256. And crime are invariably really about race. Conversely, as Jesse Jackson always underlines, the fate of the urban public sector has become central to the survival agenda of Black America. Second, 1992 was the watershed year when suburban voters and their representatives became the political majority in the United States. They had already been a majority of the white electorate since at least 1980. The politics of suburbia, notes Fred Siegel in a recent article in Dissent, are not so much Republican as anti-urban. And even more anti-black than anti-urban. 32 Racial polarization, of course, has been going on for generations across the white picket fence border between the suburb and the city. But the dramatic suburbanization of economic growth over the last decade, and the increasing prevalence of strictly rim-to-rim commutes between job and home, have given these bourgeois utopias, as Fishman calls them, unprecedented political autonomy from the crisis of the core cities. 33 And vice versa, the ascendance of the suburban electorate to virtual majority status, has empowered them, to address basic social service needs through local suburban government and the locally generated revenues, and to further sever already weak ties to increasingly black urban constituencies. 34. This, in turn, has greatly simplified the geography of partisan politics. Republican Party affiliation is now a direct function of distance away from urban centers. 35 core cities, for their part, have helplessly watched the reapportionment of their once decisive political clout in national politics. Since Jimmy Carter, their representation in Congress has declined from 1/4 to 1/5 of House seats. In presidential politics, the high water mark of big city power was undoubtedly the election of 1960, when the Daley machine resurrected the dead to provide John Kennedy's winning margin over Richard Nixon. In those days Chicago mobilized 40% of Illinois votes, today it turns out only 25%. Likewise, the capture of decisive majorities in the 20 largest cities was once tantamount to owning the White House. But, as Carter, Mondale, and Dukakis each demonstrated, it was possible to sweep the urban cores and be crushed in the suburbs by the defection of so-called Reagan Democrats, a stratum largely consisting of blue-collar and lower-middle-class white refugees from the cities. 257. The Clinton campaign was, of course, the culmination of a decade-long battle by suburban and Southern Democrats to wrest control of the Democratic Party away from labor unions, big city mayors, and civil rights groups. In the aftermath of the Mondale debacle in 1984, Clinton joined with Bruce Babbitt, Charles Robb, and other Sun Belt governors to establish the Democratic Leadership Council, DLC, as a competing power center to the Democratic National Committee, DNC. The DLC's principal goals were to marginalize Jesse Jackson, the champion of the urban poor, roll back intra-party reforms, take control of the DNC, and nominate a candidate who could challenge Reaganism in its own crabgrass heartland. Clinton's genius has been his skill at pandering to the DLC stereotype of the Reagan Democrat. From his electrocution of a brain-damaged black convict on the eve of the New York primary to his sudden speech impediment faced with the word city, Clinton was programmed to reassure white suburbanites at every opportunity that he was not soft on crime, friendly with the underclass, or tolerant of big city welfare expenditures. This implicitly anti-black, anti-urban theme music was played in continuous refrain to his promises to reinvest in middle-class economic and educational mobility while continuing to defend George Bush's New World Order. Despite the clarity of the essential Clinton message, his victory has spawned strange hopes and misguided interpretations. Like the pathetic paupers in Port-au-Prince who were reported to have organized a cargo cult around Clinton in the mistaken belief that he would open America's golden door to the Haitian masses, a jubilant gaggle of Rust Belt mayors, community developers, and MEM bears of the Congressional Black Caucus have cheered the Bush defeat as the dawning of a New Deal. Some, perhaps, have become intoxicated with Arthur Schlesinger's oft-repeated assurance that the great wheel of American politics was again turning, inexorably, from right to left. Others may have been hallucinating on the even stranger idea, sprouted in DSA circles, that Clinton is actually a stealth social democrat committed to a huge Keynesian expansion of education and healthcare entitlements. 36 In any event, there is virtually no evidence that President Clinton is the man. 258. Curian candidate of a largely invisible American social democracy. Nor, for that matter, is there evidence that the 1992 election has actually moved the country back toward anything resembling pro-city New Deal liberalism. As MIT's Walter Dean Burnham has frequently pointed out, Schlesinger's mythical wheel of U.S. politics no longer moves at all, but is stuck, semi-permanently in a center-right position that corresponds to our current post-partisan, suburbanized political system. 37 Most important, there is no obvious reason why a campaign carefully designed to de-emphasize the cities should deliver a president suddenly fixed on their needs. In the aftermath of the Los Angeles Rebellion, neither Businessweek nor the National Journal could locate a significant dividing line between the Clinton and Bush approaches to urban policy. 38 Senior Clinton advisor Will Marshall, president of the DLC's Progressive Policy Institute, conceded that there was very little difference over the central idea, while his Republican counterpart, Heritage Foundation Domestic Policy Director Stuart Butler, saw no conceptual difference between Clinton and Bush. On the rare occasions when either candidate dealt with urban issues, each used the same debased rhetoric of empowerment to espouse enterprise zones, school vouchers, privatization of public housing, and workfare not welfare. 39 Nor, in the months since the election, have flowers suddenly blossomed in Cabrini Green or the South Bronx. Attempting to present New York's woes before the Clinton transition ream, Congressman Charles Rangel of Harlem complained that they listen and they say nothing. Not surprisingly, since the transition team's Bible, the Progressive Policy Institute's Mandate for Change, omits cities altogether from its 14 topic chapter headings. 40 For his part, new housing and urban development secretary Henry Cisneros may have aroused great expectations among the cargo cult crowd, but so far he has only promised to work from existing funds, refloat federal enterprise zone legislation, and preserve weed and seed, which he described as an important program. 41. Congress, meanwhile, gives little sign that it will challenge a Bush-Clinton continuum of urban neglect. A post-election Gallup poll of Democratic members of the new House revealed that aid to cities was ranked a miserable 13th out 259. Of 18 issues, housing was ranked last. 42 Let us suppose for the sake of argument, however, that escalating urban unrest, perhaps sparked by another Los Angeles riot, forces Clinton as it did an equally reluctant Richard Nixon in 1969 to attempt to address some of the underlying urban contradictions. Could he actually mobilize the political and budgetary resources to save the cities? It is hard to see how. The forecast for any resumption of urban reformism is quite bleak as long as federal discretionary spending is weighted in chains by the deficit, parrot voters, and a white-collar recession. Lemmings in polyester. The chief legacy of the Reagan-Bush era, of course, is the $2 trillion cost of winning the Cold War. A generation's worth of public investment, probably the fiscal equivalent of several New Deals, was transformed into stealth bombers and nuclear armadas, financed by the most regressive means imaginable, huge tax cuts for the rich and rampant offshore borrowing. Bipartisan politics then added another $500 billion to bail out wealthy investors from the savings and loan debacle. Spent on cities and human resources, these immense sums would have remade urban America into the land of ounce instead of the wasteland it has become. The social burden of servicing this deficit may be measured by comparison to the annual combined budgets of America's 50 largest cities. In 1980, the interstate payments on the federal debt were twice as large as the aggregate big city budgets. Today they are 6 times larger. Alternately, the $300 billion 1990 deficit was simply equal to the annual interest cost on a federal debt soaring toward $5 trillion. 43 Keynesians, pointing to much higher per capita debts elsewhere in the OECD world, may argue that it is ridiculous to allow the deficit to become an absolute fetter on national growth or urban reinvestment. But the deficit is not merely a figure on a balance sheet, it is also the major strategic weapon of the right. It is the Archimedean lever that the conservative coalition in Congress has used to dismantle the citizenship entitlements of the urban and rural poor, and it is the 260. Structural guarantee, via Gramm-Rudman and the 1990 Budget Treaty, that the Reagan Revolution is irreversible. As Guy Molyneux has eloquently argued, the deficit warriors' call for shared sacrifice is a truly Orwellian inversion of political language where spending on cities is pandering to special interests and rough choices means more austerity for the poor. 44 The most Orwellian voice in American politics, of course, speaks in a just plain folks East Texas drawl. Clinton may continue to snub Ross Perot, but the diminutive billionaire's shadow, magnified by the international bond markets, looms enormous over the new administration. Perot's achievement has been to create an unprecedented populist crusade, 19 million strong, around the thesis that the deficit, not the decline of the cities or the plight of the poor, is the epical issue facing ordinary Americans. Like lemmings in polyester, millions of his followers vow to walk off the cliffs of a major depression in order to balance the federal checkbook. Parrott is also the gatekeeper to any political realignment. Clinton won the election because Parrott stole Bush's vote in the edge cities, retirement communities, and high-tech belts. See Table 5. By himself, Clinton got a 3% smaller share of the popular vote than even Dukakis in 1988. The strategic focus of his administration, therefore, will be winning over the Parrott voters in the suburbs, who, surveys have shown, overwhelmingly favor tax cuts and less government spending, especially on the urban poor. 45. Not surprisingly, the Clinton cabinet is top-heavy with deficit hawks and admirers of Reagan's new federalism. In particular, the combination of Leon Panetta, time to make sacrifices cut, not raise public spending etc., and Alice Rivlin in the Office of Management and Budget is the moral equivalent of having Parrott himself in the cabinet. 46. Finally, the hope that Clinton will shower the cities with some of his proposed $220 billion investment budget, infrastructure, technology, and education, is perhaps the crudest mirage of all. As much a subsidy to huge Wall Street municipal bond merchants like Goldman Sachs and Company, whose chairman, Robert Rubin, is now Clinton's economic security chief as to localities, the fast-shrinking investment budget is primarily targeted on costly rail, optical fiber, and interstate highway projects that will benefit Parrott voters in the suburbs and the 261 traditional highway lobby of state officials, contractors, and white-dominated construction trades. Ironically, this is the one arena of domestic expenditure, presumably because it is most dear to the hearts of gridlocked suburbanites, that least needs additional federal investment. Reagan and Bush may have decimated urban housing and job training funds, but they wisely left the freeways alone. The 1983 Highway Act is still generating major road construction, while the 1991 Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act has allocated $155 billion over the next 6 years for rail transit, including Los Angeles's Pharaonic subway system. 48. If the big city mayors and the Congressional Black Caucus attempt to divert any of this investment toward urgent inner-city needs, for example, schools, affordable housing, environmental cleanup, and public space, they will face unprecedented battles with the suburbs. The current downturn is the worst white-collar recession since the 1930s. Hundreds of thousands of middle-managers, computer programmers, bookkeepers, and salespeople have tumbled out of their safe nests in bank skyscrapers and corporate front offices. They have been joined by regiments of redundant defense workers, aerospace engineers, ZNL 262, and skilled construction workers. For the first time, the new edge cities are feeling some of the pain of the older cities, and the competition for resources has become exceptionally intense. No one better appreciates the internal logic of these redistributional struggles in the shadow of deficit than Richard Darman, Bush's outgoing budget director. At a press conference called to present Clinton with the unwanted gift of a huge prospective increase in the deficit, an almost gleeful Darman reminded the new administration that it was the prisoner of the Reagan-Bush past. It was impossible for Clinton, he emphasized, to simultaneously deal with the deficit and implement his investment program without taking the politically suicidal curse of taxing the middle class or reducing their Social Security and Medicare entitlements. Thus the Clinton campaign promises were so much rubbish, and the only electorally safe option for the Democrats, as for the Republicans, was to continue to blast away at the big cities and urban poor. The political system has accepted the reforms that affect the poor. But it has not accepted the reforms that affect the rich. Nor, more importantly, has it accepted reforms, by and large, that affect the broad middle, and that is half the budget. Where you've got 60 million adults who are beneficiaries of broad middle-class entitlement programs, that's a lot of voters. 49 Poor law states. In the dark days of the early Reagan administration, many big cities looked toward the new light they thought they saw shining from their state houses. The federal retrenchment in domestic policy, which, as we have seen, actually began with Carter in 1978, opened the way for state governments to assume a more dynamic role in urban finance and local economic development. The California legislature, for example, organized a major fiscal rescue for cities, counties, and school districts threatened by the combined disasters of Proposition 13, the Jarvis-Gann tax amendment, and federal cutbacks. Michigan and Massachusetts compensated for the absence of a national industrial strategy by enrolling their stricken urban areas into ambitious state-level development programs, while 263 other states assumed higher-profile roles in funding local education. 50 aggregate state expenditures, only 60% of the federal budget during Lyndon Johnson's presidency, drew almost equal to the Bush budget in 1990, $1 trillion versus $1.1 trillion. 51 By the late 1980s, the big Washington and New York policy institutes, from Brookings to the Committee for Economic Development, were abuzz with talk of this extraordinary state renaissance. 52 conservative advocates of states' rights complained bitterly about the powers that had been left to liberals in state houses, while progressives speculated optimistically about the future of Keynesianism in 1, 2, 3, many states. But the illusion that the worst of Reaganism could be halted at the state line, or that the states could replace Washington as the saviors of the city, was sustained only by the relative fiscal autonomy of the richer states amid the bicoastal boom of the mid-1980s. The new economic role of the poor states had been confined in most instances, like Clinton's Arkansas, to becoming better salesmen of tax advantages and cheap non-union labor. The onset of a new recession in 1990 kicked out the props from underneath this overhyped renaissance of the states and exposed the real underlying damage done by more than a decade of federal cuts. With state-funded Medicaid and unemployment costs soaring, the Bush administration poached on states' fiscal capacity by raising federal excise taxes on gas, tobacco, and alcohol. Other traditional state tax resources were put off bounds by Proposition 13 and its progeny across the country. Meanwhile, the war on drugs was becoming literally a domestic Vietnam as out-of-control prison budgets sucked up larger portions of states' operating funds. 53 With no one left to bail them out, the state houses now followed the city halls into the fiscal black hole excavated by the Republicans in Washington. The result, according to the principle of suburbs first in the lifeboat, cities and poor last, has been the dramatic reduction, even elimination, of cash and medical assistance to the urban poor. The welfare systems of an entire stratum of traditionally progressive, industrial states whose names still resound like a roll call vote for FDR: Illinois, Michigan, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Minnesota, as well as Ohio and Oregon, have been leveled downward to the meanness. 264. Of Mississippi and Arkansas. Nominally Democratic legislatures have radically reduced medical coverage, slashed cash payments, and tightened the eligibility and duration of benefits. In the most extreme case, Michigan general assistance has been abolished, and unemployed single adults and childless couples are left without any income or medical safety net whatsoever. Maryland has also purged its relief rolls of everyone but the disabled and the very elderly, while Ohio, Minnesota, and Illinois have time-limited assistance payment regardless of hardship or economic climate. Massachusetts, meanwhile, has reduced eligibility for the disabled, and Oregon has excluded hospitalization. 54 similar measures are close to passage in New York, New Jersey, and, as we shall see, in California. One study suggests that at least 40 states are currently weighing a reduction in welfare benefits to children. 55 Like serial murders, the example of one state cutting benefits has spurred others to emulate the same foul deed. Meanwhile, the current debate in most state houses is fully up to date with the 1830s Poor Law Reform and the Reverend Mathis. In the face of bipartisan abuse against the welfare underclass, advocates of the poor have tried to point out the relentless attrition of income maintenance standards. Both the minimum wage and the median state welfare, AFDC, benefit have lost 40% of their real value, in inflation-adjusted dollars, since 1970, while the median welfare benefit for a family of 3 now barely equals 1/3 of the poverty threshold. 56. And, in contrast to the demonology of a welfare system rife with cheats and layabouts, more than 28% of the population living below the poverty line receives no public aid at all. 57 But such statistics make little headway these days in Lansing, Columbus, or Sacramento. In an important article, John Begala and Carol Bethel argue that the current legislative attack on the poor is driven by the same force alluded to earlier, the competitive pressure of anxious middle-income voters, including displaced workers in manufacturing and laid-off second-income wage earners. The struggle is not about the moral economy of welfare, but about the political precedence of suburbs and the entitlements of the middle class. In Michigan, for example, this has taken the form of a cruel war of Detroit's white suburbs. 265. Against the unemployed population in the black core city. In a typical exchange, one suburban legislator suggested that if Detroit's jobless were unhappy with the abolition of general assistance, they could move to sunny California, to stylish New York, or, if they like winter sports, to Minnesota. 59 Although the relationship between state and local governments has deteriorated to maybe the lowest level anyone can remember, state houses have been able to legislate this new, Dickensian immiseration without facing mass revolt in the cities. 60 Shrewd governors and legislative majority leaders have learned to cut Faustian bargains with city, and especially county, authorities. In exchange for acceding to state welfare cuts and tax poaching, for example, the localities are legislatively released from their mandates to provide certain essential services like relief and medical care for the indigent. The hit, as legislators and other hired assassins like to say, is passed directly onto the street, and inner-city property owners are conscripted to common cause with the suburbs. A bonfire of rights. The ultimate casualty of this current wave of state legislative attacks on the urban poor may be the tenability of belief in common citizenship itself. Whether in the name of the budget or the war on drugs, social and economic rights that were won through generations of hard-fought struggle are now routinely abridged or even abolished. Not since the end of Reconstruction have so many Americans faced such a drastic devaluation of their citizenship as do urban communities of color today. And no recent sequence of government actions has set this bonfire of rights in more stark relief than the events in Sacramento since the Rodney King verdict. While the cinders of South Central were still warm, Art Torres, the liberal state senator from East Los Angeles, submitted 2 bills to the California legislature for urgent consideration. One bill simply funded emergency relief for Los Angeles with the same temporary sales tax increase that had been used in 1989 to aid the Bay Area after the Loma Prieta earthquake. The other bill took a small step toward acknowledging the existence of the police brutality that had sparked the riots by establishing a standardized citizen complaint process and a statewide 266 data bank. Neither bill was envisioned as controversial. To Torres's consternation, however, both bills were quickly incinerated in a suburban anti-LA backlash, orchestrated by the powerful law enforcement lobby. Equal treatment for riot and earthquake victims was dismissed out of hand by Senate Republican leader Ken Matty, Fresno, who snidely observed to Torres that there was not the same kind of outpouring of sentiment for Los Angeles 61. Meanwhile, Torres's modest proposal for state invigilation of police abuse, a barometer of the capital's attitude toward Rodney King's near-lynching, was killed and replaced by 4 criminal bills authored by the Senate Majority Leader, David Roberti, Hollywood. Roberti, who over the course of the summer would emerge as Republican Governor Pete Wilson's fifth column in the Democratic Party, proposed an alternative message to the inner city. He wanted to ban prohibition for convicted looters, increase the sentence for firebombing from 7 to 9 years, extend the deadlines for arraignment, and offer state rewards for the arrest of looters. His bills passed handily. While the Senate was venting its spleen, the entire legislature was embroiled in an epic debate on the future of California that came to overshadow the riots. Caught between Proposition 13 and the worst recession since 1938, the state budget was $6 billion in the red, with the prospect of even larger deficits in the future. The Democrats, under the leadership of Roberti and House Speaker Willie Brown, a black corporate lawyer from San Francisco, initially proposed to increase taxes for millionaires, close some egregious loopholes, and roll over the rest of the deficit until the economy recovered. Republican Governor Wilson, on the other hand, blamed the recession on labor and the poor and wanted to make deep, permanent cuts in family assistance, medical care, and higher education. In exchange for releasing county governments from their health and welfare mandates, he also proposed to end Sacramento's Proposition 13 bailout of local government. In a state whose post-war prosperity had been generated by its traditionally high levels of investment in education and public services, Wilson advocated a draconian, Michigan-style retrenchment. By the beginning of the summer, the Democrats had capitulated almost 267 totally. After a behind-the-scenes blitz by the Chamber of Commerce and the oil and real estate lobbies, the Sons of the People led by Willie Brown abandoned their feeble attempts to raise taxes on the rich and close corporate tax loopholes. Ignoring a report on the state's children that showed youth unemployment and homicide rates soaring in tandem, the House Democrats instead unveiled their own budget plan, which the Los Angeles Times described as offering even deeper cuts in state services than Wilson proposed. 62. A prominent Democratic assemblyman told his Republican colleagues, "Why don't you just declare victory and go home?" 63. In retrospect, it is hard to say what was more astonishing, the Democrats' phony war and abject surrender, or Wilson's subsequent refusal to declare victory and go home. Ostensibly the budget crisis dragged on through the summer, forcing the state to pay its bills with ease, because the governor dogmatically continued to insist on deep education cuts, which the Democrats, heavily financed by teachers' organizations, could not afford to accept. Speaker Brown, as local officials from Los Angeles seeking riot relief discovered to their horror, wanted to sacrifice aid to the cities instead. In fact, the two sides were playing different games for unequal stakes. The Democrats, dominated by a neoliberal, lobbyist-fed majority, simply wanted to deflect as much pain as possible away from their core suburban constituencies, whose major concerns were taxes, transportation, and education, not welfare or urban development. They consoled their consciences by proposing trippers that would restore cut programs and reduce the suffering of the poor once the recession ended and pork barrel days returned. The governor, on the other hand, was playing hardball, that is to say, straight GIC politics against the Democrats' softball. Under siege from the aptly named caveman of his own right wing, Wilson, no more Mr. Nice Guy, had decided to abandon bipartisan compromise for ideological confrontation. Like Reagan in 1980, he aimed to permanently shrink the welfare role of the state and fragment the traditional Democratic coalition. He was intransigent about the budget because he was determined to force the Democrats to betray their edu-Catian allies and concede the structural permanence of the cutbacks. Moreover, 268. When Speaker Brown evoked the transience of the recession, the governor talked about the inevitability of demographics. In the summer-long budget battle, which finally ended with the brunt of the cuts, as Speaker Brown wanted, shifted from education to local government, Wilson repeatedly quoted from two official Bibles. One was the report of the Governor's Commission on Competitiveness, chaired by Peter Uberroth and released on the eve of the riots, that blamed California's economic malaise and the flight of capital on overregulation and excessive taxing of business. The other was a 1991 Department of Finance report, California's Growing Taxpayer Squeeze, which warned that immigrants and welfare mothers were multiplying more rapidly than taxpayers. Wilson's intellectual originality was to synthesize the two reports into a single demonic vision of white middle-class breadwinners and entrepreneurs under siege by armies of welfare leeches and illegal immigrants, aided and abetted by public sector unions and Sacramento Democrats. The Los Angeles riots made the images more vivid and colored in the faces of the enemy. Actually, California's ongoing structural deficit is nothing more than the bill finally come due for Proposition 13, which in 1978 cut back and froze the property tax rolls. According to figures in a recent study by the Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations, ACIR, the deficit would disappear if California, 29th in national tax effort, simply taxed property owners at the average national rate. With 6% more fiscal capacity per capita, Pete Wilson's Golden State demands 38% less taxation per capita than Mario Cuomo's New York. 64 Wilson repeatedly evoked this demographic scenario, with its racist and nativist undertones, to justify his radical surgery on the state's public sector. Regulations, entitlements, taxes, and public employment had to shrink permanently, while the parasitic welfare class had to be driven off the dole. The governor drafted a ballot initiative to slash payments and caseloads. In fact, Wilson was building with the Democratic majority's complicity an economic atomic bomb to drop on the state's poorer communities, above all the barrios and ghettos of Los Angeles, Oakland, and the Central Valley cities. 269. Although neither the governor nor the Democrats dwelled on the fact, the deficit bomb was primarily designed to hurt children who, after all, comprise fully 2/3 of the welfare underclass and half of the immigrants. And like an actual nuclear device, it will continue to inflict damage on them for generations, since it entails a permanent reduction of education, health, and welfare entitlements. The kids of the new immigrants and people of color, now a majority in the state's primary schools, will not be allowed the same opportunities and privileges enjoyed by previous generations of Californians. Citizenship is being downsized. In the course of the most ignoble summer in modern California history, when budget deficits were used to justify every manner of inhumanity, one veteran legislator confessed his despair to a reporter: "Is state government turning its back on the poor?" Yes. Is the Democratic Party turning its back on the poor? Yes. I don't like it, but the fact is that most people up here don't share my values. If poor people starve on the street, they don't care. Any budget we pass is going to wreak havoc on the poor. 65. 1992. 14. Fear and loathing in Compton. This sad-ass town has been dissed to death. Everybody wants to stab Compton in the back. Ricky Miller and I are cruising Compton Boulevard. The full moon slung low over some elderly palm trees bathes the tired 1950s landscape of America's most notorious city in a cold white light. The neighborhoods to the north of the boulevard are largely Crips territory, those to the south, predominantly Piru, Bloods, land. There has been an unsteady gang truce since 1992. It doesn't look much like the Boys and the Hood phantasmagoria depicted in MTV videos. It is a hot summer evening, and the quiet streets are mostly empty. Ricky, 34, is a local rap producer and community activist. He was, as he puts it, raised up heart and soul in Compton. He wears a jagged row of stitches above his left eye, where a cop recently walloped him with a steel flashlight. Compton Boulevard used to run clean to the beach, until we became known as the gangsta rap capital of the universe. Now all these little shit-scared cities west of here, Gardena, Hawthorne, Lawndale, and Redondo Beach, have changed the name to Marine Avenue. Nobody can claim Compton now or give it any respect except for us. We might as well be Haiti. The comparison with Haiti strikes a strange chord, Compton being the only American city ever invaded and occupied by the Marines. This occurred during 276. The riots in April 1992, when 43 stores were burned and several people died. South Central LA, of course, was supersaturated with media, but hardly anyone bothered to drive the extra mile south of Watts to Compton. Thus few people outside the hub city understand that this was the first time that the black poor looted and burned the property of the black bourgeoisie on any large scale. Damage estimates run as high as $100 million. Compton, the oldest black majority-governed city west of the Mississippi, also claims the unhappy distinction of having criminalized more of its youth than any other place on the planet. Indeed, Compton Police Department statistics portray a gang membership rate greater than 100%. That, at least, is the peculiar quotient that arises from dividing the number of Compton gang members kept on the police database, 10,435, in 40 Black, Latino, and Samoan sets by the actual number of 15 to 25-year-old males recorded by the 1990 census as living in Compton, 8,558. Perhaps Crips moonlight as Bloods and vice versa? To complete a cruel litany, Compton, with a population of 91,600, also has a school district singled out by the National Education Association as horrible, a homicide rate usually higher than Detroit's or Washington's, the highest school dropout rate in California, and Los Angeles County's highest property tax and unemployment rates. Moreover, during the past 18 months, Compton has experienced something akin to a complete meltdown of its governing institutions. Early last year, its former chief of police pleaded no contest to stealing from a fund for undercover drug buys that was kept locked in his office. A bit later, the president of Compton Community College was fired after an audit revealed that nearly $500,000 earmarked for low-income students had been improperly spent on clothing, office furniture, carpeting, and nepotistic stipends for administrators' relatives. That July, the bankrupt and scandal-ridden Compton Unified School District was placed under receivership by the state for failing to maintain minimum education standards. Then on July 29 of this year, a local television station broadcast an amateur videotape of a slightly built Latino teenager being battened and stomped by a ton-us African-American Compton cop. Immediately compared to the Rodney King 277 case, the beating of 17-year-old Felipe Soltero has become a lightning rod for accumulated Latino grievances against Compton's black political elite. Have the oppressed now decided to become the oppressors? Demanded a prominent Latino activist in a city that demographers estimate has a 51% Spanish surname majority. 2 weeks later, an even larger piece of the sky fell on Compton Boulevard. Freshman Congressman Walter Tucker III, the talented and handsome scion of a political dynasty known locally as the Kennedys of Compton, was indicted by a federal attorney for extortion and tax evasion. While mayor in 1991–92, Tucker is alleged to have accepted $30,000 in bribes and demanded $250,000 more from the promoters of a huge solid waste incinerator. The project was eventually defeated by militant community opposition. The FBI's 2-year investigation of City Hall is expected to yield indictments of other locally prominent politicians and developers. No one yet has any idea how many skeletons in the closet the feds may have discovered. According to the Sentinel, L.A. County's major black newspaper, council member Bernice Woods supposedly told a federal grand jury that everybody in the city of Compton was a crook, but me. The color blue. For Ricky Miller, this growing burden of negativity, so much scandal and corruption was all the more reason to be proud that he lived on the same street with Clarence DJ Train Lars. Only 23 years old, he was a nationally known scratch DJ who had appeared with rock stars throughout Europe. Moreover, unlike some of the other bright young rappers and musicians who have come straight out of Compton in the last generation, Train refused to leave his South Side neighborhood. Living in his grandparents' duplex with his mom, his 3 sisters and his gold records, he brought dignity and respect to the whole street. He and Ricky were planning a multicultural peace concert in October to bring Black and Latino youth closer together. Ricky now finds it difficult to acknowledge that Train is dead, or that he died so needlessly. It was about 1:30 in the morning, July 25, when my sister 278 woke me, screaming about a fire. I ran outside and saw flames shooting from Train's kitchen windows. Several of us fought the fire with garden hoses, but we could hear someone inside, disoriented, pounding frantically at the walls. It was impossible to get into the house from the kitchen side, so I ran around to the front. The Compton police had already arrived, but they were just standing there with their arms folded, doing nothing at all. Although Train's door was heavily barred, the living room window was accessible. When I approached the window, a young cop yelled at me to get back. I explained that there was someone trapped inside. I asked why the police weren't doing anything. That seemed to piss him off. He tried to put me in a chokehold, but I just stepped out of his reach. Then he pulled a long flashlight from his belt. Swinging it two-handed, like a batter, he caught me twice in the face. Pop! Pop! It was a home run. My head exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Then other cops came and they threw me across the hood of Train's car. As they handcuffed me, All the neighbors were screaming, "Leave him alone." What did he do? I begged them to save train, but one cop said, "Let the nigger burn." They locked me in a squad car for another 15 or 20 minutes. I never saw the firefighters arrive, but I am told they found Train near the living room window later at Martin Luther King Hospital. I got a glimpse of him after they stitched my eye. He was naked on a gurney, his skin the color of raw meat, all bloated and blistered. He died a day later in the USC burn ward. I was charged with battery on an officer and released on $1,000 bail. When I dumbly asked Ricky what color the cop who hit him was, he looked right through me. He was Latino, and that is neither more nor less important than the fact that the cop who beat Soltero was black. Thing you got to understand, partner, is that all cops are colored blue. The white embargo. A week after Train's death, Ricky led a large crowd in a chant of "No justice, no peace" in front of the Compton Police Department. Dozens of black residents added their voices to those of their Latino neighbors protesting the savage beating of Felipe Soltero. Many argued, like Ricky, that police brutality in Compton 279, while certainly victimizing many young Latinos, is essentially a class not a race issue. One person carried a sign in memory of 2 young unarmed Samoans shot 19 times in the back by a Compton police officer in 1991. Others handed out flyers demanding the establishment of a civilian review board to investigate police misconduct. Teresa Allison is a supporter of the Soltero family. The founder of Mothers Reclaiming Our Children, she works to unite Black and Latina women whose kids are lost in the labyrinth of the state prison system. She is saddened and puzzled by Compton's decline. Who now remembers the pride and bright hope this city once represented? Who could have predicted our own people would come to treat us this way? Indeed, in 1969, when Douglas Dollar Hyde took over as Compton's first black mayor, after a heroic 15-year struggle for civil rights, the city was widely seen as a flagship for Black power. But what the Los Angeles Times patronizingly labeled an experiment in Negro self-government was structurally disabled from the beginning. Old-timers still recall how the plantation regime of Col. Clifton Smith, the city's longtime political boss and publisher of the Compton Herald-American, had earlier fought each black advance with scorched earth. It had stopped building schools and parks, floating bonds, or soliciting new industrial investment. It had scorned federal aid and ignored the deterioration of the downtown retail district, which had supplied almost all the city's sales tax revenue. Despite the quiet that reigned in Compton's black neighborhoods during August 1965, the nearby Watts Rebellion was the signal for a veritable white Dunkirk. In headlong flight toward the enclaves of Southgate and Lakewood, whites abandoned almost 2,000 homes and stripped the city of most of its retail capital. Compton Boulevard was left without a single restaurant, hardware store, movie house, or pharmacy. The city budget, meanwhile, was woefully insufficient to deal with the needs of a much younger black population. The only sector that the old regime left intact, in fact, expanded, was the police department, and for many years the black majority had to live with the mocking anomaly of a white-dominated police force. By the late 1960s, when Dollar Hyde came in, it was clear that Compton's fiscal 280 survival depended on an aggressive campaign to annex industrial tracts within its unincorporated periphery. But the all-white County Local Area Formation Commission, which then dispensed permission for annexation, systematically discriminated against Compton. Although surrounded by new industry and port-related warehousing, Compton had to watch its potential tax base stolen instead by white-majority cities like Carson, Torrance, and Long Beach. In the microcosm of Los Angeles County, this was the structural equivalent of a white embargo. Without an expanded retail or corporate tax base, Compton had to increase the fiscal pressure on its homeowners relentlessly. At the same time, the major banks cut off most home and small business financing. Residents were thus unable to rehabilitate old and substandard housing, while new home construction virtually ground to a halt. High property taxes, redlining, and residential dereliction, in turn, were major causes of the exodus of the black middle class from the city during the 1970s, many of them headed, ironically, a few miles farther south to white, tax-rich Carson. Thus, the racial transition of the 1960s was followed by a class recomposition in the 1970s. Home ownership declined and median family incomes plummeted, from 92% of the county average in 1970 to 62% in 1990, while poverty, overcrowding, welfare dependence, illiteracy and unemployment soared. Absentee landlordism began to spread over the city like a fungal infection. Increasingly, black public sector professionals, together with white cops and Latino store owners, commuted to work in Compton but lived elsewhere. Community activists began to use the term neocolonialism. This vicious circle had two final, decisive arcs. First, expenditure on the police department virtually swallowed up the rest of the city budget after the mid-1970s. Compton today devotes an incredible 70% of its general fund revenue to public safety, possibly the highest percentage in the country. The most dramatic escalation occurred between 1985 and 1990, when the police budget increased by a staggering 195% while funding for parks and recreation lapsed, -97%. Local government had been reduced to an iron heel. Second, federal aid had been Compton's financial last resort, and no city SUF fared more brutally from the Reagan/Bush counter-revolution in urban policy. 281. Yet, as the city's 1991 general plan frankly acknowledges, federal funds were largely squandered in a series of redevelopment chimeras that have left Compton with a ghostly, two-thirds empty auto mall, an insolvent hotel and convention center kept afloat by bingo, and super-subsidized shopping centers that return almost no revenue to the city. The major winner in Compton's redevelopment fiasco has been developer Danny Bakewell, who has leveraged fabulous profits from city land discounts and direct subsidies. A flamboyant figure often compared to the Rev. Al Sharpton, Bakewell directs California's leading black charity, the Brotherhood Crusade, and has been prominent in sensationalized fights with the Latino and Korean communities. Not surprisingly, he has also been one of the most generous campaign contributors to members of the Compton City Council, who also sit as commissioners of the redevelopment agency. While the FBI continues to investigate possible corruption in the city's management of redevelopment funds, the city council majority has been busy worshipping a new golden calf, a proposed card casino in the defunct Auto Mall. Instead of putting gambling to a citywide vote, and thereby risking the mobilized opposition of Compton's powerful churches, the council simply smuggled the decision through one of its agendas. Critics charge that the projected revenues from the casino expected to open in 1995 are wild overestimates that ignore competitive conditions in an already overcrowded local gaming market. A new plantation? The excesses of redevelopment have also deepened the chasm between City Hall and Compton's burgeoning Latino community. For years tax revenue has been drained from North Compton's Latino neighborhoods with little visible return investment. Some Latino leaders worry that the city is being so thoroughly strip-mined by outsiders that soon there will be nothing left to meet the needs of their kids. They bitterly contrast the favoritism shown politically connected developers like Bakewell with the string of ordinances prohibiting outdoor sales, outlawing street vending and so on that they say discriminate against Latinos. For more than a decade Latinos have been trying to negotiate a power share. 282. Ing arrangement with Compton's black political elite. Constituting 11% of the city workforce and only 5% of the school district teaching staff, the emergent Latino majority sees itself effectively locked out of public employment. In 1988–89, both City Hall and the school board rejected affirmative action proposals to open opportunities for Latinos as older black employees move or retire. We do not need affirmative action, the majority of employees are minority, argued school board president John Stewart. At the same time, Latinos were struggling to increase their representation in elected office beyond the single school board seat that they had occupied since 1963. According to City Attorney LeGrand Clegg 2D, the active electorate is still 80% African American and largely composed of senior citizens who have resided in the city for 30 years or more. Latino candidates, therefore, have sought to build inclusionary good government coalitions that appeal to black voters. In 1991, Pedro Pallin, the popular owner of Compton's major Mexican bakery, captured nearly 1,000 black votes to force Omar Bradley into a runoff for the city council. Bradley won, but 2 years later he recruited Pallin as his ally in a bruising battle for the mayoralty, vacated when Walter Tucker was elected to Congress. Pallin agreed to swing Latino and Samoan voters behind Bradley and his slate in return for appointment to Bradley's empty seat on the council. Latinos flocked to the polls to cast what they believed was a dual vote for Bradley and Pallin. Every Latino vote counted as Bradley edged out feisty Councilwoman Joan Moore by a mere 349 votes. Then, before anyone could say multiculturalism, Bradley reneged on his public promise to Pallin and appointed a relatively unknown African American to the council. When I interviewed Pallin last year, a few weeks after the election, he suggested gloomily that Compton's black elite seemed intent on rebuilding the same kind of political plantation based on a disfranchised majority that Hyde and the NAACP had overthrown in the 1960s. What irony, he observed, if we Latinos have to ask the Justice Department to intervene in Compton to enforce our civil rights. Late last month, they did just that. Despite a brave Multicultural Unity Summit last spring, co-sponsored by the 283 Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund and the NAACP, ethnic tempers remain raw. After viewing the video of the Soltero beating, Mayor Bradley evinced little respect for the feelings of Latinos when he icily commented, "No reaction." At the other extreme, Arnulfo Ador Jr., one of the leaders of the New Latinos United Coalition, enraged African Americans with his silly allegation that Latinos are treated worse by Compton city officials than the blacks were treated by whites in South Africa. Meanwhile, Ricky Miller, Compton patriot, remains optimistic. He thinks the Soltero beating has galvanized unity where it really matters, not on top but on the bottom, between the activists, the rappers, the homeboys, and cholos in the hoods. Honoring his promise to DJ Train, he is organizing that concert for Black and Latino youth in the fall. 1994. It's not just a movie. 15. Dante's Choice. A double funeral. Blondie's grief has hushed the overcrowded funeral chapel. All coughing and rustling have ceased as the mourners focus on the tense sentry in front of the altar. For 15 minutes Blondie has stood motionless next to Oscar's coffin, scrutinizing every detail of the waxen death mask as if searching in vain for some hint of a familiar wry grin. In life Oscar always had a handsome sparkle in his eyes, but today the lids are shut and his mouth is drawn preternaturally tight. Finally Blondie bends over the open coffin. With great tenderness he lifts Oscar's head and gently places a homemade wreath of white carnations. In the folded hands he inserts a small silver crucifix. Then, shivering, he kisses Oscar on the cheek. As he turns to leave, the stricken expression on his face is beyond pain. Someone in the back of the chapel begins to sob. 4 days earlier, 22-year-old Oscar Trevizo had been drinking beer with a black friend on a bus bench at the edge of Los Angeles' Koreatown. Although Oscar's family had moved out of the neighborhood, Hobart Boulevard between Venice and Washington Boulevards, several years before, he frequently stopped by to kick it with Blondie and other guys on the block. According to an eyewitness, he smiled as 2 young Afro-American men, latter identified by the 286 police as members of Avenue 20's Bloods, approached the bus bench. One of them quietly ordered Oscar's companion to move aside. Then, without further warning, the other emptied a .22 automatic into Oscar's chest and abdomen. Now a large crowd, the funeral director estimates 400, is lined up behind Oscar's hearse. Blondie leads the pallbearers, followed by the immediate, then the extended families. There are almost too many cousins, from Texas, New Mexico, Chihuahua, and Sonora, to count. The compañeros from Mr. Trevizo's workplace Big, mustachioed men in Sears work shirts walk side by side with the eldest daughter's colleagues from UCLA in their twill tweed suits. But the biggest contingent has come from the 1,700 block of Hobart Boulevard, past and present. Black, Mexican, Japanese, Irish, Hawaiian, Korean, Guatemalan, and Salvadoran. They represent 2 generations of neighborhood unity and interdependence. And, from the elderly Nisei widow to the young Salvadoran homeboy, they have come not just to bury Oscar, the innocent victim of an incipient, citywide gang war between blacks and Latinos, but also to say goodbye to some ineffable part of themselves and their life together. It is a double funeral for a boy in a neighborhood. Ultimate urban hell. Oscar was buried in Inglewood Cemetery, across the street from the Lakers' home court in the Forum. Like other inner-city graveyards, it is overcrowded with too many victims of the childhood disease called gang violence. Nearly 10,000 infants, kids, teenagers, and young adults have been slaughtered in Los Angeles County since Oscar entered kindergarten in 1976. Most have died in the streets, but others have been murdered in their homes, schools, playgrounds, and even in their mothers' wombs. It is chilling to realize that there are neighborhoods in Southern California where children are more likely to visit the coroner's morgue by age 18 than Disneyland. Yet for all this appalling carnage, there has also been the grim solace that gang warfare largely has been confined within specific ethnic communities. For reasons too vast or capricious to fully understand, Black and Latino communities, and sometimes Asian Pacific communities as well, have imploded in murderous 287 shards of intra-ethnic rage and self-hatred. Crips have concentrated on killing Bloods, and vice versa, while East Side homeboys have decimated each other over intricate territorial boundaries inscrutable to the outside world. Miraculously, in a metropolis transformed by immigration and dramatic spatial and demographic shifts, ethnicity or race per se have seldom been the casus belli of gang violence. A surprising attitude of peaceful coexistence, the more cynical would call it mutual deterrence, along the major cultural divides has kept alive amid the bloodshed the dream of a rainbow city. That dream may now be dying. If the Thousand Fires of April 1992 illuminated the angry chasm between blacks and Koreans, the last year has witnessed an ominous escalation and randomization of violence between Latinos and blacks. Riots between the two groups have become brutal weekly occurrences, for example, 55 in 1993 alone, in Los Angeles County's huge, overcrowded jail system. Less lethal, but equally virulent disturbances between black and brown youngsters have brought police in riot gear to a dozen high schools from Inglewood to Palm Springs. Chilling examples of ethnic cleansing against black residents have been reported from the heavily Latino suburbs of Paramount, Norwalk, Azusa, and Hawaiian Gardens. And a few blocks from the famed Venice Boardwalk, local black and Latino gangs are locked in a deadly vendetta that has taken 17 lives and threatens to ignite a citywide explosion. Oscar's murder on June 28, 1993, part of a continuing cycle of inter-ethnic shootings in the Mid-City area, coincided with this dramatic increase in Black-Latino tensions and thus forms a rough baseline for narrating some of the disturbing events of recent years. But before retracing the latest steps in the descent toward the ultimate urban hell, it is necessary to briefly tell the story of what was, and in many places still is, the everyday reality of intergroup relations in Los Angeles. The current trend toward deadly, self-perpetuating ethnic violence must be measured against the remarkable success of many inner-city neighborhoods in peacefully managing unprecedented cultural and economic change. Consider, for example, the 1000 block of Hobart Avenue. 288. An extended family. Massive stone pillars, a block away from the house where Oscar grew up, are reminders that Hobart Boulevard was originally part of an exclusive subdivision home to dentists, real estate dealers, and wealthy widows known as Westmoreland Heights. In 1910 this was the very edge of the city. Further west there were only miles of eucalyptus-lined dirt roads and scattered farms until you reached the National Soldiers' Home in Sawtell. A pioneering 1909 zoning ordinance, the first of its kind in North America, had excluded noxious industries west of downtown and determined, once and for all, that middle-class Los Angeles would grow toward the sunset. Over the next 3 generations this bourgeois west side repeatedly shifted further west and north, closer to the ocean and hills, but leaving behind a few fossil enclaves of old money like Fremont Place and Hancock Park. In the 1920s, a handful of wealthy black families managed to circumvent restrictive covenants and buy homes in the West Adams area, adjacent to Westmoreland Heights. By 1940 this was Los Angeles's own Sugar Hill, with an African-American elite that included insurance pioneer William Nickerson and film stars Stephen Fetchit and Louise Beavers. Despite the protests of civil rights groups, the Santa Monica Freeway, now I-10, was bulldozed through the heart of Sugar Hill in the early 1960s, displacing hundreds of families. To the embittered survivors, the freeway would always represent the black counterpart to the infamous demolition of the Chavez Ravine barrio to make way for the Dodgers in 1958. Oscar's parents, of course, were scarcely aware of this history or its scars when they moved into the neighborhood in 1969. To them, Hobart Boulevard was simply a welcome urban oasis. In a city notorious for its shortage of housing for large families, the huge craftsman homes were a wonderful bargain. The Trevizo family with its 4 kids was, in fact, one of the smallest on the block. The nearby Diaz and Pinella clans had 18 kids between them. On Saturday mornings in the early 1970s, Hobart Boulevard was a pandemonium of kids riding bikes, kicking balls, throwing water balloons, playing hide-and-seek, all watched over by Mrs. Haggio, a widowed Nisei woman, who more than once had saved a child's life. 289. From speeding cars. In the fond recollection of Oscar's sisters, everyone Mexican, Black, Anglo, and Asian blended together into a single extended family. Next door, for example, were the Taylors, an Anglo family who were very active in St. Thomas, the local Catholic church, as were the large Diaz clan down the street. Oscar's 3 sisters usually played with the Pinella kids, whose father was an RTD foreman, or with the Barrios daughters, whose dad, from Puerto Rico, was a chef at a famous French restaurant in Beverly Hills. From the age of 4, Oscar had been inseparable from the Garcia's son, Gilberto, or, as he became known in junior high school because of his güero complexion, Blondie. The street's hero, meanwhile, was undoubtedly Stephen Beeman. A high school basketball star whose mother was a veteran volunteer for Tom Bradley, he was tall, handsome, and incorrigibly kind. When not showing the older Mexican kids how to shoot baskets, he was buying ice cream for their younger siblings. Not surprisingly, he was also the heartthrob of every teenage girl on the block. Despite creeping decay and a tightening perimeter of gang violence, Hobart Boulevard, almost exclusively composed of home-owning blue-collar and civil service families, prospered through the late 1970s. The older kids enjoyed extraordinary academic success. The Trevizos, for example, marvel at the strict and industrious Pinellas, who sent all 8 of their children to colleges that included Harvard, Yale, USC, and Berkeley. Oscar's older sister Dolores, meanwhile, won a scholarship to Occidental and later UCLA, while his middle sister Lupe attended Cal State Los Angeles. Lost Tribes. In the early 1980s, however, Hobart Boulevard began a disturbing metamorphosis. First, after their son was killed in the street by a hit-and-run driver, the Nisei couple who owned the apartment building on the corner of Pico, sold out to an anonymous slumlord who packed it with poor Central Americans and refused to make any repairs. Then, as the older Mexican families started to move out to the new Latino suburbs, like Whittier, Fontana, and Huntington Park, their huge, Edwardian homes were also converted into apartments for Salvadoran or Guatemalan families. 290. In the wake of Proposition 13, the local schools were stripped of the resources they needed to deal with a second, larger wave of Spanish-speaking kids. Class sizes soared, teachers quit, and dropout rates increased. Local teenagers, meanwhile, could no longer find jobs. Oscar's older sister Dolores bitterly remembers making more than 40 employment applications throughout the Koreatown area in 1981–82. Korean merchants as a rule refused to hire Black or Latino youngsters, except in garment sweatshops. Rejected by teachers and employers, these throwaway kids, as they often called themselves, found surrogate families in the streets. As a result, the 1700 block of Hobart Boulevard gradually divided into two worlds. At the north end, children still played in the street while their parents mowed lawns and painted garages. The south end, however, was taken over by an outlaw Central American street gang, the Crazy Riders, and nearby apartments began to fill up with Los Zombies, crackheads. Growing like weeds in a suddenly derelict garden, other gangs proliferated on the edges of Hobart Boulevard. The Playboys, Clanton, the Mid-City Stoners, and a local franchise of the nation's largest gang, 18th Street, which claims an estimated 10,000 to 20,000 members in Southern California. Black residents, whose roots in the neighborhood reached back to the early 1920s, were especially alarmed by the rise of the Latino street gangs. Their worst fears were confirmed in 1984. Oscar's sisters dolefully recall the day that Stevie Beeman was stabbed in Normandy Park by a Latino gang member who stole his beautiful 10-speed bike. In the hospital, he developed serious complications that staunched his dream of winning a major athletic scholarship. He became increasingly morose and withdrawn. Then, a few weeks after the death of his father, he killed himself. The old-timers on Hobart Boulevard have never gotten over his suicide. Little brother Oscar, meanwhile, like thousands of other inner-city kids, was being shunted between schools dozens of miles apart. After spending his elementary years in the majority-black 21st Street School, he was bused, at 6 a.m. each morning, to a white section of the Valley for junior high school, then transferred back to high school in South Central Los Angeles. Manual Arts High was ethnically polarized between the notorious Rollins 60s Crips and 18th Street. Although 291. Oscar spoke Black English and relished rap culture, he sought the protection of the 18th Street homeboys after his best friend, Blondie, was jumped and beaten by some Crips. As Oscar later explained it, ethnic solidarity had become a matter of sheer survival. Yet it had dangerous repercussions back on Hobart Boulevard, where Latino gang rivalries frequently reflecting tensions between Mexicans and Salvadorans were also growing more violent. The Mid-City Stoners, for example, originally had been little more than a gaggle of boys who hung around Bishop Conady High in the afternoons to flirt with the girls. They then slowly evolved into a heavy metal clique common enough in Los Angeles during the mid-1980s before falling under the proselytizing spell of charismatic veteranos who persuaded them to adopt the style and aggressiveness of a traditional Chicano street gang. Thus Choloized, the renamed Mid-City Locos mounted a violent offensive that drove the Crazy Riders off Hobart Boulevard. Oscar suddenly found himself the odd man out. At this point, Oscar's parents providentially moved him to Whittier. His young EST sister, Cece, and her Nicaraguan husband stayed behind to manage the rental units into which the old family home had been subdivided. They nervously watched as Hobart Boulevard and its environs became increasingly militarized. As yet more kids dropped out of the overcrowded schools, forming a lost tribe with an estimated 50,000 members citywide, gangs like Mid-City, which started out with a dozen kids, evolved into heavily armed small armies with over 100 members. Veteran black gangs, like the Avenue 20's Bloods from the Gramercy and Washington area, were also seen more frequently. The second Los Angeles riot in April 1992 was yet another watershed in the violent transfiguration of Hobart Boulevard. The nearby intersection of Western and Venice became a major node of arson and looting. Cinders from a fiercely burning McDonald's ignited palm trees in the backyards of two Westmoreland Heights mansions that had been lovingly restored to their Art Nouveau glory by a tiny colony of gay professionals. Oscar's fair-skinned middle sister Lupe, a social worker for the Inglewood School District, laughingly remembers being accosted in front of her old house by some gangbangers who warned, "Hey, white bitch. 292. Better get off the street. This is a black and Latino thing." Despite such protestations of unity, however, many local black-owned as well as Korean-owned businesses were heavily damaged or destroyed. 14 months later, on a warm Saturday evening, June 24, 1993, a mid-city loco known as White Boy shot an Avenue 20's blood who was eating dinner at TNT Tacos at the corner of Western and Venice. A few hours later there was more shooting at Venice and Hobart. The next day LAPD crash, anti-gang, officers came through the neighborhood warning Latino gang members of the inevitable retaliation. Oscar, home in Whittier, knew nothing of these events. On Monday he drove to Hobart Boulevard to finish some yard work around his parents' apartments. Afterwards he hung out with an Anglo neighbor, shared a Wendy's with his little nephew, and then, around 9 o'clock and still unaware of the killing 2 days earlier, went to the corner for a smoke. Passing by a laundromat he recognized an old friend, who offered him a beer after Oscar volunteered to help fold clothes. 10 minutes later a white Cadillac slowly circled the block, then pulled to a stop a few yards from the bus bench where Oscar was sitting. He smiled as two strangers approached. His sister Lupe has never been able to get out of her mind the conversation she had with Oscar a few days before his murder. "Stay off Hobart Boulevard," she warned, "everything has changed. You don't know the block anymore. You'll get killed." Oscar just laughed softly. "No, Mija, not me. I like everyone. Why would they want to hurt me?" The Hate Factory. 2 days after the funeral Oscar's novenaria began, 9 evenings of rosary for the soul of the deceased. Dios me salve Maria. An old-fashioned Catholic custom, the same in the Latino neighborhoods of Los Angeles as in Palermo or Galway. It is a vigil kept by women, praying to another woman whose son was murdered 2,000 years ago. It is also an opportunity for Oscar's 3 sisters to begin talking through their grief. They repeatedly focus on the terrible question of why blacks and Latinos are suddenly killing one another. Dolores, the eldest, recalls how years before some black families were driven 293 out of the Pico Union neighborhood by a Salvadoran gang. Lupe talks about the racial conflict she has increasingly encountered in the Inglewood and Hawthorne schools. Cece vaguely remembers a bad incident during one of the semesters she spent at Los Angeles High. But all these examples are outside the neighborhood. They do not explain why Oscar was murdered or, for that matter, why one of his closest black friends was immediately targeted for retribution. He was severely wounded, but survived. As Lupe emphasizes, Hobart Boulevard has always been different. We have always been united. Homegirl, a 17-year-old neighbor who sometimes hangs out with a Salvadoran street gang, has overheard the conversation. She has a better explanation. "No, man," she drawls, "it comes from jail. They make the hate in county. Up in Wayside especially. The homies bring it back to the street when they get out. Things are really fucked up in Wayside. Like a race war. Check it out." A few exits beyond Six Flags Magic Mountain Amusement Park in northern Los Angeles County, Wayside, or the Peter J. Pitches Honor Rancho as it is officially known, is a fallen utopia. It was established in the late 1930s by Sheriff Eugene Biscayles as a revolutionary experiment in rehabilitating minor offenders. Biscayles, a legendary outdoorsman with an inborn dislike of confinement, ran Wayside as a working ranch where prisoners could experience the rugged and rehabilitative life of cowboys in the unbounded hills. Cattle still graze in the meadows at Wayside, but the benign Honor Rancho has evolved into a monstrous version of the overcrowded jails that Biscayles wanted to reform. 9,000 inmates, 90% black and Latino, are shoehorned into facilities designed for fewer than 6,000. Only a handful of trustees still enjoy Biscayles's outdoor life. Everyone else is confined 16 to 23 hours a day in claustrophobic dormitories. Formerly Wayside raised alfalfa, now, as Homegirl accurately explained, its main product is hate. Dwayne Holmes has risked his life to fight this hate. A year older than Oscar, he is a veteran PJ Crip from the Imperial Courts housing project in Watts. After the police killed his cousin in 1991, Dwayne organized a ceasefire between Watts Street gangs that grew into the permanent truce between the Crips and Bloods. Recognized as a community hero by Congresswoman Maxine Waters and 294. Former Governor Jerry Brown, Dwayne has just been sentenced to 7 years in prison for a $10 robbery he claims he did not commit. A dozen eyewitnesses in Imperial courts support his story. Awaiting final sentencing, Dwayne has spent 6 months in Wayside's ultimate human pressure cooker, Super Max. He laments the violent breakdown in Black-Latino relations. When I first arrived, I met this old partner from Watts, one of my Mexican homeboys. We came up together and have always been very tight, almost like best friends. But this time he looked worried, very cautious. He whispered to me, "Hey, Sniper," Dwayne's nickname, "I love you, man, but things are different now. When shit goes down, it goes down. Everybody has to fall in line. You know what I mean? Watch your back." We didn't speak again. Dwayne has been ambushed twice by Latino inmates. In one encounter he nearly lost an ear, almost like that Van Gogh dude, he jokes. Now he is vigilant even in his sleep. He explains the simple, implacable logic of hate-making. You see, the Crips and Bloods are still the majority downtown at Men's Central Jail in Botchet Street, but the Latinos outnumber us here 2-1. When brothers whip the Mexicans downtown, somebody gets on the phone and a little while later we catch hell here. It's like this infernal system that keeps the havoc going round and round. Nobody feels they can control it or stop it. And pretty soon people are gonna start dying. In fact, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, responsible for the daily management of an estimated 22,000 prisoners, 47% Latino, 33% Black, admits that hundreds of violent confrontations have occurred since 1991. Ordinary fistfights easily escalate into full-fledged riots. A typical sequence began on Monday, January 3, 1993, when 20 Black and Latino inmates in an overcrowded holding cell in downtown's criminal courts building engaged in a brief brawl. The sheriff's deputies apparently made no effort to separate the combatant sides, and the battle resumed the next day with 60 prisoners involved. 3 Blacks were stabbed in the neck with a 6-inch shank, homemade knife, while 8 other inmates suffered minor injuries. When word of the downtown stabbings reached Wayside, it immediately 295 ignited a chain reaction of attacks and counterattacks. On Wednesday a fight broke out in the East Facility, followed the next day by a vicious battle in a Medi-Cal dorm that injured 15 inmates. Meanwhile, on a sheriff's department bus en route from Wayside to San Fernando Superior Court, a half-dozen shackled white and Latino prisoners were severely beaten by 2 Blacks who managed to break free of their handcuffs. On Friday there were more casualties during a melee in the North Facility. All this simply set the stage for a huge eruption on Sunday, January 9. With military precision, Latinos, armed with shanks and jagged broom handles, simultaneously ambushed Blacks in all 20 maximum security dormitories at 3:55 that afternoon. Desperate hand-to-hand combat, involving as many as 1,000 inmates, raged for hours until deputies, firing rubber bullets point blank, finally restored control. Incredibly, no one was killed, although 80 were injured, including 24 with serious stab wounds or broken bones. Sheriff's Commander Robert Spira promised a crash program of reforms to curtail further outbreaks, but another major riot broke out at the beginning of the summer, June 14. An estimated 800 Black and Latino inmates, again wielding broom handles, knives, and rock-filled socks, battled for almost half an hour until they were quelled by deputies with batons and pepper spray. The sheriff's department claims that this virtually incessant violence has been imported into the county's jails from the streets and prisons. Since 1988, when Latinos became a majority in the system, according to the official explanation, there has been a non-stop struggle for internal control of the jails, aggravated by the ambitions of the Mexican mafia to wrest street narcotic sales away from the dominant Black gangs. Although many prisoners will concede that there is a grain of truth in this scenario, they primarily fault the inhuman overcrowding within the juvenile detention, county jail, and state prison systems, a situation soon to be made even more barbarous by California's new 3 strikes law. If we weren't packed into these dorms all day long like slaves on an old slave ship, Dwayne points out, relations between black and brown might not be so explosive. Furthermore, inmate rights advocates like the Coalition Against Police Abuse and Mothers 296. Reclaiming Our Children have accused deputies of deliberately inflaming antagonisms, even setting up prisoners for attack. Yet Sheriff Sherman Block, the most unassailable and perhaps the most powerful politician in Los Angeles County, ignores such criticism. Despite daily evidence that interethnic violence within the jail system is poisoning the entire city, no public official has yet had the courage to propose a public investigation of the sheriff's department. Small Infernos. Jordan Downs is a low-rise public housing community of 2,500 people, 80% are African American, 20% Latino, a few blocks from the famous Watts Towers. Early in the morning of Saturday, June 15, 1992, several figures later identified as notorious crack cocaine dealers were seen dousing gasoline on the outside of the apartment occupied by the Zuniga family, recent arrivals from Mexico City. The ensuing inferno consumed the lives of 2 adults and 3 small children. The Los Angeles Times gave a poignant account of the heroic but unsuccessful efforts of the 78-year-old great-grandmother to shield her 2-year-old great-grandchild from the 1,200-degree flames. A black neighbor, rushing to help save the family, was mistakenly shot and paralyzed by the panic-stricken grandfather. Although investigation revealed that the Zunigas were targeted because of their repeated protests against drug sales outside their door and not necessarily because of their ethnicity, the tragedy was broadly interpreted by the press as the consequence of long-simmering black versus Latino tensions in the L.A. public housing system. Some terrified Latino residents of Jordan Downs urgently demanded to be rehoused in a safer, segregated complex. Thanks to arduous efforts by project leaders and the organizers of the Watts Gang Truce, whose unofficial slogan is Crips plus Bloods plus Mexicans Unite, a wholesale exodus of Latino families was avoided and intercommunal relations gradually improved. But just as the nightmare in tenant relations appeared to have passed, there were new firebombings at the end of summer, this time against black households in Boyle Heights' Ramona Gardens project. Often described by the LAPD as 297. The cradle of the Mexican Mafia, Ramona Gardens was once substantially INTE graded, but black families fled after a series of fatal shootings in the late 1960s. In the 1980s, however, a half-dozen black families moved back into the project and were well treated by most of their neighbors. The August 30 arson, which destroyed 2 apartments but amazingly caused no injuries, was rumored to be the initiative of younger gang members envenomed by ethnic warfare in juvenile halls and jails. Although a tense quiet has returned to Los Angeles public housing, in Ramona Gardens' case because almost all the black tenants moved out, isolated African American families have continued to be attacked in predominantly Latino suburbs. Hawaiian Gardens, for instance, is an obscure 1-square-mile city without significant industry or commerce wedged between the San Gabriel River Freeway, 605, and the Orange County line, Coyote Creek, just north of Long Beach. Originally one of the 2 distinctively Okie suburbs in Los Angeles County, Bell Gardens was the other. It is now overwhelmingly Latino, albeit with rapidly growing Asian, 8%, and African American, 4%, minorities. The 620 black residents, however, have been subjected to a virtual reign of terror by local Latino gangs. In March 1993, for example, sheriff's deputies and the FBI were called into Hawaiian Gardens after a Molotov cocktail was thrown into the kitchen of a black family who had earlier been the target of racial slurs. Graffiti along the side of another black family's home warned, "We gonna shoot up your house and we don't care if you got kids inside." 2 weeks before, Latino gang members had ambushed and severely beaten a young black man in a nearby shopping center. Black children were temporarily pulled out of a local junior high school after they were repeatedly taunted and attacked. A few months later, African American families in Azusa, a small Latino-majority city in the San Gabriel Valley, charged that they had also been the victims of systematic gang-led intimidation. According to a suit filed against the Azusa Police Department, which was accused of inaction, 2 families were forced to move after shots were fired into their homes and their children attacked in a nearby park. Azusa police conceded that 5 classified hate crimes had been 298 logged since the beginning of the year, all with gang implications. The same grim pattern repeated itself in February 1995 in a Latino area of Norwalk in southeastern Los Angeles County. After persistent gang attacks on their children and homes had driven several black families out of his Walnut Street neighborhood, Robert Lee Johnson vowed to stay. On February 10 a sniper wounded him in the leg and foot as he was watching a video in his living room. Then, 2 weeks later, a Molotov cocktail exploded on his front porch and burned his house down. Despite crutches and his injured leg, Johnson managed to rescue his wife and 7 sleeping children and grandchildren, ages 2 to 22. As he explained wearily to The Times, "It's a lot of racial stuff flaring up, Hispanics taunting blacks. My family was all in the house, in bed. They didn't care what happened. They didn't care who they killed in there." Los Angeles County's aging, blue-collar suburbs, the major destinations for both blacks and Latinos leaving the inner city, have also witnessed ugly racial outbreaks in their overcrowded high schools. The typical scenario involves a change in the ethnic balance of power, usually an emergent Latino majority, combined with a marked deterioration in the educational environment. In 1991, for example, riot-equipped police were repeatedly called onto campuses in the contiguous southwest Los Angeles County communities of Lenox, Lawndale, Hawthorne, Inglewood, and Gardena to break up fighting between black and Latino students who were sometimes armed with pipes and other weapons. In fall 1993, almost identical disturbances again requiring the intervention of police in full riot gear broke out in a belt of South Bay campuses, Compton, Centennial, Dominguez, and Long Beach's Jordan High Schools, as well as at Pomona High School in the San Gabriel Valley. 18 months later, tensions between Paramount High School's 500 black and 2,300 Latino students erupted in a major melee that led the sheriff's department to clear the campus. Paramount, a poor blue-collar city east of Compton, has also been the scene of several gang-related racial murders. It would be misleading to suggest that these micro-programs and schoolyard riots have an inexorable, cumulative momentum. In some instances, community workers and school officials have been surprisingly successful in mending Group 299 relations, although the current poverty of public resources makes this everywhere more difficult. Across Los Angeles County, however, from Mid-City to Pomona, and wherever blacks are at the losing end of the demographic transition, there is an ominous trend toward greater interethnic violence. This logic has been played out most completely, and appallingly, in the Oakwood area of Venice by the Sea. Oakwood dispossessed. Like Hobart Boulevard, the Oakwood story begs respect for a dream that once thrived. Elderly black people in Southern California can still recall the old adage, "Jim Crow lives at the beach." Indeed, in the 1920s many seaside towns, including Redondo Beach and Manhattan Beach, were fervent outposts of the KKK's invisible empire. The coastal strip was the most rigorously segregated real estate in California, with a single famous exception, the 1 square mile Oakwood tract in Venice, which had been established as a servants' tract. Over the years it evolved into a proud enclave of black home ownership, tidy bungalow streets a few blocks from the boardwalk and Pacific Ocean Park. In the late 1960s, however, as large developers began to Miamize the shoreline between Ocean Park and Venice Pier, speculative shockwaves undermined Oakwood. In a classic example of blockbusting in reverse, real estate operators cajoled hundreds of traditional homeowners to sell out. When Miami refused to cross Ocean Boulevard, developers instead exploited the lucrative tax advantages of the federal Section 8 housing program to plant 15 cheaply built stucco tenements in the heart of Oakwood. Other landlords discovered a profitable rental market among counterculture whites who were being pushed out of Venice's beachfront walks and courtyards by soaring property values. A precarious new ecology emerged between the older black homeowners, the poor black and Latino Section 8 tenants, the young white bohemians, and a handful of wealthier, established artists and architects, principally on the area's western edge. The simultaneous arrival of cocaine and gentrification in the late 1970s and early 1980s exploded this taut neighborhood equilibrium. Oakwood, unfortunately, was perfectly sited to become a 24-hour narcotic supermarket for upscale consumers in the White Beach communities. Jobless, bitter youth in the Section 8. 300 tenements were easily recruited as a low-wage and expendable sales force. Meanwhile, gated condos and designer homes began to displace ragtime bungalows and railroad shacks. By 1988 the neighborhood was officially deemed one of the West Side's hottest real estate markets. Even stealth mansions appeared, including the Dennis Hopper's notorious Pleasure Dome disguised as a concrete block bunker. A white picket fence deliberately underlines the bad joke. Oakwood may be the only place in urban America where movie stars live 50 yards from Crips-dominated tenements. As a result, class and ethnic tensions have been close to a boil for most of the 1980s. A final ingredient was the rapid growth of an immigrant Latino population in overcrowded, rack-rented cottages and apartments. By the 1990 census, Oakwood's 9,200 residents were half Latino, 1/4 white, and only 1/5 black. Not surprisingly, many black residents have become embittered against what they perceive as a deliberate campaign to push them out of their own historic neighborhood. The area's two major gangs, the Black, Venice Shoreline Crips, and the Latino, Venice 13s, first came to blows in the late 1970s, in a brief but savage street war that left 4 dead and a dozen wounded. Community activists, however, were successful in brokering a truce, and for the next decade, as friction rose between white gentrifiers and the black poor, the Crips and V13s managed to stay out of each other's way. During the citywide rioting in April 1992, black youth identified by the police as Shoreline Crips attacked the most visible symbols of gentrification. Parked Mercedeses, expensive new condos, and the houses of prominent members of the anti-gang neighborhood watch. A white bicyclist was beaten unconscious, and several homes were ransacked. Later the LAPD charged 5 young blacks, including the son of a leading opponent of gentrification, with attempted murder and street terrorism. This so-called Denny West case, however, quickly collapsed after the key prosecution witness, Oakwood's most vocal anti-gang activist, admitted that he had initially identified the wrong suspects. Shown a photographic lineup, he selected 2 pictures, one of a dead man, the other of a prison inmate. Despite the dropping of the main felony charges against the Venice 5. 301, the neighborhood remained in turmoil. There were further arson attacks against the homes of alleged police informers, and some of the most outspoken white residents fled Oakwood. Despite an outcry from national Jewish organizations, desperate tenants hired the Fruit of Islam, the security wing of the Nation of Islam, to clamp down on drug sales in the Section 8 projects. The defiant Shoreline Crips, however, soon forced the unarmed followers of Louis Farrakhan to retreat from Oakwood. At about the same time, a V13 veteran, 32-year-old Mark Herrera, was stabbed to death by a black woman named Diane Calhoun, who successfully pleaded self-defense. A few weeks later she was killed in what was widely assumed to be a retaliatory drive-by. The 1992 murders of Herrera and Calhoun festered under the surface but did not provoke an immediate cycle of vengeance. Then, on September 27, 1994, 41-year-old Benjamin Ochoa, whom police identified as another V13 veterano, was shot by an unidentified black in an alley off trendy Rose Avenue. Oakwood exploded. In the next 3 weeks there were 10 serious shooting incidents, including 2 attacks on the LAPD. In separate ambushes on October 10, V13 gunmen killed 2 well-known Shoreline Crips. 11 days later, following a racial brawl at Venice High School, a Latino student with a large V13 tattoo was shot and wounded a block from campus. Over the following 6 weeks, Cholos and Crips brutally traded tit for tat in an escalation of violence that claimed 8 more victims, 5 black, 3 Latino, and wounded 30 others. At least one of the dead 24-year-old UCLA nursing assistant Sean Patterson, shot on November 16, had no gang affiliation whatsoever and seems to have been targeted simply because he was black. Nevertheless, in various interviews in the Los Angeles Times and the Santa Monica Outlook, neighborhood activists argued that Oakwood was engulfed in a gang, not an ethnic war. In their view, the violence had arisen almost inadvertently, albeit in tinderbox conditions, from the killing of Ochoa. Older black residents, especially, discerned a Chinatown-like metaplot behind the bloodshed. As one of them told the Times, the big developers are sitting there twiddling their thumbs, saying as soon as they kill each other, it's Oakwood going to be Marina Venice. 302. The LAPD, meanwhile, continued to elaborate the master theory of an EME-backed takeover of the street narcotics trade. Specifically, they charged that the V-13s had united with their former enemies, the Latino Culver City Boys, in a bold invasion of some shoreline Crips drug turf in the Mar Vista projects, a mile east of Oakwood. The Crips, outnumbered and outgunned, were desperately fighting back to protect their livelihood. As Christmas approached, however, the vendetta seemed to lose momentum. Although there were several non-fatal shootings in January, including Jimmy Powell, a popular gang mediator, wounded by Latino teenagers, which may have been related to the New Year's riots in Wayside, the winter passed without further deaths. Some community leaders spoke hopefully of the storm that has passed. But neighborhood gunmen were merely biding their time. In early March, shootings resumed not only in Oakwood but, increasingly, throughout the rest of Venice and Mar Vista as well. On the 20th, the V-13s ambushed a prominent shoreline Crip OG. Original gangster. 5 days later, Anselmo Cruz, a 30-year-old nursing home cook with no gang affiliation, was murdered while driving his 2 small daughters and a friend to school. The children were injured by flying glass. 2 weeks later, a young Latino was killed in the Mar Vista projects. V-13 or Culver City Boys, in turn, wounded actor Byron Keith Mins, who had played a gang leader in the movie South Central. At the end of May, they shot a black Oakwood resident on busy Lincoln Boulevard, the major thoroughfare between Santa Monica and Lax. As school graduation approached, teenagers in the Venice area began to apprehend that they were all potential targets in a street war that no longer made fine distinctions between combatants and their ethnic group. On June 7, for example, 6 Latino youth were wounded when gunmen in a truck opened fire on a high school graduation party near the Penmar Recreation Center in Venice. 3 days later, 2 young Latinos were killed and 2 wounded when their car was ambushed near Venice High School by 3 heavily armed black youths. The 17 and 18-year-old victims, who came from the Mid-Wilshire area not far from Hobart Boulevard, were scheduled to graduate the next week. Already by the beginning of the spring carnage, Marilyn Martinez, the out. 303. Look reporter, who has been the principal chronicler of the Oakwood Wars, was already pointing out signs that the 1.1 square mile neighborhood is starting to unravel under the pressure of the violence. Like Sarajevans, the residents of Oakwood have had to learn how to avoid sniper fire by living in the back rooms of their houses, not venturing outside after dark, and constantly chonging their daytime routes to school and work. First graders nervously converse about bodies they have seen in the streets and the gunfire and police helicopters that keep them awake all night. Their parents discuss security fencing, plunging home values, and the impotence of the police to stop the killings. Hundreds have simply moved out. Postscript. In the 3 years since Oscar's death, the interethnic conflict in the county jail and state prison systems has only escalated. Savage cutbacks in county services, public employment, and federal aid have increased the violence of everyday life in Los Angeles's inner-city neighborhoods and aging blue-collar suburbs. But the street war in Oakwood has ended. On the brink of their conflict becoming a citywide Armageddon between black and Latino gangs, the Shoreline Crips and the V-13s accepted last-minute mediation, and with the help of 2 veteran youth probation officers, negotiated a truce that has so far weathered the inevitable provocations. As one of the mediators recently told me, like the gang truce in Watts, this is a small social miracle that flies in the face of hardened hearts and cynical minds. But the gentrification juggernaut is revving up again in Oakwood, and the key issue for these kids remains jobs. Make sure you spell that with capital letters. 1995. Part 4. Extreme Science. Impacts, Earth's Existential Truth. 16. Cosmic Dancers on History's Stage? Upon the streets the people stand and gaze, transfixed at monstrous portents in the sky, where creeping fiery snout comets blaze, threatening the jagged towers as they fly. Stephen Haim. Early on the morning of February 1, 1994, President Clinton, Vice President Gore, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the members of the National Security Council were awakened from their sleep by Pentagon officials. A military surveillance satellite had detected the brilliant flash of a nuclear explosion over the western Pacific. There was intense concern that the strategic warheads aboard a Russian or Chinese missile submarine might have detonated accidentally. U.S. military aircraft failed to detect any unusual radiation in the indicated ocean sector, however, and Defense Department intelligence experts soon concluded that the satellite had actually witnessed the explosion of an asteroid fragment, which they later estimated to have been the equivalent of a 200-kiloton nuclear blast. The president went back to bed. 5 months later, beginning on July 16, hundreds of millions watched in awe. 308. As the Hubble Space Telescope transmitted images of comet Shoemaker-Levy 9's fiery death in the dense atmosphere of Jupiter. For nearly a week, the plummeting trail of cometary fragments produced a succession of huge fireballs equivalent to many million megatons of explosive energy that left dark, temporary scars on the giant planet. Then, on December 9, 1994, an object comparable to one of Shoemaker-Levy 9's fragments, the asteroid 1994 XMI, approached within 105,000 kilometers of the Earth, a record close call in the brief annals of monitoring so-called near-Earth objects, NEOS. These events made 1994 something of a watershed in public awareness of the Earth's vulnerability to comet and asteroid bombardment. 3. Indeed, the spectators at Shoemaker-Levy 9's immolation were the first generation of humans to observe a major planetary impact since medieval monks recorded the collision of an asteroid with the Moon, forming the crater Giordano Bruno, in 1178. 4. Congress was sufficiently impressed to fast-track a major study of NEO detection technology in a probe to the asteroid Eros launched on February 16. 5. Meanwhile, the Friends of Star Wars, including H-bomb father Edward Teller, lobbied for an orbital anti-asteroid defense of superlasers and thermonuclear weapons. Both of which, as Carl Sagan and others immediately pointed out, could be turned against Saddam Hussein's on Earth as easily as NEOS. 6. Beyond the predictable media hyperbole about exterminators from outer space so reminiscent of comet hysteria throughout human history, the events of 1994 were also an incomparable teach-in on the Earth's citizenship in the solar system. February's giant fireball over the Pacific, July's fusillade against Jupiter, and December's breathtaking near-miss were all cram sessions in the new Earth science being shaped by comparative planetology and the neo-catastrophist reinterpretation of the stratigraphic record. It is a lesson, of course, that many geologists, as well as geographers and historians, have great difficulty accepting. Even more than plate tectonics, an open system view of the Earth that recognizes the continuum between terrestrial and extraterrestrial dynamics threatens the Victorian foundations of classical geology. To cite only one example, a single impact event can compress into minutes, even seconds, the equivalent of a million years or more of uniformitarian process. 309. A revolutionary science? But this is not a mere family feud. The golden age of Cold War space exploration, now drawn to a close, has seeded the fields of philosophy with discoveries every bit as strange and revelatory as those of Magellan and Galileo, the names, appropriately enough, of our most recent planetary galleons. I must confess that as an aging socialist who spent the glory years of the Apollo program protesting the genocidal bombing of Indochina, it has taken me half a lifetime to warm to a scientific culture incubated within Cold War militarism and technological triumphalism. Yet it is also the contemporary home of luminous and, dare I say, revolutionary attempts to rethink the Earth and evolution within the context of other planetary histories. While postmodernism has defoliated the humanities and turned textualism into a prison house of the soul, the natural sciences, which now include planetology, exobiology, and biogeochemistry 7, have once again, as in the time of Darwin, Wallace, Huxley, and Marx, become the sites of extraordinary debates that resonate at the deepest levels of human culture. In this chapter, I explore how one debate over the role of asteroid and comet impacts in mass extinction events has opened a door to a new vision of the Earth and, perhaps, even of human history. I begin with a polemical question: if post-war oceanography produced a revolution known as plate tectonics, what has the geological exploration of the solar system produced? This is a ploy to discuss the axiomatic deep structure of traditional Earth science, surprisingly undisturbed by plate tectonics but mortally threatened by the post-Newtonian perspective of comparative planetology. A review of the debate over impact tectonics and coherent catastrophism then introduces 3 case studies. Herbert Shaw's Craters, Cosmos, and Chronicles, 1994, is a disconcerting work of Rabelaisian energy and squalor which uses nonlinear dynamical systems theory, aka chaos theory, to rethink Earth history as the coevolution of mantle dynamics and asteroid bombardment. 8. Stuart Ross Taylor's Solar System Evolution, A New Perspective, 1992, provides a dignified funeral to grand unified theories in the tradition of Kant and Laplace. Taylor. 310. Offers instead an intellectually breathtaking tour of a radically contingent and historical solar system, which leads, in turn, to a brief rendezvous with Vladimir Vernadsky, Stephen Jay Gould, and the fierce god Shiva. Finally, the cometary astronomers Victor Clubb, Oxford, and William Napier, Edinburgh, have developed in the course of several dozen articles and books the case for a microstructure of terrestrial catastrophism that includes devastating meteoroid storms every few thousand years. Where is the archaeological and geological evidence for the role of their torrid demons in human history? The dragon and the comet. As dwellers on the land, we inhabit only about a 4th part of the surface, and that portion is almost exclusively a theater of decay, and not of the reproduction. Charles Lyell. 9. Imagine a scientific expedition to a distant world that, after nearly 175 years of intensive exploration, utterly failed to discover that planet's most spectacular surface feature, a volcanic mountain chain, stunningly rifted along its spine and nearly 60,000 kilometers long. Given such an improbable case, we would likely consider the expedition's leaders, if not literally blind or mad, to be captive to some lethal epistemological conceit. Yet the planet is the Earth, and the expedition, modern geology before 1956. The Serpentine Mountain Chain is the Ocean Ridge System, or, as one famous geophysicist likes to call it, the Dragon. 10. A segment of it, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, was discovered during efforts to lay transatlantic cable in the 1870s, but it was not reconnoitered until the German Meteor expedition in 1925–27, whose soundings also revealed a prominent median rift. In the early 1930s, the British John Murray expedition confirmed a similar ridge and valley topography in the Indian Ocean. Finally, in 1956, after pioneering explorations of the submarine Pacific Basin, Bruce Heezen, Maurice Ewing, and Mary Tharp were able to demonstrate that the ridges with rifts which they recognized coincided with the distribution of 311 mid-ocean earthquake foci constituted a continuous global belt, rising in average 2.8 kilometers above the ocean floor. Heezen and Tharp's map, published in the New York Times, was the most dramatic addition to human knowledge of the Earth's rock surface since Columbus. As Menard points out in his memoir of the period, it also provided a target that unified global exploration during the International Geophysical Year, the great leap forward of Earth science. 11. The blinding conceit of traditional geology, of course, was its faith in the uniformity of continental and oceanic crustal processes. Until the 1950s, it was generally accepted that the bulk composition of the Earth's crust was horizontally homogeneous, and that continental geology could be extrapolated to the ocean floors. The ocean crust, although putatively more ancient and devoid of relief, was conceived to be similar to the thick granitic crust of the continents. Some even argued that large parts of the ocean floor consisted of Atlantis-like floundered continents. Geological exploration of the continental shelves, which indeed proved to be continental in lithology, seemed to ratify the orthodox model. It was considered very unlikely that future exploration of deep ocean basins would unveil any unfamiliar tectonic features. In the event, the frenetic Cold War efforts to map the ocean floors revealed a radically different reality. The ocean crust was basaltic, not granitic, thin, not thick, and young, not Archean. Instead of the predicted abyssal plain, marine geologists were shocked to discover startling families of new landforms, thou sands of hillocks and sunken island mounts, guillots, as well as the globe-girdling immensity of the mid-ocean ridge belt. 12. They also found scores of inexplicably long escarpments, fracture zones offsetting the ridge axes like the crossties of Neptune's railroad. Novel structures, moreover, indicated novel processes, as it gradually became apparent that the rift ridges were magma factories spreading centers producing new crust that was eventually swallowed, subducted, at the deep ocean margin trenches. The great engines of crustal reproduction, in other words, were hidden under the seas. 312. The conservative revolution of plate tectonics. These fundamental revelations produced by the shift of perspective from Lyell's theater of decay to Menard's ocean of truth made a new view of the Earth inevitable. Indeed, plate tectonics is now conventionally recognized as one of the classic, Kuhnian revolutions in the history of science. Yet, precisely, what was revolutionary about the new theory? To purloin a distinction from social history, was it truly a radical revolution that rebuilt the earth sciences on new foundations, or was it a conservative revolution that saved the foundations while erecting a reformed structure of explanation? Certainly plate tectonics swept away the last remnants of a late Victorian geophysics that envisioned mountains as the crumpled expressions of internal cooling. 13. In place of contraction theory and its alternative, thermal expansion, it offered a new view of the Earth as a restless chemical factory, where the ocean plates act as conveyor belts between the mantle and crust. As the plunging plates are digested, they produce belches of magma that become volcanoes or the plutonic roots of mountains that eventually erode back into seafloor sediment to be subducted all over again. Some of the revolution's leaders, like the great Canadian geophysicist J. Tuzo Wilson, even perceived a majestic megacycle, many geological epochs in duration, of oceans opening and closing to create or dismantle a Pangaean supercontinent. 14. Geology's old guard, especially the Soviets bunkered down in their theoretical winter palaces, desperately clung to their geosynclines in the face of the sweeping challenge of the new paradigm. But when the sound and fury had died away, it became clear that plate tectonics, for all of its demolition work on the superstructure, nonetheless had left intact the core doctrines underpinning earth science. At the time, the new global tectonics appeared to be an extremely radical departure from classical geology. In retrospect, however, we can see that plate tectonics, as envisioned today, is fully consistent with the uniformitarian concepts inherited from Hutton and Lyell. The plates gradually split, slide, and suture, driven by forces intrinsic to the globe. Else it is commonplace, of course, to equate foundational doctrine with Hutton. 313. And Lyell's uniformitarianism per se. I would argue, however, that Lyellian geology borrowed a decisive, if unspoken premise from Newton, the independence of Earth process from any astronomical context, and, in turn, passed on an all-important axiom to Darwin, evolution as a gradualistic reform of natural design. Each of these root principles can be represented as simple syllogisms, and together they constitute an axiomatic framework that was rarely questioned by geologists before the 1980s. Table 1. Earth as a closed system, old axiomatic framework. 1. Newton's guarantee, he expelled chaos from the solar system. A. The solar system is a precision or a well-regulated mechanical system. B. Earth's astronomical context, consequently, is unchanging except in the largest time frames, earliest Earth, oldest Earth. C. The Earth, therefore, can be studied as closed system. 2. Lyell's principle, he expelled catastrophe from Earth process. A. Tectonic change is gradual over vast periods. Catastrophism, biblical or secular, is a misreading of the geological record. B. From a whole Earth perspective, there is a steady state. Any cross-section of geological time reveals the same processes and landforms. C. The present, therefore, is an analogue for the past. 3. Darwin's corollary, he expelled saltation from evolution. A. Biological evolution follows Lyell's gradualistic pace of environmental evolution. Nature never progresses by leaps. B. Extinction and speciation, as a result, are uniformitarian in scale and rate. Natural selection fine-tunes adaptation. C. Evolution, therefore, has a subtle, progressive logic. Lyell's vision of a uniformitarian Earth, whose surface is sculpted by the continuous action of small causes over great intervals of deep time, effectively dehistoricized natural history by excluding the unique events catastrophes that gave it narrative directionality. At the most fundamental level, moreover, Lyell asserted that geology was immune to astronomical chaos. This guarantee of cosmic security, which Clubb and Napier call the linchpin of modern science, was 314. Provided by Newton's celestial mechanics, in which the Earth moves untroubled by cosmic forces. 16. Although the actual 17th-century author of the Principia was a fervent astrologer, the Newton deified by the Enlightenment was seen to have expelled from the heavens the apocalyptic comet symbol of extraterrestrial influence over Earth's history that had excited medieval imaginations. 17. Geology would later concede the role of planetesimal bombardment in the history of the early Earth, but this Hadean eon, with its magma oceans and infernal visitors from space, was conceptually partitioned off from the rest of normal, closed-system geological time. According to E. G. Nisbet, for example, in the Hadean, the Earth was in its formative stage, subject to external influence, while in the Archean, it was evolving through its own internal constraints as a closed system. 18. Lyell's anti-catastrophism, moreover, wound Darwin's evolutionary clock, which, in turn, kept perfect Newtonian time. Lyell is the source of Darwin's assumption that, viewed from the proper perspective, organic change, both within species and across species boundaries, moves at rates that may speed up here and there but are nonetheless gradual. Darwin also adopted Lyell's perspectivalism about evidence. If we think that geological and biological history are punctuated by discrete, dramatic, catastrophic changes, that is only because, with all our scratching and digging at the Earth, we come up only with isolated pieces of data that we falsely aggregate into sudden large changes. 19. Nothing in plate tectonics directly challenged this closed system model of gradual Earth evolution or the sacrosanct boundary between geology and astronomy. After 1960, to be sure, some anxiety was aroused by the growing evidence for episodic mass extinctions, as well as the discovery of an unexpected number of probable impact craters. But the ancient foundations of Earth science repelled all assaults until the 1980s. Then, appropriately enough, the blow came from outer space. 315. Coherent catastrophism? Large body impacts are not deus ex machina explanations, they are inevitabilities. Walter Alvarez et al. 20. The shock of recognition, of course, was the discovery, near Gubbio, Italy, of an indelible extraterrestrial signature and improbable concentration of iridium in a pencil-thin layer of clay corresponding to the Cretaceous/Tertiary, K/T, bound Erie, 65 million years ago. In their famous 1980 article interpreting the significance of the anomaly, physicist Luis Alvarez and his Berkeley-based team, including his geologist son Walter, boldly claimed to have found the smoking gun responsible for the extinction of the dinosaurs. 21. A subsequent cascade of corroborative research, including the identification of a worldwide pattern of iridium anomalies and the 1990 confirmation of the gigantic Chicxulub impact crater at the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula, established beyond reasonable doubt that the Earth had been struck by a bolide, a comet nucleus or asteroid at least 10 km in diameter and with an explosive power equivalent to 5 billion Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs. Its deadliness was redoubled by the coincidence that the vaporized target rock, which included thick layers of sulfur-rich anhydrite, produced an estimated 600 billion tons of sulfuric acid aerosol that fell as a hellish acid rain and temporarily turned the seas into a strange love ocean. 22. Despite a long history of speculation about the catastrophic origin of the K/T extinction, the Alvarez-Berkeley group, as William Glenn has emphasized, were the first to propose a genuinely testable, that is, falsifiable, hypothesis. 23. In this sense, their iridium anomaly was comparable to the famous magnetic anomaly, the Vine-Matthews hypothesis that had cinched the case for plate tectonics. Yet, just as Cold War oceanography had created the larger context of discovery that made plate tectonics necessary, so too has the emergence of comparative planetology out of the space race radicalized the conceptual landscape of the K/T impact debate. Indeed, many geophysicists, at least, now talk about two parallel revolutions. 316. In the earth sciences, one that has revealed the unexpected landforms of the ocean floor, and another that has changed the moon and planets from astronomical into geological objects. 24. Just as a whole Earth geology was impossible before the discovery of the mid-ocean ridges and trenches, so, likewise, there was no way to develop a decent comprehension of the original and evolutionary history of a single, highly evolved, complex planet, Earth, by studying it in isolation from the class of objects of which it is but one member. 25. The study of comparative planetary history, moreover, requires new understandings of the dynamic processes that organize planetary bodies, large and small, into a single complex system of interaction. Thus, satellite reconnaissance of the Earth, by deciphering the outlines of dozens of astroblems in remote areas, has confirmed impact cratering as a fundamental geological process. According to one research team, the Earth has experienced at least 200,000 impacts equal to or larger than the famous meteor crater in Arizona since the beginning of the Devonian period, 408 million years ago. 26. The Earth is an open system. A handful of astrophysicists and planetary geologists, to be sure, had long advocated the likely role of extraterrestrial agents, comets, and asteroids, in Phanerozoic Earth history. But they were voices crying in the wilderness until the 1980s, when mainstream geology finally had to confront powerful new evidence arising both from planetary exploration and the K/T debate. With the advantage of hindsight, it is now clear that an open system view of Earth history, struggling against the hegemony of the old axiomatic framework, has had to surmount four major scientific hurdles. First, it was necessary to establish unequivocally the extraterrestrial credentials of proposed impact craters on Earth. Grove Carl Gilbert, the founder of modern geomorphology, opened the debate with his research on Arizona's so-called meteor crater in the early 1890s. Although Gilbert was the leading advocate of an impact, rather than volcanic, origin for the Moon's craters, he was baffled by the implausible geometry of the Arizona structure and the absence of any large meteoritic mass. The physics of the impact, including the 317 vaporization of the 60-meter bolide, was finally clarified by the distinguished astrophysicist Forrest Ray Moulton in 1929. But general acceptance of the impact hypothesis among geologists had to await Eugene Shoemaker's groundbreaking studies on shock metamorphism in the 1950s and early 1960s. 28 later, satellite and space shuttle photography revolutionized the search for impact footprints, while the K/T controversy dramatically raised the scientific stakes. Currently, 145 craters have been authenticated, ranging in diameter from a few hundred meters to 300 kilometers, including two megastructures Vredefort in South Africa and Sudbury in Ontario that may be the terrestrial equivalents of Lunar Maria. 19. Second, it was essential to identify a plausible reservoir of potential Earth impactors in unstable orbits. Here key event was the 1932 discovery of the first asteroid 1862 Apollo in an orbit that intersected the Earth's. By the late 1940s, a whole family of Earth-crossing asteroids known as Apollos had been identified, and some astronomers, like Fletcher Watson and Ralph Baldwin, were warning that major collisions might occur every million years or so. 30 Indeed, a previous Soviet expedition to Siberia in 1927 had confirmed the meteoroid origin of a huge 1908 air blast now estimated to have been equivalent to a 20-megaton hydrogen bomb that leveled nearly 2,000 square kilometers of taiga in the remote watershed of the Tunguska River. 31 Since Shoemaker, using wide-field Schmidt telescopes, launched the Planet-Crossing Asteroid Survey in 1972, the detection of NEOs has increased almost exponentially. Currently about 163 Earth-crossing asteroids, many of them extinct short-period comets with diameters greater than 1 kilometer, have been identified, less than 10% of the estimated total population. 32 Meanwhile, the Spacewatch program at Kitt Peak Observatory in Arizona has discovered a previously unsuspected near-Earth asteroid belt composed of smaller NEOs, called Arjunas, in the range of tens of meters. At least 50 of these Tunguska-sized mini-asteroids pass between the Earth and the Moon each day. 33 NASA's NEO Survey Working Group recently estimated that there are between 500,000 and 1.5 million Arjunas in this near-Earth swarm. 34 It is now understood, moreover, that the asteroids and short-period comets of the inner solar system have very unpredictable orbits. Indeed, chaos ultimately. 318. Rules the entire solar system. 35 But on radically different timescales for different classes of planetary objects. As Carlyle points out, below a certain size, which depends both on the distance from the Sun and the proximity to other planets, an orbit is stable for no more than about 10 million years before it decays into chaos, while a larger object in the same orbit may be stable for 10 billion years. 36 The orbits of NEOs, in particular, evolve so chaotically that they cannot be computed far enough into the future to determine reliably the risk of planetary impact. 37 In addition to chaotic objects, moreover, the solar system also contains numerous chaotic zones, including the unstable 3:1 Kirkwood gap in resonance with Jupiter that some experts believe is a primary source for Earth-crossing asteroids and meteoroid debris. 38 Third, using the cratering records of the Moon and the other terrestrial planets as a comparative archive, it was necessary to establish some general parameters for impact size and frequency. Within geology, at least, a die-hard volcanist contingent rejected the asteroidal origin of the Moon's craters until the Apollo missions brought back incontrovertible ground truth in the form of impact breccias rather than basalts from the lunar highlands. 39 Although most planetary theorists had long regarded the Moon as a fossil mirror image of the Earth's early impact history, direct exploration has provided measurements of the cratering rate since the end of the so-called Late Heavy Bombardment 3.8 billion years ago. NASA's Magellan probe, meanwhile, has produced similar estimates for Venus, where the crater population, because of the relative youth of the planetary surface approximately 500 million years old, exclusively consists of events within Phanerozoic time. 40 Planetologists originally had hoped to create a master impact stratigraphy for the entire solar system. However, as planetary scientist Stuart Ross Taylor has pointed out, cratering fluxes appear to vary widely in different parts of the system, and there does not appear to be that prerequisite, a uniform solar system-wide flux of impactors. 41. Still, extrapolating from the lunar and Venusian cases, and allowing for differences in gravity and atmospheric density, it has been possible to estimate terrestrial impact frequencies, which can, in turn, be double-checked against the age and size distribution of the 140-plus known era. 319. TERS. The pioneering calculations of the Shoemakers are reproduced in Table 2. 42. Atmospheric bolide explosions, of course, are far more common. The current estimate is that a Hiroshima-size event occurs annually, while a megaton airburst is expected once or twice per century. 43. Table 2. Estimated production of impact craters on Earth during the last 100 million years. Minimum crater diameter, km, impacting object Joe 2030 50 60 100 ISO asteroids 820 180 73 10 4.50.3 comets, 270, 60 24 85.31.71 all objects, 1090, 240 97 1810-1. Finally, to put all the pieces in place, it was crucial to show a correlation between impact catastrophes and significant watersheds in the history of life. The K/T controversy, as Rob Riley points out, is box office and has focused unprecedented interdisciplinary resources on the twin problems of mass extinction and bolide impacts. 44-1 result was a dramatic renewal of interest in the approximate 30 million year cycle first identified by the eminent Scots geophysicist Arthur Holmes during the 1920s in the course of his research on large-scale sea level fluctuations. In 1984, geologists tunneling their way through data on the ages of impact craters unexpectedly ran into paleontologists digging through extinction records. The two chronologies, cratering and mass extinction, coincided, within a rather generous margin of error, around the Holmesian wavelength of 26 to 33 million years. 45 Writing a few months later about this serendipitous convergence, Stephen Jay Gould proposed naming the cycle of impact and death after Shiva, the dancing Hindu god of destruction and rebirth. 46 The cosmic carousel. Although many geologists immediately disputed the correlation, others detected Holmesian periodicities in an astounding range of tectonic phenomena. Michael Rampeneau of the Goddard Institute for Space Studies, for example, discerns a causal linkage between major impact events, flood basalt volcanism, and extinctions. 320. Using lunar analogies, he argues that the largest impacts can sufficiently disturb the crust and mantle to produce flood basalt eruptions. Seismological models, as well as counterpart structures on Mercury and the Moon, suggest that the shear waves are most likely to be focused by the mantle upon the spot that is antipodal to the impact crater itself. Intriguingly, plate tectonic reconstructions of the late Cretaceous indicate that the Deccan Traps, a vast flood basalt province in India, was directly opposite the Chicxulub crater. 47 Rampeneau's colleague Richard Stothers has further amplified this tectonic connection with a proposed synchronism between lunar cratering history, as a surrogate of Earth's, and the 6 major episodes of terrestrial mountain building. 48 The increasingly sweeping claims of impact theorists, including the Rampeneau-Stother hypothesis that global tectonic upheavals are periodically driven by collisional energy, soon produced a partisan realignment within the K/T debate. The original battle line between volcanists and impactors was supplanted by what the British astrophysicist William Napier has characterized as simple giant impact theory versus coherent catastrophism. Advocates of the former position, according to Napier, accept the Chicxulub impact but reject terrestrial catastrophism. The K/T event, in their view, was a unique exception to the otherwise general rule of uniformitarian processes. 49 The case for coherent catastrophism, on the other hand, was most forcefully argued by Harvard astrophysicist Ursula Marvin at a 1988 meeting on the K/T controversy. "It is time to recognize," she told the Second Snowbird Conference, "that bolide impact is a geologic process of major importance which by its very nature, demolishes uniformitarianism itself as the basic principle of geology. Once the full implications of bolide impact are clearly understood," she added, "geologists will realize that this violent force carries with it a far more revolutionary departure from classical geology than did plate tectonics." 50 Unlike the plate tectonicists of the 1960s, contemporary neo-catastrophists like Marvin accept the need to reconstruct the very foundations of Earth science. In their struggle against what Victor Club calls the terrestrial chauvinism * of mainstream geology, they repeal Newton's guarantee of Earth's immunity from malign cosmic forces. S1 They instead propose a new view of the Earth I summa. 321. Risdon Table 3, as an open system integrated into the Solar System's complex and unpredictable ecology of impacts and chemical exchanges. In an important sense, they are finally completing the Copernican revolution. Table 3. Earth is an open system, new axiomatic framework. 1. Halley's Comet, chaos theory reveals deep structures of singularity. A. The Solar System is fundamentally historical, a bricolage of unique events and assemblages, governed by deterministic chaos and open to galactic perturbations. B. Earth's astronomical environment forms a dynamic continuum with geophysics and plate tectonics. c. Only comparative planetology, a historical science, can establish the real specificity of solid Earth and biosphere evolution. 2. Cuvier's revenge. Catastrophe organizes geology as history. A. Process regimes from earthquakes to supercontinent cycles are structured by unique events, catastrophes. Periodicities actually unfold as nonlinear histories. b. Catastrophic and uniformitarian processes are interwoven at all temporal scales. c. The past is only a partial analogue for the future. 3. Vernadsky's legacy. Gaia dances with Shiva. A. The biosphere is adapted, via the evolution of biological cooperation, to chaotic crises of its planetary environment. Nature usually proceeds by leaps. b. Mass extinction events are non-Darwinian factories of natural selection. At its extremes, evolution is a punctuated equilibrium between autonomous dynamics of environmental and genetic change. c. Natural history, like planetary history, is characterized by its irreversible and unpredictable contingency. The new axiomatic framework, not surprisingly, has been most easily embraced by astronomers and planetologists like Marvin at Harvard Club and Napier at Oxford, Rampeneau and Stothers at the Goddard Institute, the Shamak ERS at Lowell Observatory, R.A.R. Grieve at the Geological Survey of Canada, J. Melosh and John Lewis at the University of Arizona, and Stuart Ross Taylor and Duncan Steele in Australia. Within paleontology and evolutionary biology. 322. Its major supporters like David Ropp and John Sepkoski at the University of Chicago tend to be allies of the punctuated equilibrium camp of Stephen Jay Gould and Niles Eldredge. Intriguingly, the most radical advocates of neocatastrophism within academic geology are Asian, like Kenneth Hsu in China and Switzerland, and Minio Kumazawa at Nagoya University, a fact that may be related to the cultural specificity of the uniformitarian tradition. Chinese philosophical traditions, in particular, privilege the role of astronomical events in Earth's history. Thus Chinese geologists embraced the Alvarez hypothesis with alacrity and immediately launched a remarkable nationwide hunt for extraterrestrial isotopic anomalies at other extinction horizons, which were later confirmed at the base of the Cambrian and the end of the Permian. They also have been the boldest in reconceptualizing stratigraphic boundaries. It is obvious that the subdivision of the major stages of geological history should not be dependent solely on the Earth's evolution, but chiefly on the occurrence of astrogeological events. 52. Aside from their united front on the impact origin of the K/T extinction, many of the neocatastrophists have also organized their research around the same hypothetical game of planetary billiards. They conjecture that the Shiva cycle of impacts is driven by a galactic tide, probably the Sun's vertical oscillation in the plane of the Milky Way galaxy. 53. Each time that the solar system, like a carousel horse, rises or falls through the galactic plane, the gravitational attraction of stars or, more rarely, interstellar molecular clouds, the most massive objects in the galaxy, loosen giant comets from the Oort cloud. As these comets eventually arrive within the planetary belt, Jupiter's gravity eventually ejects most of them out of the solar system, but a few are shunted into short-period orbits close to the Sun. Day 54. Solar energy disintegrates the cores of the giant comets, which become long trails of smaller comets, asteroid fragments, and zodiacal dust. In Earth-crossing orbits, they produce regular episodes of relatively intense bombardment and extinction, as well as meteor-induced changes in climatic regimes. 55. The evolution of the Earth, in other words, is galactically controlled through a Rube Goldberg-like chain of gravitational accidents, a hypothesis that is as exhilarating to most astronomers as it is preposterous to most geologists. It remains. 323. However, simply a grand hypothesis, lacking proof in all the crucial details. It is not yet the holy grail of coherent catastrophism that Clubb, Napier, Steele, and others so ardently seek. Indeed, there has been much confusion about whether a new synthesis, as theoretically unified and testable as plate tectonics, was even possible. Then, in 1994, Herbert Shaw published his magnum opus, a treatise of nearly 700 pages, Craters, Cosmos, and Chronicles, which is bravely subtitled A New Theory of Earth. Chaotic couplings. Meteoroid impacts are not simply cosmic events independendi imposed on Earth. They are events that have evolved with the Earth. Herbert Shaw 56. The impact debate is sometimes portrayed as the resurrection of the epic 19th century struggle between uniformitarianism and catastrophism. Paleontologist David Roth, for one, sees the ghosts of Cuvier, the father of catastrophe, and Lyell, the father of gradualism, hovering over the K/T battlefield. 57. Yet, as I have tried to show, these traditional labels inadequately capture the even deeper epistemic conflict between closed and open system views of the Earth's interaction with a stable or chaotic solar system. The biggest step for the Earth sciences has not been the admission of an occasional catastrophe or two, but rather the acceptance that terrestrial events, at a variety of timescales, form a meaningful continuum with extraterrestrial processes. Where most geologists fear to tread, of course, has long been familiar territory to astrophysicists and geophysicists. Space plasma physics, for example, studies a single Sun-Earth system, a chain of intimately coupled regions extending from the Sun's surface to Earth: the solar photosphere, the solar corona, the solar wind, Earth's magnetosphere, Earth's ionosphere, and Earth's atmosphere. 58. Herbert Shaw, a research geologist with the USGS in Menlo Park, has boldly extended these couplings into a limitless chain of resonances linking terrestrial microcosms to galactic macrocosms. Although the crux of Shaw's 324 theory concerns complex feedbacks between the Earth's thermodynamic regime, its core mantle system, and its impact history, his concept of Earth system, like Hegel's concept of history, is dialectically all-encompassing. It seems necessary to conclude that we are faced with a revolution in concepts of natural history. This revolution is more profound than suggested by correlations of volcanic events with meteoroid impact events. The most mind-bending implication is the possibility that synchronicity may extend between phenomena as widely separated in space and time as biochemical genetics and intergalactic dynamics. Every type and scale of scientific discipline has been thrown together in ways that violate, or enlighten, long-established traditions of autonomy. 59. Shaw is a tireless missionary within the earth sciences for the viewpoint of nonlinear dynamical systems theory, which, as we shall see, he has used to revise the Alvarez-Berkeley hypothesis in a startling new direction. Like other scientists bored with orthodoxy who lived in the Bay Area during the intellectually restless 1970s, he first saw the burning bush of chaos on the road to Santa Cruz. In his prologue he fondly recalls UC Santa Cruz's legendary Dynamical Systems Collective and their pioneering analyses of dripping faucets and other chaotic phenomena. As a rheologist with an extensive background in magma research, a notoriously nonlinear subject, who became fascinated during the 1970s with the role of tidal deformations in the thermal history of the Earth, he was predisposed to relish the conceptual resonances especially between astrophysics and geophysics that chaos theory seemed to reveal. 60. In common with other champions of nonlinearity, Herbert Shaw sometimes seems to speak in fractal tongues. Craters, Cosmos, and Chronicles is a daunting rainforest of tightly coiled illusion, luxuriant digression, and dense polymathy. Yet it is also infused with the almost drunken energy of theory working at the edge. Two things, I suspect, will arbitrate the reception of this strange but visionary work, even among hardcore neo-catastrophists. First, it will be fascinating to see whether other geophysicists are willing to endorse his celestial reference frame theory of ballistic guidance and bolide mantle anomaly coupling to be discussed in a moment as a viable hypothesis. Second, there is the larger case. 325. Of chaos theory's credibility, under tough logical interrogation, as a subsuming worldview and revolutionary epistemology. Critics may be able to treat these two issues separately, but for Shaw himself the validity of his impact scenario is obviously indissociable from his radical anti-reductionism. Consider, for example, his provocative definitions of causality and periodicity. Shaw rejects linear cause and effect, for example, planetary billiard games, in favor of a structural causality arising from strange loops of complex feedback. The universe of experience, he adds, is ruled by processes that rarely, and in detail never, boil down to direct proportional parts that can simply be summed to describe the net effects of those processes. 61. Causality, complex and tangled. The statement impacts cause extinctions, therefore, is nothing but careless shorthand. No single subsystem, however significant, can be causative by itself, since behavior exists only by virtue of the nonlinear synchronization of the whole. Moreover, because igneous, solar system and galactic periodicities are founded in common nonlinear phenomena, the separation into endogenous and exogenous effects is lost as a basis for classifying mechanisms. To a nonlinear dynamicist, Shaw adds, the fact that the solar system is embedded in the galactic system indicates that the former is a special substructure that exists because of resonant interactions with the system as a whole. Resonance, by the way, is more than a good vibration. In Shaw's writing, it frequently has the same connotation of multiple, entangled causality as overdetermination in Freud's theory of dreams or structural causality in Althusser's theory of modes of production. Therefore, the rigorously correct formulation, although try explaining this to a ginosaur, is that impacts and extinctions are coupled oscillators. 62. Similarly, because there are no perfectly independent processes, there are no perfect Newtonian clocks. Abstract, linearly calibrated time, like its negation, pure stochasticity, is an illusion, reinforced by our own species-specific dimensional scaling and self-referentiality. Only the behavior of the natural system itself, its properties of nonlinear recursion under specified conditions of observation, identifies the contextual meaning of time. 63. Like the geological column. 326. Nonlinear time is a fractal order of periodic but non-uniform punctuation. For instance, Mandelbrot's notorious Devil's Staircase, typically scaled at irrational number, quasi-periodic, frequencies. As a result, it has intervals of both sharp and fuzzy calibration. 64. In his own reading of Shaw, the British geographer and historian of catastrophism, Richard Huggett, sees a fundamental question at stake: how periodicity develops in systems replete with rate-dependent interactions and complex forms of feedback with other processes. A tentative answer is that fundamental periodicities in any system arise from the variability of nonlinear coupling, that they emerge as sets of interacting resonances in the course of an irreversible evolution. 65. The interacting resonances at the core of Shaw's reformulation of the impact hypothesis ally the evolution of the Earth's interior with the configuration of near-Earth orbits intermittently occupied by bolide impactors. He brazenly wagers the family farm on the proposition that the major impact events over the last half-billion years have not been random, but ordered, not only in their temporal pattern as many neo-catastrophists believe, but also in their spatial pattern. Astonishingly, he finds that most known impacts cluster around 3 Phanerozoic cratering nodes, PCNs, connected by a single great circle, or Phanerozoic swathe. The PCNs, Shaw claims, are locked in a stable angular relationship with the Earth's axis of rotation that is more fundamental and invariant than the hotspot reference frame normally used in paleogeographical reconstructions. He consequently proposes a celestial reference frame, CRF, created by the celestial sphere projection of the Phanerozoic cratering pattern, as a new framework for interpreting the surface history of the Earth. 66. But what established this remarkable cratering pattern in the first place? Again, Shaw's answer is breathtaking. The Earth has a meridional geodetic keel, MGK, a longitudinal mass anomaly frozen deep in the mantle, and COR responding to observed primary wave seismic anomalies. That is the legacy of the Moon's violent birth 4.4 billion years ago. Through the MGK, the Earth's past controls its future. When chaotic crises including the 30-million-year galactic tide swell the population of near-Earth objects, NEOs, the gravitational resonances of the MGK, perhaps assisted by the Moon, recruit some as 327 temporary natural satellites of the Earth. As their orbits decay, The MGK then provides flight control that guides the bolides through the CRF to ground zero within the PCN, where their impact reinforces the ancient patterning of the MGK. A virtuoso example, to be sure, of circular positive feedback. 67 Table 4 rudely converts Shaw's multifractal argumentation into a linear summary or cartoon. But Craters, Cosmos, and Chronicles digresses so frequently into a teach-in on nonlinear dynamical systems theory that it sometimes fails to adequately spotlight or elaborate some of its most daring theses. The most important of these, I think, is the primacy that Shaw assigns to impact cratering as a geological agency. For most geologists, of course, it has been difficult enough to accept extraterrestrial bombardment as an ongoing Earth process. But Shaw goes much further. Warmed by bombardment. One of the major loose ends in current geophysical theory, for example, is resolving the ultimate nature of the Earth's thermal regime. Many theorists now doubt that core heat loss is by itself sufficient to produce the mantle plumes that suppository Edley blowtorch rifts in continents and drive plate motion. At the same time, there is little agreement about the quantitative contribution of radiogenic heating in the lithosphere. At worst, geophysicists see a mysterious discrepancy. In Shaw's view, however, this is an unnecessary conundrum rising out of the underestimation of the cumulative input of energy from impacts. Correctly calculated, impacts and other external energy sources, including tidal friction, balance the books. 68 Shaw estimates, for instance, that the extraterrestrial donation to the Earth's energy budget over the last billion years has been at least 1033 ergs, the equivalent of 1 billion earthquakes as powerful as the largest historical quake in Chile in 1960, of 9.5 magnitude. 69 Whereas most geologists, and even some neo-catastrophists, seem to visualize impact cratering as a separate and independent process from plate tectonics, Shaw asserts that they have been indivisibly coupled since the formation of the first cratonic proto-continents in the early Archean era. He clearly implies that the plate tectonic revolution will only be completed when it integrates the role of impacts and other external energy sources. 70 A linear summary of Shaw's nonlinear theory of impact tectonism. 1. Collision between Earth and Mars-sized protoplanet, 4.4 billion YBP, creates moon, leaves immense scar basin/magma ocean, probably ancestral Pacific basin, pages 110-12,271-77. 2. Secondary bombardment by orbiting debris reinforces longitudinal mass anomaly, meridional geodetic keel, or MGK, in deep mantle that evolves from root system of magma ocean, pages 110-12. 3. This MGK, which Shaw identifies with the present-day seismic, fast P-wave, anomaly around the Pacific Ocean, exerts gravitational influence, spin-orbit resonance, on temporary natural satellites of the Earth, pages 271-80. 4. A geocentric, orbital, reservoir intermittently fills with small, 10 km or less, asteroids and comet debris. Chaotic crises perhaps caused by the periodic galactic tide produce cascade of impacts on Earth, pages 3:11-12. 5. The MGK exercises flight control over impactors, whose trajectories, therefore, are not random walks, but focused barrages governed by an invariant celestial reference frame, CRF, locked to the long-term motion of the mean axis of rotation, pages 165-202, 559. 6. Impacts, therefore, are not random but patterned in space and time. Where swathes of bombardment intersect, Phanerozoic cratering nodes, PCN, can be identified. Shaw also accepts the nonlinear, Devil's Staircase, version of the Holmesian 30 million year cycle for the peak power of the impacts, pages 30-41. 7. Thus, there is a circular positive feedback, MGK CRF PCN MGK, between the Earth's internal mass anomalies and the history of impacts. Shaw refers to this as a kind of orbital ballistic telegraphy or nonlinear laser printer, pages 3-10, 35. 8. Patterned impacts make an important contribution to the Earth's energy budget, there is persistent feedback between the cumulative energy of impacts and net plate tectonic motion, pages 245 to 59. 9. MGK also guides plate motion. Principal subduction zones correlate crudely with deep mass anomalies. In a non-trivial sense, biostratigraphy is ultimately structured by the Solar System, pages 277 to 83, 312. 0. This system is specific to Earth. Other planets have not experienced the same degree of coupling between their internal and external nonlinear dynamical resonance states versus the chaotic evolution of the Solar System, p. 305. From one daring hypothesis to another, Craters, Cosmos, and Chronicles tickles the geological imagination with new and unorthodox interpretations of Earth history in the light of its cosmic context. In a strictly formal sense, it provides an 329. Anticipatory model of the kinds of complex feedback and resonance relationships that any comprehensive open system theory would have to explain. Yet Shaw's extreme anti-reductionism also acts as a fail-safe mechanism against the potential testing, that is to say, falsification of his individual hypotheses. For example, when discussing the hypothetical correspondence between cratering patterns, deep mantle anomalies, and geomagnetism, Shaw concludes that they form a global system of multiple time-delayed coupled oscillators / 71 time-delayed coupled oscillators. What Shaw actually seems to be saying is that while there is no straightforward relationship in time between these phenomena, they can be correlated at some deeper time-delayed or fractal level. In other papers, he evokes rhythmic patterns of orchestral proportions 72. This, of course, follows almost tautologically from Shaw's premise of a holistic Earth-cosmos system where phenomena are time-connected by definition rather than by empirical linkages. After all, what can't be coupled in oscillation at some time delay? Indeed, Shaw calmly acknowledges that this is not good news from the standpoint of sorting out specific causes and effects, or from the standpoint of assigning unique frequencies to specific mechanisms. 73. In effect, his resonances, in their indifferent diversity, threaten to dissipate themselves in the same bad infinity that Hegel cautioned was the graveyard of all non-dialectical absolutes. Read, Global Systems. 74. Elephants on Mars. Do Shiva and Gaia represent a coupled and co-evolved system, the stability of one somehow dependent on disturbances caused by the other? Michael Rampeneau. 75. In December 1998, after 2 decades of exasperating delay and disaster, the Galileo spacecraft finally reached its rendezvous with Jupiter and launched a probe into the hydrogen and ammonia maelstrom of the Jovian atmosphere. In the hour before NASA's artificial meteor was incinerated, it transmitted data so offbeat that researchers scrambled to see if their instruments had run Arsenic. 7. 330. Most of the predicted atmospheric water was missing, a shortfall that invalidates existing models of Jupiter's energy budget and chemistry. The New Scientist predicts that planetary scientists may now have to completely rethink their theories of the giant planet's structure. 77. This was no more than business as usual. Since 1959, when the USSR's Luna 3 documented the absence of Maria on the Moon's far side, surprise has been the standard ration of planetary reconnaissance. The Geological Survey of the Solar System has revealed new realities as completely unexpected as those discovered by Cold War oceanography during the 1950s. As one team of researchers pointed out, the sense of novelty would probably not have been greater if we had explored a different solar system. 78. In essence, theory has been unable to predict planetary composition or dynamics in advance of exploration. The Solar System is distinguished by the conspicuous absence of normal planets. Each instead is an eccentric individual with its own unique chemical and tectonic identity. Moreover, the same rule applies to miniature as well as major worlds, since every satellite has turned out to differ in some significant feature from its neighbor. Singularity, in other words, seems to have a fractal distribution across scales. 79. The distinguished Australian cosmochemist Stuart Ross Taylor has drawn important epistemological conclusions from this planetary exceptionalism. The complexity of the Solar System, he argues, is not in accord with theories that start from some simple initial condition. In his view, planetary diversity confounds the classical Kant-Laplacian project of discovering some uniform principles, analogous to the periodic table or Darwinian evolution, from which one might construct clones of our solar system. In particular, he disputes elegant, top-down theories of the system's origin like the equilibrium condensation model, so popular in the 1970s, with its postulates of a chemically zoned nebula and an orderly process of planetary accretion. In contrast, Taylor views accretion as inherently messy and event-driven. Instead of a grand unified theory, he proposes a bottom-up narrative in which planetary formation is the outcome of a kind of deterministic chaos. If large impacts of planetesimals are a characteristic feature of the final stages of planetary accretion, then the details of the individual impacts become to some. 331. Extent-free parameters 81. Even in its most general features, then, the present solar system cannot be theoretically deduced from the equations of the state of the original solar nebula. Singular impact events, unpredictable in any Laplacian model, have produced some of the characteristic anomalies itemized in Table 5. Table 5. Historical, chaotic, features of the solar system, summary from Taylor. 1. Atmospheres. 2. Obliquities. 3. Irregular satellites, in retrograde and non-equatorial orbits. 4. Density of Mercury. 5. Slow retrograde rotation of Venus. 6. Earth/Moon system. 7. Asteroid belt. 8. Crustal dichotomy of Mars. 9. Rings of giant planets. 10. Pluto/Charon system. Taylor's solar system, in a word, is radically historical, which is to say, chaotic, and impact cratering is its existential moment. Classical celestial mechanics, of course, allowed no role for collisions, or for intrinsically unpredictable or irreversible outcomes. Taylor's conception of the solar system as bricolage, however, prescribes innumerable possible evolutionary paths out of the same initial conditions. The major planetary features are the result of events that might readily have taken a different turn. 82. Although other planetary systems doubtless exist, the duplication of the singular sequence that has produced the present solar system is as likely as finding an elephant on Mars. 83. Life on Earth. This is a view broadly shared by other planetary scientists, who, in recent years, have given more precise definition to the external preconditions for the existence of the Earth's biosphere. 84. There seem to be 4 paramount contingencies. First. 332. Of all, computer modeling indicates that a climate conducive to life on Earth depends upon the extraordinarily narrow orbital parameters that define a continuously habitable zone, CHZ, where water can exist in a liquid state. This is sometimes called the Goldilocks problem, since Venus is too hot, Mars too cold, and only the Earth just right for life. 85. If the Earth's orbit were only 5% smaller than it actually is, during the early stages of Earth's history there would have been a runaway greenhouse effect like Venus, and temperatures would have gone up until the oceans boiled away entirely. On the other hand, if the Earth-Sun distance were as little as 1% or larger, there would have been runaway glaciation on Earth about 2 billion years ago. The Earth's oceans would have frozen over entirely, and would have remained so ever since, with a mean global temperature less than -50 degrees F like Mars. 86. Even if Mars, as some exobiologists speculate, has preserved a stealth biosphere of primitive anaerobic bacteria in the interstices of its Archean-aged crust, its engine of evolution, for all intents and purposes, is turned off. 87. Second, Jupiter plays an essential role as the Earth's big brother and protector. Its vast mass prevents most sunbound comets from penetrating the inner solar system. Without this Jovian shield, it has been estimated that the Earth would have experienced a flux of comet-sized impactors 1,000 times larger than actually recorded during geological time. K/T-sized catastrophes, in other words, would have taken place at 100,000 year rather 100-million year intervals. If the Earth's surface were not actually sterilized by such a bombardment, it is hard to imagine the survival of taxa beyond the most primitive levels of evolution. Nils Holm and Eva Anderson suggest deep-sea hydrothermal systems as the only possible refuges from heavy bombardment. 88 This suggests, as a minimum precondition, that only planetary systems that contain both terrestrial planets and gas giants are capable of sustaining complex life forms. 8 grams Third, the gravitational shield of the giant planets, while highly efficient, must occasionally fail to protect the Earth. One of the central paradoxes of planetary science, the so-called temperature volatiles conundrum, is that the temperatures for the existence of liquid water exist only in the inner solar system, while 333. The key building blocks of life, including water itself, occur primarily beyond the asteroid belt. Indeed, the Earth probably formed almost entirely devoid of the biogenic elements. Thus some modulated frequency of cometary impacts has been necessary to convey oceans of water, as well as carbon and nitrogen, from the volatile-rich regions of the solar system to Earth. The evolution of the biosphere, in other words, has been dependent upon a subtle cometary trade surplus in imported volatiles that stops short of the impact magnitudes that would erode the atmosphere or vaporize the oceans. 94th, the Earth's unique and massive satellite, the Moon, plays a crucial role in stabilizing the obliquity of the Earth's rotational axis. Locked into spin orbit resonance with the Earth, that is, the lunar day is equivalent to the lunar month. The Moon with its high angular momentum keeps the Earth tilted within 1 degree, plus or minus, of 24.4 degrees relative to its plane of revolution. Obliquity, of course, is what creates the terrestrial seasonality so important to the evolution and diversity of life. Mars, in contrast, has a wildly oscillating tilt and chaotic seasonality, while Venus, rotating slowly backward, has virtually no seasonality at all. It may be impossible for a Gaian-type biosphere, with its complex network of self-regulating biogeochemical cycles, to evolve under such conditions, regardless of the presence of water or not. 9 Extraterrestrials, where are they? The historical interpretation of the solar system, therefore, would seem to reinforce the existentialist pessimism of Jacques Monod, resistance veteran and Nobel-winning biologist who in Chance and Necessity, 1970, argued that the universe was not pregnant with life, not the biosphere with man. 92. Alternately, in the words of Zuckerman and Hart, the U.S. program of planetary exploration, while highly successful from a technical and scientific standpoint, has failed to produce even a hint of an extraterrestrial biology. 93. The recent identification of planetary objects outside the solar system, and the likelihood that many more will soon be discovered, does not necessarily increase the chances of finding alien life forms. 94. Indeed, another paradox implicit in our new understanding of the solar system is that while planetary systems may be common, life-sustaining. 334. Planets are probably exceedingly rare. Planetary exploration, in other words, has drawn conclusions about the prevalence of life or, at least, its environmental preconditions that are antipodal to contemporary molecular biology, which tends to see life as everywhere emergent, robust, even a cosmic imperative. In Vital Dust, for example, Nobel laureate Christian de Duve confidently asserts that the universe is a hotbed of life and that trillions of biospheres coast through space on trillions of planets. 95. Likewise, the new view of Earth history afforded by solar system exploration and the K/T debate confounds the ultra-Darwinist dogma that gene-centered natural selection is the dominant, if not exclusive, evolutionary process. A planetary perspective demands a reconceptualization of the fossil record, not only in terms of impact catastrophism and mass extinctions, but also in terms of the largely non-competitive interactions that weave local ecologies into an evolving global biosphere. Indeed, one of the major intellectual fruits of the NASA era has been the rekindling of interest in the biosphere concept proposed in 1926 by the Soviet mineralogist Vladimir Vernadsky, 1863–1945. Vernadsky attempted to break down the artificial barriers between biology and geology that had arisen during the late 19th century. He argued that life is the true architect of the Earth's surface, and that evolution necessarily reorganizes the chemistry of the atmosphere, oceans, and lithosphere. The biosphere, therefore, encompasses all the biogeochemical networks transformers in Vernadsky's terminology by which life increasingly commands geology and accelerates the biogenic migration of atoms. 96. Although life, at any one time, may seem only an insignificant scrim on the face of the Earth, the total mass of all organisms that have ever lived has been estimated as 1,000 or even 10,000 times the mass of the Earth itself. 97. Moreover, as Alexej Gilarov has emphasized, Vernadsky believed in a deep natural connection between all organisms and the planetary scale. As founder of the USSR's Committee on Meteorites, he was also fascinated by the possible chemical interchanges between biosphere and cosmos. G.S. Vernadsky's ideas exercised a subtle influence on the emergence of the ecosystem paradigm in North American ecology largely through the friendship of his son with the Yale biologist C. Evelyn I. Hutchinson. 99. But biospheric thinking, 335, had little prestige in non-Soviet Earth science until the late 1960s when NASA began investigating techniques for discovering life on other planets. The debate about life on Mars, in particular, prompted a re-examination of life's global imprint on Earth processes, especially the maintenance of an oxygen, 21%, atmosphere in radical chemical disequilibrium. James Lovelock, one of the NASA researchers, more or less reinvented Vernadsky with his bold Gaia hypothesis that, for organisms to survive, they must occupy their planet extensively and evolve with it as a single system. The evolution of the species and the evolution of their environment are tightly coupled together as a single and inseparable process. 100. Although most scientists remain skeptical of Lovelock's claims that Gaia is a literal superorganism with the ability to regulate environmental conditions for its own survival, the Gaia controversy, like the K/T debate, has refreshed the earth sciences by stimulating interdisciplinary research on global biogeochemical cycles and the evolutionary implications of plate tectonic theory. 101. The Vernadskyan worldview, as Lovelock calls it, has also been congenial to those biologists who see symbiosis and mutualism as major mechanisms in evolution. 102. As Lynn Margulis and others have argued, the Darwinian arena of competitive natural selection assumes a pre-existing biosphere largely constructed by cooperative guilds of bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and plants. 103. Moreover, the ultra-Darwinist camp has failed to recognize that a competitive organism at one level of analysis is somebody else's ecology at another. The individuals handled as unities in the population equations are themselves symbiotic complexes involving uncounted numbers of live entities integrated in diverse ways in an unstudied fashion. 104. The greatest challenge to Darwinist gradualism, however, remains the role of periodic mass extinctions. On the one hand, intransigent geneticists and population ecologists, led by Richard Dawkins, continue to define evolution primarily in terms of background extinction rates and the gradual turnover of species. On the other hand, geologists and paleontologists are focused on the irrefutable evidence of catastrophic cascades of extinction that have decimated higher taxa, including entire orders and even classes. Can the event at the end of the Permian era, for example, that extinguished 96% of the Earth's species really be compared to Darwin's thin wedge and the fine-tuning of natural selection? The neo-catastrophist response is scathing. Stephen Jay Gould and Niles Eldredge are cruel but honest when they insist that mass extinction really means evolution by lottery and survival of the luckiest. Extinction events ruthlessly reset all ecological clocks. 105 species interactions play little role in determining survival in the aftermath of great bolide impacts, and the major watersheds in the evolution of life do not work by orthodox natural selection. For example, the decisive adaptive advantage of mammals during the K/T catastrophe simply may have been their concentration in circumpolar regions least affected by the low-latitude Chicxulub impact. Hence Darwin, like Laplace, must submit to revision by chaos and historical contingency. Discussing the radical evolutionary implications of the Alvarez hypothesis, Eldredge clearly echoes Taylor and Monod: evolutionary history is deeply and richly contingent. Gone are the last vestiges of the idea that evolution inevitably and inexorably replaces the old and comparatively inferior with superior new models. Evolution, at least on a grand scale, is not forever tinkering, trying to come up with a better mousetrap. 106 Evolution by catastrophe, Michael Rampenou adds, also entails speciation through a different process than the classic gradualist mechanisms of geographic isolation and adaptive change. Catastrophe replaces the linear temporal creep of microevolution with nonlinear bursts of macroevolution. Comet showers accelerate evolutionary change by injecting huge pulses of sudden energy into biogeochemical circuits. Nutrient recycling is stimulated and bolides add new stocks of organic molecules. 107. According to the comet astronomer Duncan Steele, the Earth accumulates an average of 200,000 tons of cosmic debris per year. 108. Most importantly, catastrophes break up static ecosystems and clear adaptive space for the explosive radiation of new taxa like mammals after the K/T horizon. Rampenou, awed by this dialectic of creative destruction, openly wonders if impact catastrophe is not the real driving force behind the movement toward greater biological diversity, and if Gaia has not evolved in intricate choreography with Shiva the ultimate form of macroevolution. 100. Rampenou is, of course, not the first to wonder about the Earth's strange waltz with apocalyptic comets. Indeed, the postmodern hypothesis that life on a plan. 337. Aeteri scale is periodically renewed by extraterrestrial cataclysm uncannily echoes the Baroque cosmology of Restoration England. In a paper read to the Royal Society in 1694, Edmund Halley, after whom, of course, the famous comet is named, argued that the Earth over time inevitably becomes sterile and infertile. Great comets annihilate existing populations, but also renew the Earth's fertility and prepare the way for new creations. Deadly in the short term but healthful in the long run, cometary collisions allowed for the succession of worlds. 110 Torrid demons. Even within the short history of Homo sapiens, the most violent events on Earth have been extraterrestrial impacts. John Lewis. 111. Like the supporters of Gaia, the advocates of the Shiva hypothesis are a small but seminal scientific minority. In light of the overwhelming evidence that impact cratering has remained a significant geological process throughout the Phanerozoic Eon, they have built a respectable case for its episodic role in deterring evolution down new and unpredictable pathways. And, together with other neo-catastrophists, they have added impressive scaffolding to the Gould-Eldridge theory of punctuated equilibrium and chaotic Earth history. The impact hypothesis, in other words, now has a firm purchase within geological time, 10.7 to 10.9 years, and an important beachhead, established by the K/T debate, within evolutionary time, 10.6 to 10.8 years. But what about ecological time, 10.4 to 10.6 years, and cultural time, 10.2 to 10.4 years? Have impact events left their catastrophic imprints within human history? Few questions in Earth science are more controversial. In 1993, for example, two Austrian scientists published a book in which they claimed to solve the mystery of the darkest chapter in human history, the deluge catastrophe chronicled in the Gilgamesh epic, the Old Testament, the Vedas, and scores of oral traditions all over the world. Edith Kristen Tolman and Alexander Tolman marshaled anthropological and geological evidence to support their thesis that 7 large cometary fragments had struck the ocean nearly 10 millennia ago, causing terrible tsunamis now recalled as the Flood. On 338. The one hand, they cited numerous ancient accounts of 7 invading stars, ranging from the great burning mountains of the Jewish prophet Hanok to the fiery sons of Muspel's in Icelandic saga, which they interpreted as contemporaneous with flood legends. On the other hand, they presented geological proof in the form of tektites, glassy impact ejecta, with an age of nearly 10,000 years from Australia and Vietnam, as well as the small Kofels impact crater in the Austrian Tyrol caused, they said, by a splinter of the Noachian comet. 112 Although the Tolmans created a predictable stir in the popular media, they were punctually massacred in the scientific press. In one review, a team of eminent meteoritists, including RAF. Grieve, dismissed their evidence as sheer fantasy and characterized their approach as pseudoscience in the tradition of Donnelly and Velikovsky. The critics systematically demolished their tektite dating as well as their exaggerated claims for the Kohfel's structure. 113. Of course, this is hardly the first case where the self-proclaimed confirmation for biblical or mythical events has turned into a fiasco. The whole intellectual terrain of archaeological and historical catastrophism has been polluted by far too many bizarre hypotheses and spurious discoveries. Rare or unique astronomical phenomena have become the staple diet of a burgeoning genre of fringe science and mega-disaster books. 114. Yet, at the risk of ridicule, cometary astronomers led by Victor Clubb at Oxford and William Napier at Edinburgh have persevered in arguing a scientific case for cosmic intervention in human history. They claim, in fact, that some ancient societies almost surely experienced the shattering equivalent of nuclear warfare. In an important restatement of the theory that they have been developing over the last 20 years, Clubb and Napier together with David Asher and Duncan Steele from the Anglo-Australian Observatory contrast two different interpretations of impact tectonics. Stochastic catastrophism, as they call it, is concerned with the extraterrestrial influence upon the geological longue durée. It relies on averaged cratering rates, derived from known terrestrial structures and from the impact records of the Moon and inner planets. The history of small, but more frequent impactors, less than 1 kilometer in diameter, is discriminated against. 339. In this approach, because they do not individually produce global consequences, and because terrestrial erosion more quickly erases their footprints. 115. Moreover, the data set is too coarse-grained to resolve temporal heterogeneities, clustered events, for instance within frequencies of less than 1 million years. As a result, it cannot differentiate what Clubb and Napier call the microstructure of terrestrial catastrophism within the time periods relevant to human evolution. 116. Coherent catastrophism, on the other hand, contends that the overall effect of giant comets on terrestrial evolution is far more complex than that of single giant impacts. Impact events operate on all timescales, and punctuational crises are hierarchically nested in the overall manner of glacial interglacials. To visualize this entire spectrum of phenomena, especially the influence of small body impacts, Clubb and Napier have augmented cratering data and near-Earth object censuses with a wealth of historical data, including medieval European records and Chinese astronomical archives. 117. While other researchers have been absorbed in the search for catastrophic celebrities, like billion-megaton exterminator bolides, Clubb and Napier have been focused on the study of the more prosaic population of communition products, small Apollo asteroids, meteoroidal swarms, zodiacal dust resulting from the breakup of giant comets. Although the comets arrive in Earth-crossing orbits only at intervals of 100,000 years or so, their debris interacts catastrophically with the Earth on relatively short timescales, 10⁻² to 10⁵ years. Clubb, in fact, has argued that because of the frequency of small body impacts, terrestrial catastrophism may be uniformitarian at all timescales greater than a millennium. Thus, a new worldview, embracing the effects of the full range of small bodies in the solar system, has become one of the outstanding imperatives of our time. 118. Astronomy meets history. The foremost concerns of Clubb and Napier are the organized swarms of 10 to 300 meter objects, Arjunas and small Apollos, that they claim bombard the Earth every few thousand years. 119. These bodies are responsible for the low-level catastrophism on biblical timescales that was the subject of interest to Newton and his contemporaries as well as to the early 19th century. 340. Catastrophists. We believe, they add, that there is at least one such cluster of material currently existing, which over the past 20,000 years has produced episodes of atmospheric detonations with significant consequences for the terrestrial environment, and for mankind. The major danger to mankind that Clubb and Napier have in mind are the Taurids. 120. The Taurid complex is a large circumsolar stream of cometary and asteroidal debris in sub-Jovian orbit that Clubb and Napier believe resulted from the hierarchical breakup of a large comet over the last 20,000 years. In addition to the remnant comet P/Encke, the complex includes a half-dozen Apollo-type asteroids more than 1 kilometer in diameter, 4 major meteor streams responsible for the daytime and nocturnal torrid showers, a zodiacal dust cloud, and, most menacingly, hundreds of thousands of boulder-sized Arjunas that, like so many orbiting hydrogen bombs, are capable of multi-megaton atmospheric blasts or surface impacts on Earth. As we saw earlier, recent Spacewatch data suggests that the general population of these mini-asteroids may be 40 times greater than previously believed. 121. The Taurids, according to Clubb and Napier, pose a maximum hazard every few thousand years when the precession of the stream's orbit produces an intersection with the Earth's. These comet ages, which may last several centuries, are characterized by clusters of Tunguska-sized impacts mostly coordinated with the daytime Beta Taurid meteor showers, June 24 to July 6, as well as unusual concentrations of meteoric dust. Duncan Steele confirms a Taurid signature in a variety of geophysical phenomena, including unusual iridium and nickel anomalies within the Greenland ice cap. Within the late Holocene, Clubb and Napier, supported by Steele and Asher, identify 3 periods of intense bombardment, in the centuries around 3000 BC, 1200 BC, and 500 AD. 122 Where, then, are the ensuing torrid catastrophes in the human record? Staring us in the face, according to Clubb and Napier, in the form of the religious and secular texts from an extraordinary diversity of cultures. They have devoted 3 books: The Cosmic Serpent, 1982, The Origin of Comets, 1989, and The Cosmic Winter, 1990, to an exhaustive elaboration of possible correlations between human accounts of cometary crises and torrid storms as predicted by orbital. 341. Mechanics. To take 2 examples, around 3000 BC, they find a universality of malevolent sky gods and the political dominance of astronomer priests in an era which may have been environmentally disrupted by the breakup of comet P/Encke's huge progenitor. Then, nearly 3,500 years later, when the Taurids are again crossing the Earth's orbit, Chinese astronomers warn of a strange comet in the same year that a monk describes scenes still historically unexplained of extraordinary devastation and social collapse in Britain. 123 But Clubb and Napier do not confine themselves to mere correlation and anecdote. In addition to providing a new framework for understanding ecological upheavals, they also make sweeping claims about the history of human attitudes toward nature. Virtually all major cultures have experienced alternating periods of cosmic optimism and cosmic despair. At different times, the heavens have been seen as providential or as menacing. The torrid storms, they propose, have been the secret prime movers of this eschatological cycle. The 2 cometary crises of the pre-Roman world, for example, were fundamental turning points in human history, and they fathered doom-laden beliefs in the end of the world which were probably realistic and which have never since entirely disappeared. Again, in the comet-vexed 17th century, Cromwell rose to power on a millenarian wave fueled by supernatural illumination. 124 Clubb and Napier make the intriguing suggestion that materialism in the classical world arose as a reaction to the tyranny of prehistoric sky gods and their malign cosmos. Indeed, the mainstream of European philosophy from Aristotle to Kant has been obsessed with exorcising the dread of comets and providing rational explanations for their appearance. The critique of comets, therefore, has been an essential precondition for establishing a view of history as open to infinite possibility within a benevolent or at least neutral cosmos. Conversely, philosophical materialism has always been opposed by millenarian ideologies, including Neoplatonism, that see history as bounded by cataclysm, even human extinction. In this tradition, comets have always been recognized as potent agents of destruction and/or rebirth. Clubb and Napier challenge historians to look for an actual environmental cycle like the torrid precessions that may lie behind this alternation of optimistic and catastrophist philosophical systems. 125. 342. Yet the Clubb and Napier thesis remains more fascinating than convincing. Although they bring new tools, especially Club's study of the Chinese fireball records, to the interpretation of the transcultural apocalyptic record, the COR relations with natural history are hardly more than circumstantial. What really can be deduced, after all, from such evidence as the fact that the Hebrew word for iron ore, Nikoshe, literally means snake shit, or that friezes of Quetzalcoatl sometimes make the plumed god look like a fiery comet. 126 Clubb and Napier, unfortunately, are rarely able to corroborate exegesis from myth or religion with material evidence from archaeology, as, for instance, in the recent excavation in Holland of 1700-year-old pit configurations in the shape of the constellation Taurus. 127 Bombardment or eruption. More egregiously, they have bent events out of all recognition to support their contention derived from orbital calculations that torrid bombardments produced the crisis of civilization in the eastern Mediterranean around 1450 BC. The Minoan world did collapse catastrophically, but the explanation does not require the resolution of any extraterrestrial mysteries. Indeed, the modern tourist to the island of Santorini, Theta, can gaze straight into a huge sea-filled caldera that was produced by 4 major volcanic events between 1628 and 1450 BC. The final eruption of Theta, which blew the entire volcanic cone into the atmosphere, has been described as a natural catastrophe unparalleled in all of history, and its indelible signature can be found all over the world, in California tree rings as well as Greenland ice cores. With 10 times the explosive power of Krakatoa, Thera did terrible damage to Crete and produced a tsunami that engulfed the coasts of Palestine and Egypt. Such geomyths as the biblical plagues and the Exodus event may be descriptions of the eruptions and their aftermaths. 128 Nor is even the torrid complex itself established as an indisputable fact. In a recent review of orbital calculations, one team of researchers concluded that the hypothesis of genetic relationship among some or all of these bodies in comet Encke-like orbits is not supported, nor was it refuted. They also disputed Clubb and Napier's other key hypothesis that Encke had been formed from the breakup 343 of a giant cometary nucleus over the last 20,000 years. And, finally, they predicted that most objects in torrid orbits would fall into the Sun, not collide with the inner planets. 129 Clubb and Napier's task, it seems, is like trying to capture an elephant with a butterfly net. Textual evidence alone, even where reinforced with Chinese and Japanese astronomical records, is obviously insufficient to establish strong correlations between predicted torrid storms and the dark ages of human history. Like other impact theorists, Clubb and Napier are monocausalists who minimize the role of diverse catastrophic agencies, especially volcanism, in Earth history. Yet, unlike the Tolmans, the Oxford team has marshaled considerable evidence from studies of cratering fluxes and neopopulations to support their core hypothesis that major bombardment episodes are likely to have intersected human history. 131 Missing link, of course, is archaeological evidence of otherwise unexplained destruction, the other, is geological documentation of impacts or air bursts. It should not be supposed that the Holocene cratering record is in any sense complete. For example, the recently discovered Iturralde impact basin, 8 km in diameter, in the Bolivian Amazon, the product of a 500 megaton impact around 8000 BC, has not yet been inspected from the ground. 131 Nor have geologists yet explored the Curica River region, near the Brazil-Peru border, where Landsat photographs suggest a crater swathe produced by the Brazilian Tunguska event of August 13, 1930 that has attracted the interest of researchers trying to calculate the impact frequency of Arjunas. 132 Even more spectacular, and still incompletely studied, is the 30-kilometer chain of craters near Rio Cuarto, Argentina, which was not discovered until 1989. The best radiocarbon dating so far is around 2900 BC, well within the time window of Clubb and Napier's first torrid catastrophe. Moreover, the impact by the 300-meter bolide packed a punch, 1000 megatons, equivalent to Thera, 10 Krakatoas, or 50,000 Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons. 133 Yet only 1/4 of the cratering record is preserved on land. As NASA's John Lewis reminds us, 3 out of every 4 impacts on Earth hit water. 134 Since the beginning of the First Dynasty in Egypt, it is estimated that 500 Neos, equal in size or larger to the Arjuna that created Meteor Crater in Arizona, have 344 struck the Earth. Approximately 375 of these should have impacted in the ocean. 135 When a high-velocity object weighing hundreds of thousands or millions of tons strikes the ocean, the resulting hydrodynamics or extraordinary large body impacts, for example, will produce huge, explosive steam bubbles up to 500 km 3 in the case of the Chicxulub bolide and heat vast areas of the ocean. 136 Some theorists predict that such extreme ocean warming could feed energy to runaway super hurricanes, known as hypercanes, which, in turn, might lift vast, climate-changing quantities of water and aerosols into the stratosphere. 137 Bodies bigger than 100 meters, moreover, will manufacture nightmare tsunamis right out of science fiction. Steele, for example, predicts that a 500-meter diameter asteroid impact in the Pacific, say 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Los Angeles, could produce a tsunami several kilometers in height. 138 Even an impact 1/10 that size would still result in a superwave nearly 20 stories high, and 2 cheerful Japanese researchers recently warned of a 1 to 2% possibility that most artificial construction on the coastline of the Pacific will be destroyed in the next century by asteroidal impact in the Pacific. 139 Given the 3-fold greater frequency of marine impacts and the 10-fold greater lethality of tsunamis versus ground impacts, where is the smoking gun? So far, there are only a few tantalizing clues. Lewis points to an extraordinary tsunami deposit on Lanai as high as the Empire State Building, but it is more likely due to a landslide on the neighboring island of Hawaii. 140 Perhaps some of the great waves depicted in Japanese painting and traditionally attributed to earthquakes are actually meteoroidal in origin. But nobody really knows, since the entire research field of geologic assessments of tsunami produced by impactors is virtually non-existent and needs to be initiated. 141 In the last instance, Clubb and Napier are probably correct to surmise that some outpost of ancient humanity was subjected to a sudden horror almost beyond description. But the where and when of this Holocaust remain one of history's greatest enigmas. 345. Hidden Histories. Hutton's rigidity is both a boon and a trap. It gave us deep time, but we lost history in the process. Any adequate account of the Earth requires both. Stephen Jay Gould 142. On March 1, 1996, a team of geologists from the United States, Austria, and South Africa announced a stunning discovery, a 90-kilometer impact crater buried beneath the mouth of Chesapeake Bay. After using seismic reflection to determine the outline of the multi-ring structure, they drilled scores of boreholes inside and outside the crater rim. They recovered samples of impact melt breccia and other telltale evidence of massive shock metamorphism in the target rock. In addition, the detailed chemistry of the breccia cores coincided with the isotopic composition of tektites previously retrieved by the deep-sea drilling project from the seabed 330 km northeast of Chesapeake Bay. The researchers dated the impact at 35.5 million years ago, near the boundary of the Eocene and Oligocene epochs. 143 The Chesapeake impact 30 million years after the K/T cataclysm broadly correlates with the terminal Eocene event. Unlike the K/T boundary, however, where majority scientific opinion now supports the instantaneity of extinction, 144 The drastic biotic changes at the end of the Eocene probably occurred in stepwise fashion over several million years. Indeed, iridium anomalies and tektite deposits indicate serial impacts and UZ burst in Shaw's terminology, of which the Chesapeake bolide was perhaps the largest. Rampeneau and Haggerty suggest a complex sequence of feedbacks between individual impact events, atmospheric dust veils, and rapid climate shifts, leading to the formation of the East Antarctic ice cap and a colder global climate in the Oligocene. 145 The discovery of the Chesapeake structure, at the predicted Holmeshian frequency, as well as the recent correlation of a chain of craters probably cometary in origin in northern Chad to the Great Devonian extinction, reinforces the case for coherent catastrophism. 146 Even the spacing between impacts conforms to the 346 Club Napier hypothesis of episodic giant comet storms unleashed by galactic tides. 147 Yet, as the radical divergence between the K/T and terminal Eocene upheavals demonstrates, it is probably foolish to expect any replication in detail between different catastrophes. As one of the leading researchers on mass extinctions has emphasized, nonlinearities, thresholds, and elaborate feedbacks often rule out the reconstruction of simple cause and effect cascades. The same forcing factor might have radically different effects depending on the state of the system at the time of perturbation, and several alternative forcing factors might produce the same biotic response. 148 What great impact events share in common is their capacity to reorganize the global biosphere on a supra-Darwinian scale. But each major extinction sequence, including those in which impacts may not have played a role, has been a unique historical conjuncture. 149 Indeed, from a geological standpoint, impacts are the functional equivalents of wars and revolutions in human history. As we have seen, catastrophes are both condensations of temporal process. For instance, a million years of normal environmental work condensed into hours, even seconds, and exponential escalations of the energy circulating through the planetary metabolism. In this dual sense, comet bombardments act as superchargers of geological and biological evolution. But catastrophe is equally an eruption of historicity, a literal cascade of events that are too singular, complex, and, perhaps, sensitive to initial conditions to be captured in any exact model or grand unified theory. Whereas Shaw appeals to the philosopher's stone of chaos theory, Club and Napier evoke the concept of episodicity to characterize periodic functions modified by random events. Yet the banned word narrative might also be relevant. The permanent revolution in Earth science, first and above all, has been an insurrection in the name of natural history with a capital H. And the greatest discovery of solar system exploration has been an existential Earth shaped by the creative energies of its catastrophes. 1996. 347. The Dead Zone. 17. Dead Cities, A Natural History. Science in the Ruins. For this marvelous city, of which such legends are related, was after all only of brick, and when the ivy grew over and trees and shrubs sprang up, and, last, the waters underneath burst in, this huge metropolis was soon overthrown. Richard Jefferies, After London, or Wild England, 1886, from some time in the late 19th century, the larger share of energy under the control of the human race has been devoted to the construction and maintenance of its urban habitats. Agriculture, for 8,000 years the primary locus of human and animal labor, is now secondary to the immense, literally geological drama of urbanization. Geologists calculate that the fossil energy currently expended in shaping the Earth's surface to the needs of an exploding human population of city dwellers is geomorphically equivalent, at least in the short run, to the work of the planet's primary tectonic engines, seafloor spreading and mountain erosion. We have now become arguably the premier geomorphic agent sculpting the landscape, writes one expert on the history of human earth-moving activity. One even more alarmingly, the carbon metabolism. 362. Of urban areas is transforming world climate, perhaps destroying in process the recent niche of moderate weather that has made superurbanization possible. Global change aside, there have always been compelling reasons to worry about the sustainability of big cities. The ability of a city's physical structure to organize and encode a stable social order depends on its capacity to master and manipulate nature. But cities are radically contingent artifacts whose control of nature, as John McPhee famously pointed out, is ultimately illusory. Nature is constantly straining against its chains, probing for weak points, cracks, faults, even a speck of rust. The forces at its command are of course as colossal as a hurricane and as invisible as bacilli. At either end of the scale, natural energies are capable of opening breaches that can quickly unravel the cultural order. Cities, accordingly, cannot afford to let flora or fauna, wind or water, run wild. Environmental control demands continuous investment and systematic maintenance, whether building a multi-billion-dollar flood control system or simply weeding the garden. It is an inevitably Sisyphean labor. Even if we envision cities as smart mountains, equipped with myriad human sensors to detect and counter erosion, fundamental interfaces with nature, the condition of the housing stock, the status of lifeline conduits of water supply and waste removal, the control of disease-carrying commensal species like rats and flies, and so on are usually in disequilibrium. Environmental crisis is synonymous with expanding metropolitan scale. Rich cities, moreover, are not necessarily more stable than poor cities. This grandly suspended, inorganic metropolis, Ernst Bloch wrote of New York or Berlin, see the preface, must defend itself daily, hourly, against the elements as though against an enemy invasion. 3. Increasing infrastructural complexity, as Americans have become excruciatingly aware in the wake of 9/11, simply multiplies the critical nodes where catastrophic systems failure is possible. Rich cities, however, do have greater ability to export their natural contract additions farther downstream. Los Angeles, for example, captures runoff and energy, and exports pollution, solid waste, and weekend recreation within a vast ambit of a dozen western states and Baja California. The traditional natural condition of urbanization, the domination of a single large river Rhine watershed, has been 363 transformed by the megalopolis into environmental imperialism of subcontinental scope. To cite other examples, New York City, which once simply stood astride the Hudson River, now extends its reach, via Quebec hydropower, to Hudson's Bay. Tokyo, according to a 1998 Earth Council report, requires for its sustenance a biologically productive land area more than 3 times the size of Japan. 4 very large cities, those with a global not just regional environmental footprint, are thus the most dramatic end product, in more than one sense, of human cultural evolution in the Holocene. Presumably they should be the subject of the most urgent and encompassing scientific inquiry. They are not. We know more about rainforest ecology than urban ecology. Moreover, the study of cities is one of the last bastions of linear problem analysis by mechanical decomposition. Engineering, for example, has always dealt with urban nature one problem at a time, as in the design of single-purpose infrastructures. In the same stubbornly monolithic spirit, the administrators of these lifeline technologies have little tradition of talking to one another, even where, as in the case of flood runoff, sewage, and aquifer water supply, they are dealing with aspects of the same integral natural system. If in some areas atmospheric chemistry or thermal meteorology more holistic approaches dominate, we can still barely glimpse the distant form of a truly unified urban science. The most urgent need, perhaps, is for large-scale conceptual templates for understanding the city-nature dialectic. Here boldness may be a virtue. What would happen, for instance, if we simply erased from the blackboard all the differential equations, representing the work performed by humans on the environment, on the city side of the interaction? What would remain on the nature side? Indeed, what is underlying urban nature without human control? Would the city be gradually, or catastrophically, reclaimed by its original ecology, or by something else, possibly more like a chimera? Dead cities, in other words, might tell us much about the dynamics of urban nature. But what forensic expert has ever examined as such the corpse of a great city? Who has ever put a microscope to the ruins of metropolis? In fact, 2 superb, self-trained naturalists, Richard Jefferies and George R. Stewart, conducted powerful thought experiments in the guise of novels on the 364 post-mortem natural histories of the London and San Francisco Bay regions. They were, so to speak, Darwin and Wallace in the archipelago of the apocalypse. J.E.F. Ferries, the preeminent natural historian of late Victorian London and the home counties, wrote after London in 1886, Stewart, author as well of the Western environmental classics Storm and Fire, published Earth Abides in 1949. In both cases the fictional Last Man plots, ultimately derived from Cousin de Granville's Le Dernier Homme of 1806, were overshadowed by brilliant depictions of natural reclamation and ecological succession. Jeffreys's conjectures, moreover, were re-examined and updated in some detail by the New Scientist in 1996. But dead cities are not fictional constructs alone. As the bumper sticker says, apocalypse happens. The strategic bombing of Europe and Japan during the Second World War, for example, inadvertently created numerous experimental stations for observing urban nature set free. In the bomb debris of Huaytacapel, Altona, and Nukuln, botanists were able to empirically record the pioneer sequences of what Jeffreys and Stewart could only surmise. War, they discovered, was the catalyst for the rapid expansion of previously rare alien species, resulting in the creation of a new urban flora sometimes referred to as Nature 2. Their work became the foundation for rural ecology, the scientific study of urban margins and abandoned land. Likewise, the destruction of U.S. central city neighborhoods in the 1970s, in the wake of the Second Civil War, urban riots, of the late 1960s, produced eerily similar ruins to the aftermaths of thousand bomber raids. If bird lovers and geologists have generally eschewed the desertified cores of the Bronx, Newark, and Detroit, photographer Camilo Vergara doggedly returned to document the same sites month after month, year after year. His time-lapse studies, published in part as The New American Ghetto, 1995, are a unique archive for understanding dereliction as landscape process. Deborah and Roderick Wallace, in turn, have used the formal tools of population ecology and mathematical epidemiology to link housing abandonment and neighborhood disinvestment with the new plagues of tuberculosis, HIV, rising infant mortality, and street violence. In particular, they have focused on the Frankenstein-like meddling of the Rand Institute with New York City's fire services during the 1970s. Their work is both a rich model of Inter. 365. Disciplinary urban science, and a warning about how little we still understand about the nonlinear dimensions of urban ecology. The toxic metropolis. The earth on which he walked, the black earth, leaving phosphoric footmarks behind him, was composed of the mouldered bodies of millions of men who had passed away in the centuries during which the city existed. Jeffreys, after London. In February 1884 John Ruskin warned London audiences in a pair of Notarius lectures, published as The Storm Cloud of the 19th Century, that their bourgeois world was on the brink of a supernatural catastrophe. A poison cloud indeed, a plague cloud now shrouded England, a symptom of a miasmatic, progressive, and apparent fatal infection of the sky. Skeptics, Ruskin admonished, need only to look out their windows at the darkening sky. His own blighted garden one miserable of weeds gone to seed, the roses in the higher garden putrefied into brown sponges provided additional evidence of irreversible degeneration. I will tell you this much, that had the weather when I was young been such as it is now, no book such as modern painters ever would or could have been written, for every argument, and every sentiment in that book, was rounded on the personal experience of the beauty and blessing of nature all spring and summer long, that harmony is now broken, and broken the world round. Month by month the darkness gains upon the day. 5. Ruskin's state of mind, of course, was clearly delusional, yet, as Raymond Fitch has emphasized in a massive study, he also spoke with unique authority as the Victorian age's greatest student of the sky and connoisseur of clouds. 6. Moreover, his apprehensions were echoed later the same year by another expert observer. Richard Jeffreys, renowned for his unique essays on the natural phenomena of London and its environs, for example, the pigeons at the British Museum. 366. Herbs at Kew Gardens, a London trout, etc. 7. In a diary entry dated July 21, 1884, Jeffreys wrote. Hyde PK. Demonstration. Little Village. Medieval London. The Thames. Putrid black water, decomposed body under the paddle wheel. Deeds of darkness. The body. 9 elms, sewn up in a sack. Children miserable, tortured just the same. The tyranny of nobles now paralleled by the county court. Machinery for extortion. The sewers system and the WC water. The ground prepared for the cholera plague and fever, zymotic, killing as many as the plague. The 21 parishes of the Lower Thames sewage scheme without any drainage at all. The whole place prepared for disease and pestilence. This WC century. A few weeks later, he added. The great hope of the future. The revolutionist. 8 Jeffreys's extraordinary conjugation of unemployment, decomposed bodies in the Thames, venal officialdom, sewage, and revolution shared with Ruskin's poisson sky the same relentless image of an all-engulfing miasma. Despite the new work of Cook and Pasteur, most educated people still believed, in the fashion of Sir Edwin Chadwick's famous 1842 report on the sanitary conditions of the labouring population, that sticky, miasmal atoms spread disease as a literal corruption of the air. Indeed, Chadwick and his collaborators, Carlo Cipolla observes, acted and behaved not only as if all smell was disease but also if all disease was smell. 9 If Ruskin now claimed that London's reek had fatally infected the sky, Jeffreys saw evidence of a terminal urban crisis whose symbol was the newfangled water closet flushing excrement into his beloved Thames. 10 There is reason to believe that 1884 was indeed a year of many glooms and stenches. Nietzsche, or, rather, Zarathustra's ape, also in that year was nauseated by the great city, where everything infirm, infamous, lustful, dusky, overmusty, cunt-like, and plotting putrefies together. 11 Air pollution, as Brimblecombe has shown, had reached its 19th century apogee. 12 And stratospheric dust and sulfates from the eruption of Krakatoa the previous year were producing anomalous weather across the globe. Most likely, Ruskin's weird 367 plague cloud actually existed. Meanwhile, the continuing scandal of London's untreated sewage and contaminated water supply, 4 decades after Chadwick's identification of their lethal linkage, made the arrival of new pestilences almost inevitable. Equally, the growing desperation and anger of the East End, where tens of thousands had been thrown out of work by the World Trade Depression, raised spectres of anarchy or even a London commune. If Ruskin turned from the demon skies in despair, Jeffreys, whose own social stratum, the yeomanry of Wiltshire, had been decimated by the agricultural crisis of the previous decade, was more inclined to see glimpses of Arcadia beyond the apocalypse. 13 Earlier in Snowed Up, an 1876 story based on the famous blizzard of 1874, he depicted London's rapid collapse into barbarism as the metropolis was cut off from its vital imports of grain and coal and overwhelmed by rats and looters. Jeffreys took undisguised pleasure in reminding readers that but a thin, transparent sheet of brittle glass stood between civilization and wilderness, a point underscored with a haunting image of an iceberg in the Thames. After Snowed Up, it was perhaps inevitable that Jeffreys would return to the theme of nature defeating and devouring the pestilential city. After London, or, Wild England was clearly incubating in Jeffreys's mind at the time of his 1884 diary entries. It was published in 1886 and has remained in print ever since. It is less a nightmare than a deep ecologist's dream wish of wild powers re-enthroned. William Morris reported that absurd hopes curled around my heart as I read it. The novel consists of 2 freestanding parts, The Relapse into Barbarism and Wild England. The latter recounts the adventures of the archer-scholar Felix Aquilas, who survives various Darwinian perils, feral animals and devolved humans, as he crosses the medievalized landscape of post-apocalyptic England in search of the utterly extinct city of London. Jeffreys cleanses the cultural as well as the natural landscape. Every trace of the 19th century has vanished, although Roman and Greek classics somehow survive. It is a savage attack on Victorian civilization, although its style is anachronistic, and Wild England now primarily interests critics as a literary forerunner to the kind of allegorical, political science fiction that H. G. Wells made famous. The Relapse into Barbarism, on the other hand, puts Jeffreys's famous 368 powers as a naturalist to the imaginative test of a mysterious catastrophe. His anonymous narrator, writing generations after the conflagrations that consumed the historical record, is as uncertain of the exact character of the last days as we are of the identity of the enigmatic plague and attendant disasters that depopulated Byzantium in the time of Polybius. Perhaps London and other cities were assassinated by a close encounter with an enormous cosmic dark body which created gravitational chaos on Earth. On the other hand, the metropolis may simply have poisoned itself with its own pollution. All that seems certain is, that when the event took place, the immense crowds collected in cities were most affected, and the richer and upper classes made use of their money to escape. Pages 28 to 29. In contrast to the enigma of the catastrophe, the narrator is able to describe the decomposition of the dead metropolis with forensic precision. The relapse into barbarism is worth summarizing at some length, not only for its speculations about the accelerated evolution of feral species, but above all for J.E.F. Ferries's brilliant description of the natural forces reworking the urban landscape. First a wheat explosion, then initial reforestation, followed by the vengeance of the Thames. It was one of the earliest, and certainly the most dramatic, descriptions of what was later termed ecological succession. In the first spring after London it became green everywhere, wheat no longer sown grew wild, intermingling with couch grass and other weeds which also quickly covered footpaths. Mice in the millions joined by sparrows, rooks, and pigeons feasted on the fallen and overripe wheat in the fields, while vast armies of rats pillaged granaries and the cupboards of abandoned homes. Initially, predators made little headway against the rodents, but by winter their population explosion had reached its Malthusian limits. The mice and rats then cannibalized each other in desperate orgies. Winter storms beat down the last stalks of wheat and barley in the fields around London. By summer of the second year, the once civilized grains had become almost indistinguishable in the wild jumble of docks, nestle, sorrel, wild carrots, thistles, ox-eye daisies, and yellow charlock flowers. Later nettles and wild parsnips supplanted many of the pioneers, while briar and hawthorn followed bramble. J.E.F. Ferries knew that in Edward the Confessor's time, Westminster Abbey had been 369. A mass of bramble, thorny island. Similarly, the hedges widened and began to narrow fields and lots until, after 20 years or so, they choked them completely. As fields, house sites, and roads were overrun, the saplings of new forests appeared. Elms, ashes, oaks, sycamores, and horse chestnuts thrived chaotically in the ruins while more disciplined copses of fir, beech, and nut trees relentlessly expanded their circumferences. Meanwhile, kestrel hawks, owls, and especially weasels had brought the rodent eruption under control. As cats, now mostly grayish and longer in body than their domestic ancestors, recovered their ancestral competence in hunting, they chose fowl and poultry over mice. Indeed, the detested forest cat sometimes even attacks travelers. Forced to fend for themselves, the small lap dogs of the former middle classes, poodles, Maltese terriers, and Pomeranians, quickly became food items and perished. Bigger dogs, mastiffs, terriers, spaniels, and greyhounds remained faithful to man as ever and followed their masters in the flight from the cities. A third class of canines, however, chose the freedom of the wild. After generations of natural selection they evolved into three new species which ceased to interbreed: black wood dogs, descendants of ancient sheep dogs, which hunt sheep and cattle in packs, but do not attack man; yellow wood dogs, smaller and devoted to the chase, pursuing hares and stags; and, pitifully, the white wood dog, a degenerate scavenger afraid to face even a tame cat. Evolution also rapidly manufactured new species or subspecies out of other former domesticates. Jeffreys delights in describing how after millennia of demeaning slavery to man, cattle have metamorphosed back into the fearsome gods of Minoan friezes. Indeed, the very dangerous white or dun bull is Monday Arch of the New Forest, although humans are also wary of black wild cattle as well. Formidable palisades defend farmsteads against the cattle and the 4 kinds of feral pigs, as well as the large bush horses which live in thickets near water. Thicker-set little hill ponies share the chalk hills with 2 varieties of shaggy sheep. A 3rd species of sheep has chosen island life as protection from wood dogs. Occasionally in calm weather, however, the dogs swim out to the islands and devour them. Initially, survivors feared that the wild beasts from the London Zoo and various circuses would multiply in the new forests. Lions and bears had 370. In fact, roamed the fields for some years. But their progeny, together with those of escaped serpents, were gradually killed off by winter frosts. In the castle yard at Longtover may still be seen the bones of an elephant which was found dying in the woods near that spot, pages 24 to 25. Having thus decomposed and consumed the soft tissues of the city, the Monday Stroh's vegetative powers of feral nature begin a full-scale assault on London's brick, stone, and iron skeleton. By the 30th year there was not one single open place, the hills only excepted, where a man could walk, unless he followed the tracks of wild creatures or cut himself a path. The ditches, of course, had long since become full of leaves and dead branches, so that the water which should have run off down them stagnated, and presently spread out into the hollow places and by the corner of what had once been fields, forming marshes where the horsetails, flags and sedges hid the water. p. 5. As Marsh recovered the floodplain, heavy rains flushed vast quantities of timber, the wreckage of towns and bridges downstream against the piers of the old, broken Thames bridges. Waterloo, London, and Tower bridges thus became dams, backing up waters and overspilling the remaining embankments. The hydraulic pressure of the flooded substratum of the city underground passages, sewers, cellars, and drains soon burst the foundations of homes and buildings, which in turn crumbled into rubble heaps, further impeding drainage. Eventually, new vegetation and old debris completely blocked the Thames. Upstream, a 200-mile-long inland sea, the lake quickly formed. Its crystal waters exquisite to drink, abounding with fishes of every kind, and adorned with green islands symbolized the resurrection of a green and pleasant land. Hitler, in a curious coincidence, proposed to drown Moscow in a huge lake after conquest. But downstream, where London was now most literally a great wen, all the toxicity of the Victorian age remained concentrated in the green and rank centre of the swamp, exuding stinking vapours that masked the sun. For all the rottenness of 1,000 years and of many hundred millions of human beings is there, festering under the stagnant water, which has sunk down into 371 and penetrated the earth, and floated up to the surface the contents of the buried cloacae, p. 69. Jeffreys's extinct London, in short, is a giant stopped-up toilet, threatening death as an inevitable fate to anyone foolish enough to expose themselves to its poisonous miasmas. Jeffreys updated. Sometime, perhaps 500 years after abandonment, the great leaning tower of Canary Wharf finally crashes down. New Scientist after London encouraged many sequels and imitations. I. F. Clarke has emphasized, for instance, the exceptional affinities between Jeffreys and W. H. Hudson, the South American-born naturalist and, later, London bird expert, whose apocalyptic Arcadia, A Crystal Age, appeared in 1887. In violent and agreeably anticipative acts of destruction the two men called on nature to wipe out the infamy of urban civilization. 15. In his more celebrated variation on Jeffreys, News from Nowhere, 1890, William Morris does not completely destroy the hideous town, but instead shrinks it down to the humane dimensions of the socialist garden city that he had first envisioned in the earthly paradise. 1868 London, small and white and clean / the clear Thames bordered by its gardens green. 16. It took more than a century, however, for the natural history undergirding after London to be carefully scrutinized. In 1996, the New Scientist asked leading botanists, animal ethologists, material scientists, and engineers to reconsider Jeffreys's experiment. 17. The modern knowledges brought to bear on the problem of abandonment included a better understanding of the biogeochemistry of urban decay and the dynamics of reforestation, as well as the fruit of 100 years of research on the life cycles of steel and ferroconcrete structures, the major innovations in urban materials, together with plastics, since the 1880s. Within 5 years, the new scientist found, weeds would indeed conquer the open spaces, pathways, and cracks of the city. Since Jeffreys's time, however, Herculean alien weeds, especially the formidable shrub Buddleia davidii Hzve. 372. Established strongholds in London. If dandelions and other native weeds only exploit existing weaknesses, Buddleia has roots powerful enough to penetrate bricks and mortar to find moisture. A fast-growing, wind-disseminated native of the Himalayas, possibly imported as an ornamental as early as the 1880s but especially commonplace after the Blitz, Buddleia is adapted to the monumental work of mountain erosion. Trafalgar Square is thus no problem. As one worried botanist told New Scientist, Buddleia is already everywhere in London, poised to rid the city of its concrete and brick. The city's disintegrating hardscape, however, is a poor, nitrogen-deficient diet for plants. Over the long run, nitrogen fixers like clover and alder can fertilize the sandy detritus and create soils suitable for forest trees. Fire, which Jeffreys oddly neglects, enormously accelerates this transition. Like almost all landscapes, London has a climatically regulated natural fire cycle and, in the view of one of the experts, early autumn around 5 years after abandonment is a likely time for fire. The streets have built up a litter of grasses and fallen leaves. A dry spell and a lightning strike sets the city ablaze. Fire guts the buildings that still dominate the London landscape. As the houses burn and roofs come crashing down, nutrients are released from their timbers and from leaf litter, providing the fertilizer to speed London's return to its past. Shrubs would flourish in the ash and rapidly build up the soil layer. Ivy tendrils would climb 6 stories high over abandoned townhouses and stores. Then trees, elder and birch saplings, as well as full-grown Buddleia would take over. Their roots have the power of hydraulic jackhammers. One of the scientists interviewed by New Scientist was flabbergasted by the tree damage he had recently observed in the ghost city of Pripyat, near Chernobyl. Concrete paving stones have in one of the city's squares have been smashed and, in places, pushed up almost a meter by tree roots, as if a giant earthquake had struck. Spring tides and flood surges, just as Jeffreys had predicted, would meanwhile recycle much of central London into fen, bog, and swamp. The wild red deer, kingfishers, moorhens, and swallows whose passing he had mourned in his 373 London articles would quickly return to the resurrected marshes. 18 Freed of its artificial constraints, the Thames is probably too wily to allow itself to be permanently dammed by debris as Jeffreys imagined. Instead, ruined bridge piers would become weirs, ideal for spawning salmon. As the great river resumed its natural wander across a vast floodplain, the Isle of Dogs would revert to reeds and much of Southwark would again be a mudflat and migratory bird sanctuary. Likewise, former tributaries London's famous lost rivers like the Westbourne under Sloane Square or the Fleet under Farringdon Road would break through the surface and claim back their ancestral wetlands. Everywhere, except on hilly islands like Hampstead and Highgate, rising groundwater, as Jeffreys described, would rapidly undermine structures. Wooden constructions, a Japanese engineer explained to the New Scientist, would be the first to vanish completely. Followed by the materials that glue a building together, partitions, insulation materials that insects destroy by nesting in them. Unsuspected by Jeffreys, birds will play a vital role in structural decay by introducing destructive insects. Modern steel and ferroconcrete structures will resist decay for a century or two, but their eventual corrosion would produce a catastrophic denouement. While concrete remained alkaline, the steel bars that reinforce it held fast against corrosion. But carbon dioxide dissolved in rain has gradually carbonated the surface of tree concrete and edged its way in, while acid from decaying organic matter in the ground has infiltrated concrete foundations. Once the steel corrodes, the end is swift. The corrosion products take up about 3 times the volume of the steel itself, so as the steel rusts, it expands until its concrete covering falls off. By the time the Lloyd's building begins to shed its rusting I-beams, the Great Middlesex Forest would be extensively re-established. There would, of course, be significant modifications, traces of the DNA of the abandoned city. Oak, followed by larch and spruce, would again predominate, but joined now by former street trees like sweet chestnut and foreign species like sycamore, Norway maple, and some conifers. In the understory marsh and meadow, many of the thousands of 374 introduced house and garden plants would die off, but some, including hybrid supergrasses, would flourish, perhaps even locally dominate. Fauna in year 2556 might be more exotic. Although evolution among the higher animals doesn't work at the breakneck speed envisioned by Jeffries, escaped pets and new migrants might create a spectacular community of adapted species. The persistence for so many centuries of ruined skyscrapers, for example, would likely attract rough-legged buzzards from Scandinavia. Ring-necked parakeets, originally from Asia, would thrive in vast numbers, despite the attention of feral cats. And wolves, or wolf-like German Shepherd hybrids, would roam the forests preying on roe, muntjac, and sika deer and feral pigs descended from the stocks at London Zoo and city farms. After Berkeley, during thousands of years man had impressed himself upon the world. Now man was gone, certainly for a while, perhaps forever. Even if some survivors were left, they would be a long time in again obtaining supremacy. What would happen to the world and its creatures without man? That he was left to see. George R. Stewart, Earth Abides, 1949. Would cities decay differently in the compost of the New World? Jack London, not surprisingly, was first off the mark with an after San Francisco novel, The Scarlet Plague, 1912. A crude acolyte of Spencer and Galton, he used the dead city by the bay to illustrate the law of the survival of the fittest as well as the dangers of wanton race mixing of men and animals. His nature, of course, is just as red in tooth and claw as the robber baron capitalism that it has overthrown. Dogs, for example, feed first upon the corpses of their masters, then upon each other. All small and weak types are quickly eliminated until a single breed of medium-sized wolf remains. Horses, on the other hand, degenerate into small, miserable mustangs, their vast herds trampling the former vineyards and farms of the San Joaquin Valley. Meanwhile, amongst the human survivors, a brutish chauffeur claims a beautiful society woman as his squaw and imposes his 375 appetites and wool upon a primitive horde. London's hero, a manly professor of literature at UC Berkeley, bears the lonely burden of promoting the slow Aryan drift back to civilization. 19. The Scarlet Plague is a hysterical polemic about eugenics, not imaginative natural history. Both Jeffries and London, however, were rewritten in 1949 by a gifted amateur naturalist and Western historian, George R. Stewart. If his Earth Abides remains enshrined as a science fiction classic, it is seldom cited, as it richly deserves, as a unique excursion in regional natural history. Indeed, in the pantheon of modern American environmental writers Leopold, Stegner, Worcester, Abbey, McPhee, and so on, Stewart is perhaps the most unfairly neglected major figure. During his 4 decades, from 1923, in UC Berkeley's English department, he was part of an extraordinary community of savants that included Herbert Bolton, the father of comparative frontier history, Carl Sauer, the founder of the Berkeley School of Cultural Geography, Alfred Kroeber, the dominating figure in California anthropology, and Julian Stewart, the pioneer of cultural ecology. In their different terrains of research, they gave similar priority to ecological interactions between humans and their natural region. Sauer's dialectical concept of the cultural landscape as the co-product of human praxis and natural process provided an unifying motif. We are interested primarily, he wrote, in cultures which grow with original vigor out of the lap of a maternal natural landscape, to which each is bound in the whole course of its existence. 20. Stuart faithfully followed Sauer's prescription. A canonical New Deal regionalist, he authored 7 novels and 21 non-fiction books, most of them about California or the West, including an authoritative biography of Bret Harte and a best-selling account of the ill-fated Donner Party's cannibal winter in the Sierras. The deep imprint of Berkeley cultural ecology is most evident in his quartet of environmental novels Storm, 1941, Fire, 1948, Earth Abides, 1949, and Sheep Rock, 1951, whose heroes are, respectively, a winter storm system named Maria, a wildfire called Spitfire, California nature writ large, and a place known as Sheep Rock. As Wallace Stegner appreciated in an early review of Storm, Stuart's strategy of making nature the protagonist is not a return to Wordsworthian anthro-high. 376. Pomorphism and nature worship, but a canny device that lets us look at the mortar that holds a civilization together. The storm is not the heroine. Maria is nothing but the crisis. Indeed, each novel of the quartet explores humanity's contingent control of nature from the vantage point of a different crisis. Stuart, whose family had moved from Pennsylvania to the orange groves of Southern California, Azusa, then Pasadena, when he was 12, found sublime drama in the Sisyphean struggle of Westerners to control their environment. Temporary human victories always yield in the end to the stubborn power of place. As Geoffrey Archer discovers in his battle to tame Sheep Rock, essentially he had not changed the place at all. It had kept its integrity again. It had conquered. Trained as a biographer and historian, Stuart was truly a poet and precisionist, Stegner, in his painstaking accounts of environmental forces. Shortfalls in his scientific background were compensated by heroic and original research. Thus, in the course of working on Storm, Stuart drove through 2 winters the roads to Dormer Pass during storms, rode on the snow plows of the Southern Pacific, observed the highway superintendent and his crews along US 40, and watched telephone and electric company linemen in action. He secured introductions to the staff of the Weather Bureau in San Francisco, visited them during storms, and learned to draw his own weather maps. Writing Fire, he visited fire lines and spent a week in a fire lookout at Sierra Buttes, while his intricate description of Nevada's Black Rock Desert, the locale of Sheep Rock, was based on exploration in a desolate outback today famed for its neo-pagan Burning Man festival. 22 Earth Abides, one reasonably expects, is distilled from all resources at hand, including Stuart's incomparable network of naturalist friends and scientific COL leagues. If after London and the Scarlet Plague are compromised by lurid versions of Darwinism and reverse evolution, Earth Abides stands apart as the first novel to incorporate a sophisticated understanding of the young and still relatively obscure, in 1949, science of ecology. For example, Stuart explains human near extinction at the beginning of the novel straightforwardly in terms of population ecology and microbial predation, without resort to the usual H-bombs, extraterrestrial monsters, or cosmic dark bodies. As human numbers have exorbitantly overgrown the carrying capacities of their environment, new plagues have arisen. 377. To adjust the equilibrium. It is a human analog to Aldo Leopold's famous deer population boom and bust cycle on Arizona's Kaibab Plateau in the 1920s. As Stuart knows, all exponentially increasing R-selected populations must ride a Malthusian roller coaster, the Volterra curve of demographic peaks and cataclysmic collapses. 23 Stuart's survivor, a misanthropic and self-absorbed graduate student working on a thesis about the ecology of the Black Creek area, is named Isherwood Williams, or Ish for short, an obvious allusion to a real last man, Ishi, the sole Yahi Indian, whom Alfred Kroeber brought to San Francisco in 1911 as a living fossil. Just as the tragic Ishi, who caught TB from Kroeber's wife and died in 1916, was a witness to the triumph of white, urban civilization, so Ish is the lonely scientific chronicler of its disintegration. Fortuitously inoculated against the plague by a rattlesnake bite while doing fieldwork in the same Sierra foothills where Ishi had once found refuge, Ish makes his way back to his home on San Lupo Drive in the Berkeley Hills. It is a grandstand seat for witnessing the great est of all dramas, nature's majestic reclamation work on the Bay metropolis. The new plague has worked so swiftly that, apart from looted liquor stores and a few localized fires, there is little physical destruction. Nor does the metropolitan infrastructure break down immediately. The great turbines in the Sierras assure hydropower for a few years. Water continues to flow through aqueducts and taps for even longer. The absence of watering, of course, quickly kills temperate garden plants and lawns, while fierce weeds press in to destroy other pampered nurslings of man. The hundreds of thousands of human cadavers meanwhile are devoured by the bigger dogs, while a glut of rotting food provides a banquet for rats, roaches, ants, and flies, whose numbers temporarily soar toward infinity. Of domesticated and commensal species, Stewart asserts that only the three varieties of the human louse are immediately doomed by humanity's overthrow. At the funeral of Homo sapiens there will be few mourners. Canis familiaris as an individual will perhaps send up a few howls, but as a species, remembering all the kicks and curses, he will soon be comforted and run off to join his wild fellows. Homo sapiens, however, may take comfort from the thought that at his funeral there will be three wholly sincere mourners, p. 59, *. 378. The first few years of the post-human era are a chaotic period of wild population shifts and merciless interspecies competition. Where Jeffries imagined a linear process of extinction, selection, and speciation, Stewart knows that modern ecology predicts nonlinear fluctuation. Predator-prey balance, it seems, can only be established through a sequence of reciprocal catastrophes. Thus after a few months, as corpses and accessible food are used up, ant and roach colonies collapse, while cats eat the rodents and are eaten, in turn, by the smaller dogs. But the dogs kill too many cats, and rats from redoubts in grocery warehouses and grain elevators make a spectacular resurgence. This second explosion of the rodent population brings bubonic plague in its wake, a new threat to the human survivors. Eventually, having consumed the remaining grain, the rats starve. In their frenzy, they attack even dogs, then eat each other. 24 After this secondary kill, there is a brief hiatus. Dogs, minus the stupid overbred varieties, which perished immediately, begin to sort out new pedigrees and build hunting packs. Cats, better adapted than dogs to feral survival, learn to surmount the canine menace and their population expands until it fatally collides with the encroaching domain of foothill bobcats, who prefer their feline cousins to rabbits. 25 In year 2, however, the countryside, in the form of hungry deer, rabbits, and wild cattle, invades the dead suburbs. They ravage much of the remaining garden flora and ornamental plantings. Meanwhile, as one would expect in a Mediterranean climate, the natural engines of the landscape are working at much higher speeds than in Jeffries's Thames Valley. October rains have already initiated the erosion of neighborhoods, storm drains are blocked with debris, water ponds in the streets, homes are inundated with mud, and yards begin to gully. The summer of year 3, moreover, is extremely dry and ends with a lightning-ignited firestorm that reduces much of the East Bay to ash before rains extinguish it. The shrubs and grasses which grow from the burnt slopes the following spring provide rich fodder for the wild cattle. The bovine population, like that of the rats before it, overshoots any sustainable limit and then dies off en masse during the great drought of year 6. The mountain lions, which have followed the cattle into the city, feast on their carcasses and then, half mad with hunger, stalk all possible prey, including they. 379. Surviving humans, who, in turn, quickly learn to become skilled lion hunters. Locusts are even more destructive camp followers of the drought, and with the terrible efficiency of myriads of nano-lawnmowers, they devour the stubble left by the starving cattle. Much of the San Francisco area, as it previously did briefly during the cataclysmic 1860–63 drought, now looks like desert. But new rains, which gouge out huge arroyos and unleash thousands of landslides, turn the Bay Hills green again. Long-forgotten local springs no longer slaves to an artificial water supply reappear and spur more erosion. Riparian flora and fauna make spectacular comebacks. Humans are amazed in year 10 to see schools of striped bass in San Francisco Bay and plentiful trout in the foothill streams. If the apocalypse has added new perils to human lives, it has also returned people to the state of biological grace enjoyed by their Paleolithic ancestors before the agricultural revolution. The epidemic chain, which depends upon high densities of humans and commensal species, has been broken and survivors are freed from most infectious diseases. The human tribes also discover a new source of protein in year 19 when elk dramatically appear in the Oakland Hills. Meanwhile, fire-spared wooden structures, shotgun shacks in the flats as well as magnificent craftsman mansions in the hills begin an accelerated decay thanks to the collaboration of termites, rain, and rising groundwater. A major earthquake in year 20 destroys thousands of these weakened structures. It also fractures concrete and asphalt, reducing their resistance to weeds and erosion. Much of the architecture on the UC campus, as in downtown San Francisco, is in an advanced stage of decrepitude, but the magnificent Bay and Golden Gate bridges, although rusted, are still structurally intact. Over the next generation, the landscape and its life worlds follow the same cycle of punctuated erosion, slow decay suddenly speeded up by extreme weather events, wildfires, and earthquakes. In year 44, for example, most of San Francisco burns down. Other fires destroy the old UC campus shortly afterwards. Then, in the final weeks of Ish's long tenure as the last American, a span of the Bay Bridge drops into the water. Saltwater corrosion has begun to dissolve the last overweening symbols of the old civilization. 380. Bomber ecology. The sign of our times is the ruins. They surround our lives. They line the streets of our cities. They are our reality. In their burned-out facades there blooms not the blue flower of romanticism but the demonic spirit of destruction, decay, and apocalypse. Hans Werner Richter. There was, in fact, intense scientific curiosity about what would actually bloom in the ruined cities of Europe. Blue flowers, demonic flowers, or simply dandelions, botanists were unsure whether potential natural vegetation would reclaim the rubble deserts of London's East End or Berlin's Neukölln district, or whether alien weeds and escaped cultivars would become the occupying powers. Careful observation of successional dynamics in the urban dead zones, a term coined by Allied analysts of strategic bombing, might provide empirical answers to two questions that taxed students of urban nature. First, how radically had urbanization, followed by durbanization from the sky, altered the landscape's biophysical template, soil and air chemistry, nutrient flows, hydrology, microclimates, and genetic, pollen and seed, reservoirs. Second, did Clementian paradigms of regional plant ecology and orderly succession of species climaxing in a peak community optimally adapted to its environment accurately describe population dynamics, or, as some pre-war critics had argued, was equilibrium only an illusion, and flux, the reality? 25 The first published observations came from London's Botanical Exchange Club while Werner von Braun's V-2 missiles were still spreading their random terror. Later, Berlin, during that age of rubble that lasted until 1954, 26 became the primary laboratory for research in dead zone science. In the case of London, there was already something of a tradition of natural history in the aftermath of disaster. In the spring following the Great Fire of 1666, for example, the naturalist John Ray and other survivors were flabbergasted by a spectacular and unexpected bloom of fire flowers, the famous London rocket, Cicimbrium aereo, a mustard. 27 Likewise, after the first Zeppelin attack on London. 381. In spring 1915, the city's concerned bird lovers, led by W. H. Hudson, author of the magisterial 1895 The Birds in London, and, as we saw earlier, A Crystal Age, deployed to see whether bombing was scaring birds away from the city. 28 The eventual result of these observations was Sir Hugh Gladstone's odd monograph, Birds and the War, which concluded that only pigeons seemed unduly upset by falling bombs and anti-aircraft fire. Indeed, nightingales are well known for their indifference to gunfire, which indeed they often seem to regard as a particularly vigorous rival nightingale trying to muscle in on their territory. During a raid in May 1918, for instance, one was singing loudly in a London suburb during heavy gunfire and bomb explosions. 29. Goering's sleek bombers were incomparably better at enraging male nightingales than Count Zeppelin's lumbering airships. Although bird lovers continued their vigil through the Blitz, which, on balance, greatly favored rare species like the black redstart, the new wastelands were above all a scientific opportunity for London botanists, led by J. Lousley R. Fitter, and E. Salisbury, the director of Kew Gardens. Some of the sites now exposed to the foundations, Lousley enthused, may have been continuously roofed over since Roarian times, and one must go back to the years immediately following the Great Fire for the last opportunity of doing any extensive botanizing within the confines of the city. 30. The botanical census of bomb sites in the city and the East End revealed a new pattern of urban vegetation adapted to fire, rubble, and open space. Uncommon natives and robust aliens dominated this unexpected bomber ecology. The most successful colonist of blitzed sites, for example, was the formerly rare rosebay willow herb, Epilobium angustifolium, which in Jeffreys's lifetime could be found only in Paddington Cemetery and on a few gravelly banks. Its tolerance for fire-baked soils, as well as its liking for light and its prodigious seed production, transformed its previous shyness into bullying aggressiveness, making it probably the commonest plant in central London in 1943. Its chief allies were members of the groundsel family, especially the Oxford ragwort, which, despite its name, was actually a recent immigrant from Sicily, where it frequents volcanic ash, so that, as Dr. Salisbury remarks, it may well find the site of a burnt-out building a congenial habitat. 31. Among the other aliens that flourished during the H. 382 Blitz were the Canadian fleabane, already a familiar plant on railway embankments, the redoubtable Buddleia, previously described, and the Peruvian Galansoga parviflora, an escapee from Kew Gardens. 32 These new fire flowers, as O. Gilbert has more recently explained, were the heralds of an irreversible revolution in the urban ecology of London and other bombed cities. All these plants were at that time undergoing a period of steady expansion which was given renewed impetus by the sudden availability of the bombed site habitat. This acted like a catalyst. As populations built up, they exerted a tremendous inoculation pressure on the urban area and consequently were able to spread into new habitats. After the war they were found to have become permanent members of the urban flora in which most of our heavily bombed cities where previously they had often been rather rare. 33 Gilbert emphasizes the fascinating generic overlap between the pioneer plant species of London bomb sites and the hardy weeds and shrubs that colonized the terminal moraines of the last ice age. The Blitz, in several senses, turned the ecological clock back 10,000 years. The frequency of these genera Artemisia, Epilobium, etc. suggests that conditions on the waste ground which include intermittent disturbance, low grazing pressure, low competition, and the presence of unleached base-rich soils must have similarities to those existing just after the end of the Ice Age. A number of the species may never had it so good since. 34 In Central Europe, of course, even more of the late Holocene environment was ruthlessly stripped away. The destruction inflicted upon urban Germany by the Allies' area bombing campaign was a full order of magnitude greater than the Luftwaffe's pounding of London and the Midlands. The Hamburg catastrophe of July 1943, when Bomber Command's Operation Gemara opened the gates of hell with the first urban firestorm, spurred Churchill and his advisors, with reluctant American participation, to launch an all-out air war against German civilians. During the sustained bomber offensive from August 1, 1944 until unconditional surrender on April 26, 1945, the Allies conducted 205 great bomber raids, nearly half of which targeted Berlin. 2 million tons of 383 high explosives and incendiaries killed an estimated 600,000 to 800,000 civilians, 1/4 of whom were slave laborers or prisoners of war, and injured nearly 1 million more. The Allies, in turn, lost 75% of their bomber crews, more than 100,000 men. The most common street sign in many German cities became gruesome, warning of rotting cadavers in the rubble. In more than 40 German cities the proportion of built-up area raised exceeded 50% and 333 square kilometers was transformed from dense urban housing into debris. 35 Although no German city suffered the Carthaginian fate of Warsaw, 700,000 dead, its ruins transformed by the SS into a vast minefield, millions of urban dwellers had been reduced to troglodytes, cellar tribes. Crowded together in squalid basements, air raid bunkers, and subway tunnels eerily lit by flickering candles. 36. As Niels Gut show has shown, some hardcore Nazi ideologues actually welcomed the 1,000 bomber raids and firestorms as a ritual cleansing of the Jewish influence of big city life and the beginning of a mystical regeneration of Aryan unity with nature. Thus, in the aftermath of the Hamburg, Cologne, and Kassel Holocausts in 1943, the eco-fascist Max Karl Schwarz, who shared Ruskin's and Jeffries's aversion to the toxicity of big cities, proposed to revitalize the landscape by leveling the debris and planting trees. The old, dense cities would not be rebuilt, indeed, only after the destroyed areas are animated through forest will they become a true urban landscape, that is, with houses and gardens. Authentically German garden cities would replace the decadent Jewish metropolis. After all, had not Zarathustra commanded his followers to spit on this city of shopkeepers? 37 It is the German fashion to derive spiritual abilities and physical strength from the connections with nature. However, this source of vitality for the Germans has more and more been cut off by a pervasive alienation from nature. It is clear to me that multi-story buildings are an expression of the Jewish spirit, and with such buildings we have recently been spreading the paralyzing idea that everything can be built only on the basis of mass, number, and weight. The planned reconstruction is a genuine resettlement, a new rootedness, rooted in the land. That is no romantic idea, but rather it is truly the only basis for the future life of struggles that the now aged Europe has to carry out against the peoples of the East. 38. 384. In the event, weeds not linden trees grew over the corpses of slum and suburb alike. The poet Gottfried Benn wrote about the nettles tall as men that flourished everywhere in the Mongolian border town provisionally still called Berlin/39 in the hungry winters after the war, 1945–49, Berliners became experts on the edible properties of bomb flora like dandelions and chickweed. In her study of the photo documentation of Year Zero, Dagmar Barna discusses a photograph taken by a city employee in the winter of 1945–46. At about the same time, Derniak photographed a group of haggard-looking Berliners participating in Action Wild Gemüse, wild vegetables, a euphemism for weeds, and for learning to distinguish edible from inedible plants. For the most part older men and women dressed respectably in coats and hats, they might have gathered in the overgrown neighborhood park or garden for an adult education course in botany, if it were not for their emaciated, anxious faces. Some of them are plucking weeds, others are looking on. They will take the weeds home and chop them up to make soup if they have water and fuel. 40 The winter of 1946–47 was the most terrible. Berliners felt themselves doomed members of a huge forgotten Donner Party, and even in Charlottenburg, once the capital of the Weimar Hautmond, there were verified reports of cannibalism. If wild rumors of deliberate Allied starvation plots or of Hitler's escape by submarine to Antarctica proliferated, so did wildlife. Occupied Berlin was suddenly as feral as Jeffries's dead London. Wild boar ravaged the city's outskirts in herds 50 strong, and were avidly hunted by hungry civilians with bows and arrows or by bored GIs with burp guns. Likewise, British Tommies volunteered to help Berliners, now subsisting on less than 1,000 calories per day, track the 3 species of starving deer that had taken refuge in the Spandau and Kopnik forests. Hard on the heels of the deer were their ancient predators. Signs were hastily posted on the Autobahn, "Beware of wolves," 41. While Berlin's rebel women toiled by hand to clear 100 million tons of bomb debris, eventually gathered into the 3 artificial mountains that allow contemporary Berliners to practice skiing, urban flora was undergoing a remarkable transfiguration. As in London but on a greater scale, the fired and alkaline 385 substrate of the dead zone favored the propagation of previously exotic species like Robinia, tree of heaven, traveler's joy, and butterfly bush. Botanists were particularly surprised by the rapid spread of Ailanthus altus cyma, tree of heaven, Berlin's equivalent to the London rocket of 1666. Imported from China in the era of Frederick the Great, it had never shown any capacity for spontaneous growth in some 200 years of cultivation in Berlin's gardens and parks. Then suddenly, thanks to Bomber Command and the 8th Air Force, it became the avid colonist, with that other robust alien, Robinia pseudacacia, of calcareous bomb sites. The new habitat type enabled Ailanthus to establish new populations. This process was favored by its high reproductive potential, including early and prolific flowering, which is usually converted into large quantities of seed, as well as quick growth. A thermophile, tree of heaven was subsequently nurtured by the post-war urban heat island. Central Berlin is 3.2 degrees C warmer than its suburbs. 42. The persistence into the 1980s of several uncleared bomb sites in West Berlin, notably the Lutzow-Platz in Tiergarten and the former Schönberger Hafen in Kreuzberg, allowed ecologists led by Hans Sukop and his colleagues to observe more than 40 years of the successional dynamic. Indeed, ruderal vegetation, and urban ecology as a whole, has probably been better studied in Berlin than anywhere else. 43. Research has confirmed the threshold role of the Second World War in naturalizing alien species and establishing unique urban biotopes, whose hypothetical stage of final succession and self-regulation is often referred to as Nature 244. The floristic component of this warm-authored second nature is strikingly similar in most cities of Central and Western Europe, despite significant differences in climate. As in Britain, where Gilbert has emphasized the unlikely mixtures of tree species and ruderal copses, the mature flora is an unusual community of vascular plants of a Southern European or America origin. 45. Sukop has speculated that these alien-dominated ecologies, far from marginal, may be the prevailing ecosystems of the future. 46. Dead zone communities, moreover, are surprisingly species-rich. The old bomb site at Lutzow-Platz in Berlin, for example, hosted over 100 different plant and more than 200 insect species in the ED 1980s. The carefully tended parklands of the adjacent Tiergarten, by contrast, supported a mere quarter of this. 386. Diversity. Such ruderal complexity has been discovered in the ruins of Fordism as well as Hitlerism. In recent years, environmentalists have belatedly begun to appreciate that the brownfield sites of post-industrial Europe are actually biological oases, green islands whose species diversity typically exceeds not only the rest of the city but the surrounding factory-farmed, genetically modified countryside as well. 48. In the derelict colliery landscape of West Yorkshire, for instance, The Guardian's environmental correspondent Pete Bowler marvelled at the unexpected biodiversity. All of them had either common spotted orchids or bee orchids growing in large numbers. Some had both. Walkers on post-industrial sites frequently see brown hare, a species in sharp decline and which is included on the UK Biodiversity Action Plan list. I have found badger sets in disused airshafts, great crested newts in most old colliery and brickworks ponds. One pond has all three of our native newt species and both common toad and frog recorded. 49. Ghetto geomorphology. Woe unto this great city! And I wish I already saw the pillar of fire in which it will be burned. For such pillars of fire must precede the great noon. Nietzsche, thus spake Zarathustra. In most of Western Europe, to the dismay of the friends of newts and endangered birds, urban industrial brownfields, like the bomb sites that preceded them, are eventually recycled into productive use, often after systematic surveys and planning. This is not the case in the United States, where many inner-city wastelands endure as seemingly permanent landscapes to the corresponding benefit of ruderal nature. Here urban dereliction has become the moral and natural historical equivalent of war. In 1940–41, the Heinkel and Junkers bombers of the Luftwaffe destroyed 350,000 dwellings units and unhoused a million Londoners. In the 1970s, an equally savage blitz of landlord disinvestment, bank redlining, and federal benign neglect led to the destruction of 294,000 housing units in New York City alone. 50 in the course of the Nixon and Ford presidencies, much. 387 of the old urban core in the Midwest and Northeast began to look like the Ruhr in 1945. Cities like Detroit, St. Louis, and Paterson, which formerly had the lowest percentage of vacant land per capita, now had among the highest. St. Louis's housing stock diminished by almost a fifth in the 1960s and early 1970s, while some Chicago districts like North Lawndale lost more than half their homes to abandonment and arson during the 1970s. Nationally in 1980, according to Kevin Lynch, 1 of every 20 housing units in urban centers was boarded up. Dereliction in some cities exceeded park acreage. 51 No civilization, especially not one so rich and powerful, had ever tolerated such extensive physical destruction of its urban fabric in peacetime. And, even at the threshold of a new millennium, America's age of rubble was far from over. More than 20,000 housing units per year were still being abandoned in New York City as late as 1996, while pockmarked Philadelphia continued to grapple with the burden of 55,000 derelict buildings and vacant lots. 52 Can environmental science add anything to our understanding of this catastrophe? Geomorphology, in fact, offers apposite epistemologies for sorting out the tangled causes of ghetto landscapes. Urban dead zones, first of all, illustrate a basic postulate that geomorphologists call equifinality, different processes producing essentially similar landscapes. 53 Indeed, process can never be simply read off from form. It would thus be a fallacy to assume from appearance alone that Newark and Detroit were actually carpet-bombed from 20,000 feet, or, for that matter, devastated by mega-earthquakes. In the same vein, geomorphology asserts that real landscapes are always the complex products of several or more processes, tectonic and erosional, operating at different tempos and scales. Presumably this should be as true of ground zero landscapes of the circa 1970s ghetto as of mountain ranges or sea terraces. Here classical geomorphology provides essential distinctions between levels of analysis as well as an invaluable warning against collapsing them into one another. As Alastair Pitty explains, no phrase bears more repetition than W. M. Davis's statement that landforms are a function of structure, process, and stage. However, its actual implementation into specific geomorphological studies requires careful scrutiny. In particular, NE 388. Emphasis on just one element of this trilogy encourages self-supporting interpretations, as inquiries then converge on that element. Contrasts in the element singled out may account for many differences of opinion in geomorphology. Dichotomies are manufactured since exclusive attention to one element allows quite separate conceptions of the element to run in parallel but without overlap. Davis's triple determinants of natural landscape can be analogized in the case of the economic and political erosion of inner-city neighborhoods. Thus structure in ghetto geomorphology is tantamount to the macroeconomic determinants of inner-city decline operating on decadal frequencies, deindustrialization, white flight, housing and job discrimination, anti-urban, but pro-suburban, federal policies, capture of city revenues for corporate rather than neighborhood priorities, and so on. Even at this scale, however, it would be erroneous to assume that the same story necessarily explains the background of housing destruction in Newark as well as Detroit, in Southside Chicago as well as Bedford-Stuyvesant. For example, in The Assassination of New York, 1995, Robert Fitch has shown in compelling detail how private accumulation strategies, above all, the vast real estate calculations of the Rockefellers, manipulated public policy to help drive small manufacturing out of Manhattan. 55 This kind of purposeful deindustrialization, which greatly accelerated the dereliction of the city's blue-collar neighborhoods, was probably not the case in Chicago or Detroit. Process, in the urban context, corresponds to the conjunctural forces that have translated the structural weakening of inner-city economies and public services into the actual abandonment of stores, factories, and housing. In the 1950s and 1960s, the major engines of neighborhood destruction were urban renewal and, especially, freeway construction. Then, in the late 1960s, ghetto insurrections brought urban America to the brink of a second civil war and destroyed part of the commercial landscape of the inner city. But the rioters' bricks and Molotov cocktails inflicted minor damage compared to the red pencils of mortgage lenders and insurance companies. The third and most cataclysmic phase of inner-city decay occurred during the 1970s and early 1980s. Although researchers still complain that there is very little empirical analysis of housing abandonment, especially specific city histories, the broad outlines of the process are clear enough. MH 389. Disinvestment in the older central cities was led by the banks, endorsed by federal policies, and reinforced by ensuing local fiscal crises and contraction of lifeline municipal services. Banks and SNLS, first of all, pumped capital out of the inner city but refused to loan it back, especially to black majority neighborhoods. Instead, they drained northeastern savings to the Sun Belt, where they stoked a massive speculative building boom. Local banks in Brooklyn in the 1970s, for example, committed less than 6% of mortgages to their home borough. Fully 65% of local savings were exported to Florida and elsewhere. According to Richard Morris's influential 1978 study, this was nothing less than the Mitchell-Nixon-Ford Southern strategy in action. 57. As he shows in detail, the Nixon-era FHA was the mastermind of a policy of draining savings from regions with housing deficits toward regions with housing gluts. Instead of a firebreak against urban disinvestment, the FHA policies were gasoline on the flames. No longer was it an agency designed to shore up bank confidence in areas suffering from a shortage of mortgage capital. FHA became, instead, a mechanism to direct bank investment away from northeastern cities and toward the booming Sun Belt. No longer were mortgages insured in the inner city or in the Northeast, instead the bulk of FHA insurance commitments flowed south, where it acted to attract mortgage money from all over the nation with the lure of a building boom supplemented by the attractions of federal insurance. 58. Unable to sell buildings because banks refused to supply affordable mortgages, absentee owners began to walk away from the tax bills on their former rent plantations. Redlining, write Jackie and Wilson, usually set in motion a self-fulfilling prophecy of inevitable decline. In most cities, banks assessed neighborhoods negatively prior to the actual evidence of blight without reference to the specifics of resident credit ratings, housing conditions, community viability, or business solvency. 59. As property values collapsed, so did city revenues. In 1976, on the eve of New York's fiscal meltdown, fully half of the city's deficit consisted of uncollected property taxes from redlined neighborhoods. With their tax bases undermined, New York and other older cities were frozen out of the municipal bond market. The subsequent savage cuts to vital municipal services, including 390. Fire protection and building inspection, coincident with landlords' abdication of building maintenance, completed the vicious circle. What happened at this point when maintenance and vital services were withdrawn from inner-city residential neighborhoods corresponds to the analysis of what Davis called stage. It is also where environmental forces come back into the picture. Curiously, in this period none of the Washington think tanks, academic institutes, or government agencies traditionally committed to urban research seems to have paid any attention to how orphaned buildings and neighborhoods actually evolved into their terminal state of bombed-out rubble. The ghetto of the 1970s and 1980s was intellectually as well as financially and fiscally abandoned. A major exception was the unsubsidized photo observation and documentary journalism of Camilo Vergara. The Chilean-born writer/photographer has been derelict, America's last man, like Ish in Earth Abides, its sole dedicated observer. Strange to say, without Vergara's thousands of time-consecutive photographs of individual buildings and neighborhoods, we would today possess almost no scientific or historical record of ghetto landscape processes. Vergara's New American Ghetto Archive, the original of which is now owned by the Getty Research Institute in Los Angeles, consists of detailed time studies of what might be called canonical urban decay. The dozen or so intensively documented neighborhoods include the South Bronx, Harlem, and most of north-central Brooklyn, as well as comparable dead zones in Camden, Newark, and Detroit, especially the northwest side of downtown, as well as the major public housing projects of Chicago. Vergara, like a good ecologist, deliberately focused on disturbance sites, including drug houses, homeless encampments, and areas of noxious land use dumping, as well as assorted margins and interstices often lacking political representation or even a name. As the crack cocaine epidemic made street-level photography more risky, he began to use rooftops to generate panoramic bird's-eye views, which, in turn, revealed unsuspected landscape facets. A good example of Vergara's tenacious methodology is his case study of a once magnificent apartment complex at the corner of 178th Street and Vice Avenue, near the Bronx Zoo. When he first started visiting the castle in the winter of 1980, the heating had failed and tenants were beginning to leave. Seemingly, no resources were available to rehabilitate the building's faded glory. The next fall was fire season. Although one might assume that buildings burn and become derelict from the ground up, Vergara discovered that the opposite was true. The first of 12 apartment fires began in occupied units on the top floor. Subsequently, scavengers looted pipes and radiators from the fire-damaged apartments, leading to flooding and water damage on floors below. Tenant flight accelerated. By January 1983 the complex was completely abandoned and efforts had been made to seal all the windows and entrances with cinder blocks. Scavengers, nonetheless, continued to find their way inside to mine the building of saleable materials. As the building continued to deteriorate over the next 2 years, it blighted the rest of the neighborhood, attracting crime, depressing property values, and encouraging more abandonment. Finally, in 1985 it was bulldozed into oblivion. The urban pandemic with the prenatal clinic and AIDS deaths data as indices, we can conclude that the destruction of low-income housing, through a variety of direct and indirect mechanisms, fueled the AIDS epidemic in New York City, concentrated it heavily in the poor minority areas, led to a much larger epidemic than would have otherwise occurred, and marked a generation as surely as did Pharaoh's and Herod's murders of babies. Deborah and Roderick Wallace, A Plague on Your Houses, based on his unique familiarity with the history of specific sites and their residual populations, Vergara has published incisive analyses of the social processes of dereliction. In particular, he has hammered at misguided or hypocritical public policies, usually under the banner of urban reconstruction or community reinvestment, that have targeted formerly devastated neighborhoods as receptacles for concentrating homeless shelters and related services. In New York, for example, Mayor Cook, followed by Giuliani, cleared the way for the corporate Times Square revival by shipping most of the homeless to the South Bronx. The result, Vergara fears, is hypersegregation and the emergence of the new Ameri. 392. Ken Ghetto as a virtual prison for the city's redundant working classes. Recently he has revised this thesis in light of the dynamic impact of Latino immigration. It has, however, been left to others, particularly Roderick and Deborah Wallace, to build a theoretical model of the processes captured in Vergara's archive. 61. The couple, he, a mathematical epidemiologist, and she, a population ecologist, were members of Scientists and Engineers for Social and Political Action when in 1973 they were approached by New York City firefighters. Advised by the Santa Monica-based Rand Institute, whose normal business was nuclear war and Vietnam body counts, City Hall was proposing a downsizing of the fire department, closing fire stations in ghetto neighborhoods in favor of automated voice fire boxes. Although the Wallaces would later discover that the Rand Fire Project was only one element in a sweeping strategy of planned shrinkage of municipal services advocated by Housing Commissioner Roger Starr and other downtown intimati with ties to the real estate industry, 62. Deborah Wallace's immediate attention was focused on the shoddy science of the Rand proposals. I am an ecologist and, at that time, was evaluating fish population models in the Hudson River. As I began to read through the RAND reports, it slowly became clear that the data acquisition, analysis, and interpretation, and the modeling methodology were much more primitive than those of the Hudson River fish population models. NYC RAND's level of science was inadequate for natural ecology and grossly inadequate for experiments on human populations. 63 in 1973, of course, mysterious firestorms were sweeping across the ghetto neighborhoods of older cities. Although the South Bronx and Inner Detroit, with its annual Devil's Night, were the most notorious infernos, the fire epidemic spared few industrial cities of the Midwest and Northeast. Between 1970 to 1977, for example, more than one-third of the housing in Chicago's principal Puerto Rican barrio, the Division Street area, was destroyed, mostly by fire. The view of law enforcement agencies, corroborated by a 1977 Newsweek investigation, was that the fires were a criminal form of urban redevelopment, a strategy for shifting the cost of urban decay from landlords to insurers. As Newsweek explained, 393. Bebuildings are sometimes torched for revenge, sometimes to cover other crimes such as murder, and sometimes just for kicks. But a great many deliberate fires, perhaps the majority, are the work of the arson industry, a shadow world of property owners, mortgage men, corrupt fire officials, insurance adjusters, and mobsters. 65 In their early articles, the Wallaces, without diminishing the importance of landlord arson, shifted the focus of the debate from fire events per se to the conditions that made them possible on such a rampant, epidemic scale. In their opinion, the ultimate arsonists were the powerful elite advocates, long before any fiscal emergency, of reduced and geographically redistributed municipal services. They pointed out that while structure fires had dramatically increased in the late 1960s, due to both housing abandonment and arson, the situation had been stabilized by the addition of new fire companies, partially funded by HUD, to the affected neighborhoods. Beginning in 1972, however, City Hall, advised by RAND operations management experts, began its restructuring of fire services, what the Wallaces denounce as fire redlining. 35 fire companies were ultimately withdrawn from poor, high fire incidence neighborhoods, and overall NYFD strength was cut down from almost 15,000 personnel in 1970 to little more than 10,000 in 1976. 66 The predictable result was the South Bronx firestorm of 1974–77. The Wallaces employed sophisticated disease models to explore how the fire contagion, unleashed by planned shrinkage acting upon a pre-existing housing crisis, set off a chain reaction, highly unstable random walk, of pathologies. Use of a mathematical model from epidemiology to explain the behavior of fires in New York City should distress the reader. Such a model describes an ecological disaster in which stabilizing mechanisms needed to maintain a population have failed. An epidemic model of fires in New York City is, in spirit, like a model of the collapse of a fishery, the catastrophic destruction of habitat, or other ecological calamity. 67 Indeed, what happened in the South Bronx, which, as they point out, wasn't even listed as a poverty area in 1967, eerily resembled the primary and secondary kill dynamics described by Stewart in Earth Abides. First, as fire protection eroded. 394. Landlords en masse abdicated building maintenance, which, in turn, increased fire incidence. The rapid incineration of the core of the South Bronx produced a mass exodus into the West Bronx, where overcrowding amid the continued reduction of fire and housing-related services punctually led to a second wave of fires, which also spread to Harlem and parts of Brooklyn. After peaking at 153,263 emergencies in 1976, when serious fires were triple their 1964 rate, the firestorm began to burn itself out. The decline in structural fires after 1976, the Wallaces grimly point out, represents not the ending of the crisis or the improvement of fire service, but rather the simple exhaustion of fuel in the primary areas of fire infection such as the South Bronx, Bushwick, and so on. 68. The Wallaces could easily have included housing inspection and rodent extermination, among other examples, in their discussion of vicious circles created by planned shrinkage. At the beginning of the 1970s, New York was able to send 800 housing inspectors into the field at one time. From 1975, however, the numbers were progressively cut back until less than 200 inspectors were on the job, far too few to monitor landlord abuses and the deterioration of the housing stock. The Health Department likewise cut its rodent extermination force by 2/3 at the same time that it was banning old-fashioned, polluting incinerators. Their replacements, the huge steel trash compactors that collect refuse from garbage chutes, quickly proved to be paradisiacal environments for rat reproduction. The burgeoning rodent population almost immediately overwhelmed the handful of remaining exterminators. 69 The fires destroyed vital neighborhood-anchored social networks as well as homes. In their aftermath, homelessness and street violence soared to levels not seen since the Depression. The geography of poverty in New York City in the wake of the desertification of so much of the Bronx and parts of Brooklyn became highly, almost explosively unstable, and white ethnics accelerated their flight to the burbs. As the Wallaces emphasize, all of these factors had profound implications for disease ecology and public health. Before 1970, for instance, heroin addiction in the Bronx was concentrated in a few stable nodes well known to public health workers. By 1976, however, needle users were dispersed throughout the borough, and thus more difficult to identify and treat. As a result, 395. The epidemic spread of HIV among 4 drug users in the 1980s, as initially with TB in the 1990s, was impossible to contain. 1/4 of the emergency room admissions in some Bronx hospitals were tested as HIV positive, a rate comparable to the AIDS death zones of Africa. 70 In recent research, the Wallaces have continued to focus on the long-term downstream effects, infant mortality and low birth weight babies, homicide, cirrhosis, TB, and so on, of government retrenchment and the housing catastrophe of the 1970s. With other researchers, they have become worried about the role of collapsing and derelict neighborhoods as virulence incubators. They argue that cultural vectors, like Vergara's new ghetto with its hypersegregated poverty or, conversely, a nomadic and immune-suppressed homeless population, not only spread disease, like insect vectors, but increase its virulence. The emergence of multiple drug-resistant TB among homeless needle users is a frightening example of virulence evolution in conditions of high transmission rates. Only a massive, emergency effort by the U.S. Department of Public Health in the 1990s brought TB in urban centers back under some semblance of public health control. Despite this success, the Wallaces are pessimistic that the U.S. urban-suburban system will long be able to restrict rising levels of increasingly virulent contagious disease within point-source minority epicenters. Indeed, their worst-case scenario, the cascading supernova model of urban collapse, resembles nothing so much as Ruskin's and Jeffries's nightmare of the metropolis killing itself with its own toxins. The rapid, politically driven physical and social implosion of minority communities produces delta functions of increasingly high rates of increasingly virulent contagious disease, which then explode into susceptible enclaves within surround affluent suburbs. 71. Needless to say, these emergent diseases and new plagues will pay little heed to the "not in my backyard" signs on suburban borders. 2001. 396. Strange Times Begin. M. Year 1. Last June, 1998, Science published a short article about polar bears on the Arctic island of Spitsbergen in the Barents Sea. A team of Norwegian scientists has been systematically tranquilizing and tagging the animals in a long-term study of their population dynamics. They were shocked to discover that an anomalous number of the bears are hermaphrodites. They suspect that polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, which condense from the cold Arctic atmosphere and concentrate in the marine food chain, are the endocrine disruptors responsible for the bizarre sex change. Amid all the environmental tremors of the recent past, including hemisphere-scale droughts and continent-size wildfires, it is the hermaphroditic polar bears that most haunt me. Like Central America's suddenly disappearing frog population a few years ago, the gender-bent Bruins are a less immediately dramatic but ultimately more terrifying symptom of unspeakable tampering with the biosphere. They are also a small item in an extraordinary calendar of socio-natural catastrophe that may someday define the 12 months from June 1997 to July 1998, the weather year as employed by meteorologists, as much or more a turning point in world history as 1989. 402. More precisely, I think we may have just experienced the first year of life as it will be like in the early third millennium. As in a bad science fiction novel overloaded with too many far-fetched scenes, the last 2 semesters have conjugated economic crisis, nuclear proliferation, ethnic cleansing, global warming, plague, drought, famine, and fire. If, for the moment, the OECD countries, Japan excepted, have been spared major shocks, and, indeed, still hallucinate themselves living luxuriously in the end of history, the second and third tiers of the world market the tigers and paupers are reeling. The 20th century is ending with a bang, not a whimper. What the World Bank officially terms an ASEAN depression stokes religious and ethnic violence in Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. To Southeast Asia's hopes of recapitulating the Taiwanese and Korean paths of export-led industrialization have been sabotaged by the entry of China's immense, highly disciplined, ultra-low-wage workforce into the world market. The current meltdown of local currencies is mere lightning on the horizon, a warning of great storms yet to come. As it becomes fully integrated into GATT structures, China's staggering industrial capacity will eliminate the light manufacturing and export assembly niches that poorer Asian and Latin American countries have officially embraced as their engines of modernization. Their only recourse will be the accelerated export of primary products, leading to even more deforestation, soil erosion, and water shortages. Meanwhile, the emergent nuclear arms race that pits India against Pakistan and China has made regional atomic war between the world's most populous countries a terrifyingly real possibility. Chronic civil and ethnic warfare continues to spread across the Balkans, the Gulf of Guinea, the Horn of Africa, and parts of Latin America, with U.S. military intervention against Colombian guerrillas now an open secret. And the popular belief that the HIV pandemic is under control was recently shattered by a UN study which reported that the potential death toll in Africa, where a quarter of the population in some countries, like Zimbabwe, is infected, will equal or exceed the mortality of the 14th century Black Death or the influenza holocaust of 1918-19. While Asian stock exchanges were collapsing and nuclear shockwaves were. 403. Rattling seismographs, the most powerful El Niño of the century in the context of the hottest decade in 1,000 years, was orchestrating extreme climate events from Quebec to Antarctica. Night after night the television news showed us a world on fire as more than 10,000 individual blazes consumed vast tracts of forest in Indonesia, Australia, Amazonia, Central America, southern Mexico, and Florida. Unnervingly, the seasons seemed to reverse order and regions seemed to switch climates, as Boston sweltered in 90-degree heat in April and Los Angeles suddenly acquired the rainfall of Seattle. Deluges in the hyper-arid coastal deserts of Peru were matched by pigs and cattle dying of thirst in the jungles of Papua. Confronted with James O'Connor's second contradiction of capitalism on such an epic scale, conventional punditry has taken flight into absurd Platonic distinctions between society and nature. 3. Although the mass media may as an ally concede some significant linkage between social and natural disorder as between crony capitalism and rampant arson in Indonesian forests, the dominant strategy has been to reify El Niño as a virtually supernatural force that is exterior to history and whose human consequences have no social imprint. In fact, as many researchers speculate, the present, intensified El Niño/Southern Oscillation, ENSO, cycle may well be the direct result, perhaps even the chief expression, of the anthropogenic warming of the troposphere. But regardless of ultimate mechanism, the El Niño events of the last year typically represent spikes in already chronic patterns of regional environmental decline resulting from breakneck industrialization and debt-enforced resource exploitation. To illustrate how global capitalism and climate change increasingly constitute a vicious circle, I offer thumbnail case studies of the contemporary drought syndrome in East Asia, the unexpectedly disastrous impact of extreme climate events on two major Western cities, and the looming biological catastrophe in the world's oceans and estuaries. Depleted futures. Consider, first, the persistent summer monsoon failures and severe droughts that have so troubled the humid as well as semi-arid parts of East Asia for most of the 1990s and which may prefigure normal weather in the age of global warming. For here climate change is colliding head-on with economic models based on unsustainable booms in commercial agriculture and forestry. From the standpoint of sacrificing priceless national ecological assets for short-term growth, market socialism in Vietnam and China is not entirely different from the slash-and-burn corporate capitalism practiced in Indonesia and the Philippines. Although Vietnam figures little in environmental reportage and scarcely evokes images of Sahelian aridity, the current El Niño drought, following on the heels of crippling dry spells in 1992 and 1994, has caused huge damage to the coffee and rice crops that constitute its major exports and sources of foreign exchange. A staggering 50% of its rural workforce was as a result estimated by government officials to be basically unemployed by the beginning of June 1998. Throughout the spring, moreover, acute water shortages caused regular power blackouts in Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi, with further disruptions of production. 100 major forest fires ravaged the highlands, and in some areas of central Vietnam like Thuan Hai province water tables fell so low after 6 years of drought that agronomists warned of eventual desertification. 5. At a recent climate studies conference in London, the distinguished Vietnam SA scientist Le Huy Ba attributed much of his nation's recent environmental distress to the drastic loss of upland and coastal forest cover to war and agriculture over the last half-century, from 45% of the country's land area in 1945 to 19% in 1996. The increasing integration of Vietnam's economy into the world market has only accelerated deforestation. Whereas hill slope clearance has produced rapid soil erosion and catastrophic flooding, the destruction of mangrove swamps for speculative shrimp farming and firewood has led to acidification and biome loss. Forest destruction, he argues, is measurably and irreversibly changing the climate. In the last 20 years, the average temperature has increased by 0.5 degrees Celsius while the rainfall has decreased by 100 to 150 mm. 6. In a similar vein, World Watch magazine published a disturbing account borrowing heavily from a major U.S. intelligence study based on spy satellite data of China's growing water shortage. With barely 8% of the Earth's freshwater resources, China feeds nearly a quarter of the world's population. Moreover, 405. Most of China's water is in the south while the majority of its cultivated land is in the north. This past year's El Niño drought, which pushed North Korea deeper into helpless famine by destroying 70% of its vital maize crop, also caused local agricultural emergencies throughout northern China. But as Lester Brown and Brian Harwell emphasize, China is becoming more vulnerable to drought primarily because it is extracting water from 2 of its 5 major river basins at twice the rate of natural replenishment. With 70% of its agricultural land dependent on irrigation, current overdraft levels are a recipe for national disaster, with unthinkable repercussions for the world food safety net if China is forced to import vast quantities of grain that otherwise might feed drought victims in Africa or the Near East. 7. The epicenter of the water crisis is in the cradle of Chinese civilization, the Great Plain of the Yellow River. In 1972, the water level fell so low that for the first time in China's long history it dried up before reaching the sea. Since 1985, it has run dry each year, with the dry period becoming progressively longer. In 1996, it was dry for 133 days. In 1997, it failed to reach the sea for 226 days. For long stretches, it did not even reach Shandong province, the last province it flows through en route to the sea. Shandong, the source of 1/5 of China's corn and 1/7 of its wheat, depends on the Yellow River for half of its irrigation water. Chronic drought, paradoxically, is accompanied by increasing flood danger. Even as it dries up in its lower reaches, the Yellow River continues to transfer fantastic quantities of silt from the deforested and eroded Loess Plateau region to the wheat-growing plains below siltation, by ever threatening to dam and divert the course of the river, requires ceaseless labors to rebuild embankments and levees as the river bed rises threateningly above the adjoining plain. This is, of course, a classic problem in China's history, which has seen millions die in Yellow River floods, but the danger has reached a modern apogee in the last few years. As one Chinese official recently explained, simply stated, embankment strengthening alone is doomed to failure in the race against channel siltation. Should the river break at its most dangerous locality, the resulting flood would directly affect an area with more than 150 million inhabitants. The only dependable remedy for 406. This problem is soil conservation on the Loess Highlands 8. But soil erosion in the Loess region and elsewhere has skyrocketed since the decline of the communes and the introduction of market agriculture. As a result, the average area classified as easily flooded and drought damaged in China can be seen to rise to nearly 40 million hectares during the period from 1985 to 1990 from less than 30 million hectares in the early 1980s. More than 200,000 square kilometers of former crop or grassland were degraded into desert in the same period. Beijing and even Seoul are now regularly shrouded by loess and sand blown out of China's growing dust bowl. These towering dust plumes quickly cross the Pacific where they merge with local pollution to form a continuous front of ochre haze from Arizona to Alberta. It is the startling signature of China's new state capitalism. For a deeper analysis of the relationship between environmental degradation and China's reformed agrarian social structure, it is necessary to go beyond the mere alarmism of the World Watch Institute's and the National Intelligence Council's reports. The radical geographer Joshua Moldavin, who has worked as an advisor for many years in rural China, recently published a penetrating account of the ecological consequences of decollectivization in Heilongjiang Province, former Manchuria. Market socialism, he argues, has abandoned sustainable agronomic practices and is ruthlessly mining the communal assets, built up so heroically by mass labor in 1950s and 1960s, that are the principal shock absorbers of environmental stress. The dismantling of the commune system after 1978 led to the destructive expropriation by the richest or most influential peasant households of formerly common forest and grasslands resources. Although none of the local ecosystems involved in this transformation have the celebrity of tropical rainforests, the inevitable devastation is similar in process and scale. Treated as short-sighted windfalls, forests have been rapidly cut down while grasslands have been converted into temporary croplands, their productivity artificially maintained for a few seasons by increasing quantities of chemical fertilizers. Faced with the enclosure of their pasture lands, herders in turn attempt to stave off pauperization by crowding as many animals as possible into the remaining open grasslands. Rapidly industrializing towns, for their part, divert water resources. 407. From agriculture, then dump their untreated sewage and toxic wastes into the nearest stream or river. 10. Meanwhile, throughout China, villagers have been unable under the new regime to organize the necessary labor and capital investment for agricultural infrastructure. Reservoirs, dikes, irrigation canals, tube wells, erosion control, tree planting, all critical to sustaining and increasing production, receive little investment for maintenance, let alone improvement or expansion, and are in a state of serious disrepair. The central government has refused to make up the shortfall in local public works spending, and state investment in agriculture in general fell precipitously, from 13% of the total budget to under 5%, during the Deng years. In Heilongjiang, the permanent local fiscal crisis, together with the privatization of the commons and the reliance on non-renewable inputs like chemical fertilizers, is producing an environmental nightmare of barren, eroding hillsides, desertified grasslands, salinized fields, silt-filled reservoirs, broken and unrepaired dikes, polluted and unpotable streams, and more frequent natural disasters. As Moldavin somberly observes, a national policy that relies on a rate of natural system structures economic growth on ecological decline. Godzilla. Most of us in the first world take for granted that our centrally heated and air-conditioned cities will shelter us from the seasonal discomforts of the weather even as extreme climate incidents become more common. It is the misfortune, rather, of third-world shantytown dwellers to face the full brunt of scorching heat, torrential rains, and merciless dust storms. All the more shocking, then, that the 1997-98 El Niño chose to act like Godzilla and bring two rich metropolises Montreal and Auckland to their knees in January and February of 1998. In so doing, it exposed the extraordinary vulnerability of even the most advanced urban and regional infrastructures to primordial forces of ice and heat. At 4 a.m. on the morning of January 5, while Montreal was asleep, a radio announcer warned that a powerful low-pressure system bearing down on Quebec from the Gulf of St. Lawrence might bring freezing rain and ice. Ice storms are a familiar hazard in eastern Canada, and the previous November ice 408 had collapsed high-voltage lines at the Great Hydroelectric Complex at Churchill Falls, Labrador, which supplies backup power to New England and New York. Sturdy Montrealers and their neighbors, therefore, were braced for ordinary winter disaster. What they woke up to, however, on the morning of January 5, and endured miserably for the next month, was the most destructive climate event in Quebec history. Thanks to an El Niño-diverted jet stream, according to Environment Canada meteorologists, a vast amount of warm moist air was hijacked from the southern United States and lofted over a cool bottom layer covering the St. Lawrence and Ottawa valleys. As rain fell through the cold layer, it was supercooled and transformed into an icy glaze weighing millions of tons that completely covered Quebec as well as parts of Ontario and New England. Slender structures like trees, telephone poles, and transmission towers toppled under the weight of ice layers 3 or 4 inches thick. Hydro-Quebec, in an ill-fated cost-saving move in the early 1970s, had reduced the ice-bearing structural standards for its pylons and towers. 11 No strategic bombing campaign could have inflicted such comprehensive damage on Hydro-Quebec and other public utilities as the Le Grand Verglas, which brought down 72,000 miles of power and telephone line, in addition to millions of trees, including a large fraction of Quebec's famous maples. The nation, whose future is firmly mortgaged to its role as Eastern North America's electricity reservoir with billions of dollars of recent investment in ecologically destructive dams and artificial lakes, suddenly found itself without power for nearly a month. As the first deaths from hypothermia were announced, more than 100,000 residents of Montreal and its southern suburbs were moved into emergency shelters. Residents of the most hard-hit part of the metropolitan region, the 89 municipalities of the so-called Triangle Noir, did not have power restored until the end of the first week of February. Economic life ground to a halt, and, for the first time since the October crisis of 1970, the army was called out to patrol the darkened streets. As Louis Francoeur, one of the Montreal's best-known progressive journalists, later pointed out, the heroism of Hydro-Quebec's linemen and blue-collar employees, who worked day after day without sleep to rebuild 30,000 toppled 409 power poles, was used to deflect any criticism of the monster utility, which, racked by recent financial scandals, has long been the principal enemy of Quebec environmentalists and native peoples. Le Grand Verglas, on the contrary, provided the emergency raison d'etre for the Quebec Parliament to set aside normal debate and ratify Hydro-Quebec's new strategic plan to boost electricity and gas sales in deregulated U.S. markets. Public controversy was instead siphoned into angry squabbling over how the municipalities and the province would divide the several billion-dollar cost of the Great Ice Storm. 12 Winter in Quebec, of course, is summer in the antipodes. While Montrealers were still assessing ice damage in late February, the New Zealand government was weighing the unprecedented option of sending in the army to evacuate the population of Auckland's central business district. In the face of a prolonged El Niño heat wave, the city's recently privatized electric grid had died in a dramatic month-long series of rolling blackouts. Each power failure had been punctually followed by smiling reassurances from Mercury Energy Limited that the crisis was over and power would be shortly restored. In fact, as a latter ministerial inquiry established, the private utility had neglected routine maintenance on the 4 underground cables that feed power to 8,500 businesses and 75,000 people in the centre of New Zealand's largest city. In a drive to increase profits, it had also laid off half its workforce as unnecessary. 13 Despite an improvised hookup with a power ship anchored in the harbour, the blackouts continued through the end of May. Surgeons operated by flashlight, and New Zealand's High Court was forced to move sessions first to a church crypt, then to a racetrack. 120 blocks of downtown Auckland became a ghost town. As the city's mayor confessed to angry protester, "We have had people trapped in elevators, overcome by fumes, there have been fires. People have been hurt." Eventually, scores of businesses were driven into bankruptcy and thousands of residents to the suburbs. 14. In the meantime, the Kansas City-based holding company Utilicor, which already had a 1/3 interest in Power New Zealand, exploited the Auckland crisis to launch a hostile takeover bid against Mercury Energy. 15. In effect, THS was inadvertent urban renewal, thanks to a strange alliance of ENSO and the politics of privatization. 410. Dead Seas. Last fall, the bodies of thousands of dead sea lions and hundreds of thousands of dead sea birds began to wash up on the beaches of Peru and Ecuador. In November, one naturalist discovered 500 dead sea lion pups on a single stretch of beach near Punta San Juan de Maracana in Peru. 16. As in 1972–73 and 1982–83, El Niño was decimating marine species throughout the western Pacific. Its warm waters suppress the cold upwelling of nutrients that nourish the huge biomass of anchoveta in the Humboldt Current off Peru. As the anchoveta population crashes, it brings down with it an entire food chain of larger fish, seabirds, and marine mammals. In the most extreme ENSO events, 80–90% of the interdependent populations perish. An ecosystem turmoil off the Peruvian coast can ricochet thousands of miles up and down the western edge of the Pacific, with migrating jack mackerel, for example, killing millions of juvenile salmon off British Columbia. 17. Since the 12 million metric ton anchoveta harvest is normally the Earth's single largest source of fish protein, its disappearance also sends shock waves through the global food security system. Soya and beef futures soar on the Chicago Commodity Exchange while belts are tightened throughout the protein-deficient Third World. Although the ENSO anchoveta cycle has existed for at least 5,000 years, the recovery of anchoveta stocks and the other species that feed on them has been compromised by overfishing and coastal pollution. Climate change, again, is only exacerbating an already existing man-made crisis, this time with global dimensions. The 1950s to 60s dream of the oceans easily feeding a hungry world has proven to be a cruel disappointment. 18. Indeed, the fastest growing biological deserts on Earth are the 7 seas. As the Washington Post recently warned, the oceans, long thought to hold unlimited bounty, are emptying. From Iceland to India, from Namibia to Norway, fish catches are decreasing every year. About 60% of the fish types tracked by the UN Food and Agriculture Organization are categorized as fully exploited, overexploited, or depleted. Official figures, moreover, probably understate the crisis, since 5 low-value species, only one of them eaten by humans, the rest, 411, used for animal feed, have accounted for the entire growth in the marine catch since 1983. 19. The world fishing fleets, dominated by 300-foot-long, high-tech super trawl ERS that literally plow the seas with kilometer-long nets that can pull in 60,000 pounds of fish and hapless dolphins in a single catch, are heavily overcapitalized and depend on an estimated $54 billion per year in national subsidies. 20. Moreover, as a BBC editorial recently pointed out, even as fisheries decline, governments are continuing to subsidize an increase in fishing capacity. Particularly giant factory trawlers and purse seiners, which can venture further afield, principally into southern waters where stocks were not as heavily fished. 21. It is the sheer overcapacity of first world fishing fleets, in other words, rather than the population ecology of the fish, that drives the annual harvest, usually to the detriment of poor countries whose fish stocks are raided so that multinational corporations can sell the protein back to them in the form of fish meal and other products. These factory fleets are, of course, highly efficient in wiping out entire marine ecologies. Industrial fishing for fish meal to feed poultry and pigs, now about 1/3 of the world catch, is particularly insidious in destroying small fish populations and thus starving the sport fish, birds, and mammals that feed on them. As surface fisheries for cod, salmon, red snapper, mackerel, herring, tuna, and so on have been depleted, the fleets have moved into deep fishing for species like orange roughy which live a mile or more below, on the edge of the continental shelf. As marine biologists have futilely pointed out, these are not renewable stocks. Orange roughy takes up to 30 years to reproduce, and some specimens on the fishmonger's slab are thought to have been alive when Queen Victoria was on the throne 22. Meanwhile, highly touted schemes to introduce sustainable yield management into the major fisheries have been costly debacles. Over the last 20 years, for example, the world's coastal fisheries have been divided up into nationally exclusive 200-mile economic zones. Justified as a solution to overfishing by foreign trawler fleets, the zones have simply encouraged further government-subsidized overcapitalization of local seafood industries, or, in the case of poor countries, a lucrative, often corrupt market in selling fishing rights to foreign corporations at 412. The expense of local fishing communities. In the U.S. case, 8 regional fisher IES councils were established to set catch limits in accord with the best scientific estimates. But in classic fashion, the political control of the councils was captured by the large commercial fleets that they were designed to regulate. As a result, the smaller, community-based fishing vessels have been driven to the wall while the big boys have depleted 82% of the commercial stocks. Attempts in the United States and elsewhere to rectify the situation with Harvard Business School gimmickry like individual transferable fishing quotas have led only to the quotas being gobbled up by such odd anglers as the Caterpillar Corp., the huge KMPG accountancy conglomerate, and the National Westminster Bank. 23. As marine populations are threatened with extinction, so are the traditional fishing communities that have depended on them for centuries. 24. The collapse of the Grand Banks cod fishery, once the most productive in the world, in 1992, for example, has been an economic death sentence on the tiny outport communities of Newfoundland, where local fishermen had long protested in vain against the Ministry of Fisheries' connivance with corporate interests to inflate stock assessments of the cod population and thus justify the subsidies that Ottawa was giving to big companies to enlarge their fleets and processing plants. The subsidies to a handful of vertically integrated seafood monopolies, Fisheries Products International, National Sea Products, and so on, have continued while 40,000 unemployed Newfoundlanders are regularly denounced in Canada's Parliament as welfare spongers and parasites. Most pathetically, demagogic politicians, led by Fisheries Minister Brian Tobin, are now claiming that it was harp seals, not corporate greed, that destroyed the cod, and are demanding an expansion of the controversial annual seal pup slaughter. Save Our Cod, Eat a Seal buttons are being distributed by the government-funded Canadian Sealers Association. 25. Several thousand miles down coast from the dying fishing villages of Newfoundland, a deadly biological crisis, which could be radically aggravated by a warming climate, is rapidly growing out of control in the polluted estuarine and coastal waters of the mid-Atlantic and southern states. Every summer, vast algal blooms, fed by River Rhine runoff of nitrogen-rich waste from Iowa corn farms, Arkansas poultry processing plants and North Carolina hog confinement. 413. Lots, eutrophy, and kill shallow water biota. One example is the notorious dead zone, currently 7,000 square miles and stretching from the mouth of the Mississippi to the Texas border that emerges annually off the coast of Louisiana. In the spring, the Mississippi fertilizes the Gulf with the agricultural runoff and municipal sewage from 30 upstream states. As the summer sun warms this polluted surface layer, algae blooms explosively, then rapidly dies, decays, and removes oxygen from the water column. The resulting hypoxic water, thanks to Archer Midland's Daniel and the rest of agribusiness, is incapable of sustaining marine life. 26. To prevent increasing eutrophication of the Gulf, Midwestern and Southern commercial agriculture would have to be radically modified to reduce its dependence on chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Elaborate grassland and wetland borders would have to be created to capture and dilute farm runoff before it reached the Mississippi or its principal tributaries. Since such a radical modification of American agriculture is almost impossible to imagine, the dead zone will continue to grow at the expense of marine life and the 200,000 Gulf area fishermen and processing workers who depend on the health of coastal ecosystems. At the same time, the witch's brew of petrochemical waste, livestock and poultry manure, artificial fertilizers, heavy metals, and exotic chemicals in urban runoff is producing nightmarish downstream effects in scores of coastal counties. 27. In Carolina estuaries and the Chesapeake Bay, the protozoan from hell, the incredibly sinister dinoflagellite Pfiesteria piscidia which flourishes in manure-contaminated waters has been killing millions of fish and inflicting a strange illness on local fishermen whose symptoms resemble acute multiple sclerosis or Alzheimer's disease. The courageous crusade by a North Carolina biologist, Dr. Joanne Burkholder, against the official cover-up of the Pfiesteria epidemic forms the suspenseful plot of Rodney Barker's 1997 bestseller And the Waters Turned to Blood. As the research of Burkholder and her colleagues indicates, the microbialization of the Chesapeake and other coastal waters seems to be a collaboration between nutrient dumping and overfishing of oysters and other efficient plankton feeders. Pfiesteria is only the latest, if most frightening, stage in a process of eutrophication that can be traced back to the impact of mechanical harvesting. First, 414. Introduced in the 1930s, on the Chesapeake's formerly vast oyster reefs. 28. Further south, along the Gulf Coast, the immediate and present danger seems to arise primarily from the toxicants and endocrine disruptors that have entered the marine food chain. Hormonal damage to wildlife is already assuming science fiction proportions as gulls are born with thyroid glands so big they eventually explode, and male alligators, with stunted sexual organs that prevent reproduction. Such horror stories, of course, bring us full circle to the PCB-polluted Arctic Ocean and the astounding prevalence of hermaphroditic polar bears. 1998. Postscript, 4 years later. El Niño and his delinquent sister, La Nina, have come and gone, but strange times persist. It was the second warmest year, after 1998, in 1,000 years. In March 2002, while crews were still excavating the remains of dead firefight ERS and stockbrokers from the crater that was once the World Trade Center, the Larsen B ice shelf in Antarctic suddenly collapsed. 60 stories thick and covering more than 1,300 square miles, the shelf had survived every warm pulse since the end of the Pleistocene. Yet in a mere few weeks, it pulverized like a window hit by a cannonball into thousands of iceberg shards. Where white ice had been locked solid for perhaps 50,000 years, there was now the angry velvet swell of the Southern Ocean. The deep blue sea was an equally disturbing sight 10,000 miles northward, where, for the first time in the communal memory of the Inuit of Russia's Chukota Peninsula, the Bering Strait failed to freeze. Strange portents are everywhere, reported an American visitor. Thunder and lightning, once rare, have become commonplace. An eerie warm wind now blows in from the south. Hunters who pride themselves on their ability to read the sky say they can no longer predict the sudden blizzards. The Earth, one hunter concluded, is turning faster 29 indeed. Parts of the Arctic have warmed 10 degrees in the last generation and climatologists predict that the Arctic Ocean may be open to summer navigation by the middle of this century. Those magnificent predators of the sea ice, the 415 polar bears, won't fret about their sexual identity since they will be extinct. So too will be the seal species that depend on pack ice for nativity. The notorious seal cull in the Gulf of St. Lawrence had to be called off this year because there was so little ice. Instead, the beaches of Newfoundland were macabrely littered with tens of thousands of dead harp seal pups who had drowned when their mothers couldn't find sea ice to give birth on. Meanwhile, winter went AWOL across much of the temperate latitudes. New Yorkers walked in shirt sleeves on Christmas Day and turned on their air conditioners in mid-April. Geese stayed home in balmy Wisconsin instead of migrating to southern climes, while rats and ticks rioted in the suburbs of Boston. Beijing, normally racked by icy Siberian winds, basked in 84-degree heat in March, while Indian scientists pondered the probability of catastrophic flooding from melting mountain glaciers in the Himalayas. Auckland put out a welcome mat for pioneer contingents of refugees from Tuvalu, the first island nation to begin planned evacuation in the face of rising sea levels. None of this, of course, has had the slightest impact on the future tropical city on the Potomac. Even if the West Lawn turned into a sand dune or monkeys jabbered in the galleries of Congress, energy industry lobbyists echoed by Rush Limbaugh would still decry global warming as science fiction. Although it may be theoretically possible to imagine a green global capitalism without rampant fossil fuel dependency, the actual outcome is dirty environmental counter-revolution. Bush's controversial election in 2000 was, first and above all, a coup d'état on behalf of the chief carbon dioxide producers, the auto and energy industries. Subsequent U.S. interventions in Afghanistan and Colombia, as well as the foiled Washington-sponsored coup in Venezuela, have brazenly followed the existing or proposed routes of oil pipelines. Although the Academy may still favor the esoteric relativity of postmodern textualism, vulgar economic determinism which begins and ends with the super profits of the energy sector currently holds the real seats of power. We don't need Derrida to know which the way the wind blows or why the pack ice is disappearing. 2002. 416.